What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video, and this is a long one, as you can tell. I thought while I was putting this all together, I should probably put in an intro because this does need some context. So if you don't know, this channel started out not long ago as a place for me to document, or should I say dump, all of my thoughts and feelings about Doctor Who. And so to do that, I set out to rank and review every episode of the show and put them into tier lists. That soon branched out into the spin-offs, and then things just spiraled from there. But actually, I thought that all of these videos were clogging up my page, so I unlisted them. But I didn't want them to be gone forever. Now, you can still watch these videos in full on the playlist section of my channel, but also, I wanted to, for prosperity's sake, keep them up here too, but in a different form. That form, of course, being this video. So yes, all that to say that this video is more or less a super mega cut of some of my older videos, but I doubt many of you have watched them anyway. I mean, most of these have 50 views. If you're looking for a more narrative based video rather than this review, luckily I have just the thing for you. In this video, also on my channel, titled A Brief Explanation of Doctor Who. It's brief, guys, trust me. I go over the full, complete story of Doctor Who from 1963 to the modern day. So if you're looking for something more like that, there it is. I also want to put this at the start to let you know, just in case you have seen all of these videos before, putting you in the 0.1%, you may still want to stick to the end, because there is another section at the end of this video with new content where I go through it all and give my thoughts, feelings, and reevaluations. Yes, as I acknowledge in the video, I rewatch Doctor Who so much that my thoughts are ever evolving. Being real, I don't think people realize how much Doctor Who I watch. Like, I watch so much. Surprise, surprise, I'm a big Doctor Who fan. No way. But just this week, for example, I rewatched Terror of the Autons, Mask of Mandragora, The Christmas Invasion, Utopia, Adam from Torchwood, all of Miracle Day, and K9 and Company. And this was a slow week. But yes, my thoughts on Doctor Who episodes change with the season, so I only think it's fair to reassess and go over everything I've already done once I've presented it all to you. And I know, I have to mention this. My rankings of the entirety of Classic Who is way shorter and far less in depth than its modern Who counterpart. As you all know, I love original Doctor Who far more than the revival, and it's mostly what I watch, to be honest, so it's not like I couldn't go into depth with it. Maybe I will in the future, if you guys even care. The thing is that most of my opinions on these episodes and seasons get a little repetitive. As you will see, spoiler alert, I put every episode from seasons 1 to 14 in at least A tier. The vast majority in S and above. So if I were to have it split into each season, it would mostly just be a compilation of me saying, I really like this episode, S tier, again and again. Okay. But with all that out of the way, I think I've rambled enough. I mean, this video isn't gonna get any shorter. I hope people stuck around past the intro, and if you did, well, I hope you enjoyed the video. Roll it. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Long ago, I asked myself one question, a question which has bothered me and my family for generations. What is the definitive Doctor Who tier list? Can every episode be ranked on a scale of S to let me do that again. Can every episode be rated on a scale of like S, A, B, C, D? Scrap the voiceover thing, man. We're here with a tier list. I'm going to be ranking every single Doctor Who episode. I'm going to be starting with Series 1. I'm going to be going to Series 13. And let's just have some fun, man. I don't really know how to do these YouTube video things, so I'm just going to go with the flow. You know what I mean? I like this show. You like this show, hopefully, if you're watching this video. So I'm going to try my best to give the definitive Doctor Who tier list. No opinions, just facts. That is clearly a joke. This list is all opinions, even if they are true opinions and you can't argue with them. Don't even try comment section. But here we are at last. I'm finally gonna start the video. Oh my god, what a long intro. Can you believe it? We're gonna start with Rose. Let me actually get on my document here. This video isn't scripted, but I've got a couple notes, you know. Anyway, Rose. Now, I think a lot of people are really nostalgic for this episode. I guess I am too, kinda. I mean, a lot of people say that this is their favorite episode of all time. Spoiler alert, it's not up there for me. It is a very good episode though. I mean, it's got a lot going for it. It's got that opening scene. You know the one. You know, I do like the opening montage with the music playing, the classic Murray Gold score, you know, over Rose's day out, you know, Trafalgar Square, Mickey doing his little dance. But there is, I mean, I guess I'll go over the positives first. You know, I really like Clive, the conspiracy theory Slender Man, Ninth Doctor. Like, he's in the back of all of the pictures. I think it's really cool. I like the idea that the Ninth Doctor has been going around, but he hasn't seen his face yet. I mean, I guess Big Finish has kind of changed that, right? Like, maybe these pictures are taken in between. I like kind of like the mysticism around the character of the Doctor. There is a lot of cons to this episode. I mean, first of all, it doesn't really look great. I mean, obviously it's 2005. Obviously it's the first episode, but like, even if you compare it to some of the other episodes in Series 1, even if you compare it to some of the other episodes in Series 1 that are set in the modern day, in the same location, right? It just looks a bit weird, right? The CGI obviously has aged a little. I don't really know if it was all that at the time, but it doesn't really matter, because if you're trying to like get someone into the show, they're gonna be really distracted, right? Like the Mickey bin scene, which is cinema, to be fair. The nesting consciousness, that's quite a masterpiece of CGI. I mean, it isn't. I mean, I don't want to be that guy to just be like, oh, if the CGI is bad, then the episode's bad. But you know, I feel like this episode really relies on that CGI for, I'd say all three of its set pieces, right? With the Mickey Orton, the nesting consciousness at the very end. This sounds like I'm nitpicking, but when you watch the actual episode, like, these are the things that pop out to me. The plot is very simple, right? It's a very, you know, one event leads to one event leads to one event, very linear storyline. And I like it. I think it serves Doctor Who pilot role very well. Do I want to give it A? That's the thing, because I don't want to give it any lower than B. I'm gonna raise it to A, you know, just for the time being. It may sound like I've been very critical of it, but I feel like everyone who's, you know, watched Doctor Who, the default starting point is that Rose is a pretty good episode. I mean, it introduces you to the new companion, it introduces you to the new setting, it brings back the Autons. The Autons are pretty great. There is a lot of good stuff in this episode. Yeah, I'm gonna slide this one into A tier. I think there's a lot to like here. Okay, I'm just realizing I rambled on for like 5 minutes about that one episode. Don't worry, guys, we're not gonna be doing that for every single episode. You know what I mean? We gotta get through these episodes quick, you know. But I'm not gonna rush through them. Don't worry. Every episode will get its justice. End of the world is C tier. This episode kind of stinks. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I mean, I don't want to put it at D, right? I think C is perfect for it. It's got new alien designs, right? And they're hit or miss, you know. Some of them are pretty good, some of them are pretty bad. The design for the space station, I feel like, right, we have quite a few spaceships and space stations in the first 3 series. You've got Satellite 5, obviously later in this series. You've got the base from 42. You've got the base from The Impossible Planet. There's quite a few spaceships, space stations, space locales, and I would say that, was it Platform 42? Is it 42? I hope so. If it isn't, that's embarrassing. It's a very forgettable location, you know, and or should I say a very forgettable design for a spaceship. I would say that the spider bots are not the most compelling villain. Cassandra, you know, a lot of people like Cassandra. I don't know how. I think she's quite offensive, actually. I think she's quite terrible. I do not like Cassandra, you guys. That's just my opinion, though. The face of Bo is here, but in his first 2 episodes, the face of Bo literally has nothing to do. I guess the Wood Lady would be the best design. I just don't, the premise of the episode isn't that good. There's like the windows coming down. They make no sense. Like, surely you would just die instantly if the window opened. The scene at the end where the Doctor phases through the fans, never brought up again, and thank God, because that makes no sense. But the psychic papers here, you know, they have that ending scene where the Doctor's like, my planet's gone. Do I want to put it D? No, I'm going to put it on C. I think it can kind of get away with all of its cons because it comes so early on. But yeah, C is fair, I think, for that episode. Unquiet Dead. Yeah, this one's joining in right in C. I will say it looks better. I mean, it doesn't look great, but it has like a better production design. But you know what, I'm trying to be nice, okay guys? I'm trying to be nice to an episode which I'm also putting in C tier. It's got Charles Dickens, which is cool. The structure for this episode is very strange. There is a zombie in the crowd and nobody notices. I think the scene where the Doctor's like, you look beautiful, is very cringe. Not much to say. I think this one's a fair C tier, you know. It's got its pros, it's got its cons. I think C is perfect for this episode. And now we move on to episode 4, Aliens in London, the Slitheen, the infamous farting aliens. Yeah, this one's S tier. I don't give a fuck, you guys. This episode is fucking brilliant. It's got so much. It's got so much going for it. I really like the lived-in feel of the world. They have that kind of like house party in the flat. The Doctor's watching Blue Peter and he's watching the news. It really feels like the real world. You know what I mean? Which sounds weird. Feels like there are aliens in London, and this is what would happen if there are aliens in London. I mean, it also obviously has the bad wolf spray painted on the box, which I think is one of the most iconic like mystery box moments in all of modern Doctor Who, because I think I, as well as many, saw the spray painting bad wolf on the box, was like, what does it mean? What does it mean? I think the Slovene genius. I think that the fat politicians farting it's a stroke of genius. WRTD. This is just I mean, it's stunning political commentary. Not incredible, stunning political commentary. A1. Yeah, I'll give this one an S tier. It's also the return of the Doctor Who cliffhanger. What a brilliant cliffhanger. You got this fat ass police officer. It has Tosh from Torchwood, my favorite character. World War III, it's just strange. There just isn't a lot going on in this episode. Aliens in London, it really feels like there was a lot crammed into that 45 minutes. But World War III, it takes place basically in 3 rooms. I mean, I don't care what you guys say. The Slovene, brilliant villains. You know, they've got the big claws, the big eyes. They're just a great villain design. No complaints from me there. But I will say, the episode kind of gets a bit boring when they get into that room, the cabinet. So yeah, I wouldn't say World War III is S tier. Definitely not a bad episode. A lot of people really don't like this one. Definitely not a bad episode. And it has Mickey hacking a missile and then sending it to Downing Street and then blowing up Downing Street, which is a bit ridiculous, but I can look over stuff like that. Like, I really can. I mean, in fact, I enjoy that. I think that's fun. Let's say that this scene took place in like series 12. The amount of uproar that you would hear from people would be crying. Yeah, I think I'll put World War III in B tier. I mean, maybe I'll put it in S tier. Maybe I'd raise it. I'll put it in B tier for now, and I'll see if I change my mind. So now we're on to Dalek. No shocks here, guys. This episode is going in S tier. Wow, what a surprise. It's pretty good. Where do you even start with this episode? I mean, do I need to explain it? Do I need to go in more detail? Probably not, right? I mean, I like Henry Van Stant's vote. I think the scene where the Doctor confronts the Dalek, in fact, both scenes where the Doctor confronts the Dalek, I would say are some of the best in the whole show. This is in contention for one of the best episodes in the whole show. I will give it clear S tier. Okay, after Dalek, we go to The Long Game. This episode isn't as good, guys. This episode has the mighty Jagrafess and Simon Pegg, but it also has Adam. Jesus Christ, this guy is insufferable. I mean, I understand, right? A lot of people say, oh, Adam was introduced so that we can see what happens if the Doctor chooses a wrong companion. But like, that can just be left to the imagination. We don't have to see it. He ruins this episode. The big pro of this episode is that it sets up the finale, right? Like, that's the reason to watch it. But like, by itself, it has Simon Pegg and it has the Jaguarfest, which is a good design. But the rest of it is just nothing. Like, it's just a nothing burger. There's just not really much here. This is probably the weakest episode of the series. Father's Day. This one is pretty good, actually. I mean, I always thought this one was like, not bad, but like just above average. But on my rewatch, this was actually pretty damn great. You see, before going into these episodes, I have seen them so much that I basically know everything that happens in them off by heart, right? And so for that, I had like in my head a ranking which I would give this episode before I'd even rewatched it. And that ranking was B, right? So initially I wanted to put this episode in B. I didn't really remember many of the cons. I just felt like it was a B tier episode, like instinctively. But on my rewatch, I would say that it's A. I mean, Pete Tyler is at his best here. Not that he's bad in all those following appearances, but you know, here he's just a really well-rounded character. I don't even know how to say it. Like, it's just deep, guys. Trust me, guys, it's deep. The Reapers are a pretty great villain. It's a shame they never came back, but you know, if they did, it would literally ruin all of Doctor Who. But you know, I feel like the ending set piece, the bits in the church, I feel like it's just really emotionally driven, this episode. I think the setting is great. I think it actually looks pretty great for the most part. I mean, I understand that audiences nowadays, they'll see the CGI and they'll be like, that is unacceptable. But you know, for 2005, and I would say even for now, right, I can watch that episode and be perfectly satisfied. Unlike Rose, where I can look at certain parts and be like, I feel like even at the time that didn't look too good. I feel like Father's Day is perfectly passable in that extent. And I think that just the production design of the locations, like the church and the churchyard, and even that playground where Mickey's friends get eaten, I think that's all pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't put it in S tier, you know, because that's only where the best of the best episodes go, like Aliens in London. But still, I think A is perfectly reasonable for this episode. But from that, we leap back up again to the empty child and the doctor dances. I will be ranking these two separately, even though they will probably both end up in B tier, because I'm going to put the empty child in B tier. I rewatched it. The pacing for this one is crazy. The horror scenes don't really get much time to breathe in this part 1, because there is just movement. Obviously, Stephen Moffat's first episode, it's got some really good stuff in there. I mean, the scene where the doctor first goes into the I guess it's a bar or a pub, I don't know what it is really. Goes in there and he's like, has anything fell from the sky recently? Everyone starts laughing. Instantly sets the scene. I like the scene where the phone rings, you know, because there's a cat there. But there's also a bunch of really dumb stuff. I mean, obviously you have Rose just... Like, how do you get yourself into that situation? And then you have Nancy. This is like the clear tell that Stephen Moffat is the one writing this episode, is how this Nancy character operates. Because you think they're like supernatural because they keep like disappearing and reappearing. And they talk in this like super cryptic way. It's like, we have to see the doctor. Oh wait, it's just a real doctor. But apparently people really love this episode. I say apparently as if I haven't known my whole life that people have really loved this episode. But to me, it just isn't up there to break into A tier. You know what I mean? Like, it just has some clear flaws. I mean, it has some clear W's as well. Like, the empty child design is great, the transformation is great, Captain Jack is pretty good. I do think if we have to compare all of the cliffhangers in series 1, this is probably the weakest one. The Doctor Dances is pretty good. I would say the Doctor Dances and the Empty Child are like equal in terms of quality. I mean, there are some parts of the Doctor Dances which I prefer to the Empty Child. Weirdly enough, I feel like the first half of the Empty Child is kind of weak, and then the second half is pretty good. Whereas in the Doctor Dances, I feel like kind of the opposite. I feel like the first half, really good. In fact, I probably think out of the two-parter, that opening 25 minutes of the Doctor Dances is probably the best part of the whole thing. I mean, I guess the ending is alright. A lot of people really love it, because it's like, oh, everybody lives. But you know, as someone who has watched a lot of Doctor Who episodes, everybody lives like all the time, especially when it's Stephen Moffat writing it. But you know, it is still a good episode. Like, I can't lie to you guys and say that these two episodes aren't good. Like, they are good. I just don't want to put them above B tier. I don't think I can. I definitely don't think B tier is bad, by the way. I know these episodes which I'm putting in B, like Rose and like these two episodes, I'm giving you a lot of criticisms, but I feel like those criticisms are there to justify me not putting it higher, rather than justifying me putting it low, because B is definitely not low. You know what I'm saying? I would say like S, top tier, A, very good, B, good, C, meh, D, bad, F, very bad. That's how I would say. That's how I would put all of these. I'm actually going to start saying that every video, because I know people would just be confused by my ranking. They're going to think that B is bad. B is not bad, guys. Anyway, on to Boomtown. Boomtown is pretty good, actually. A lot of people really don't like this one. I mean, I'm sure people have come around to it now, because I feel like every single Russell T Davies episode has its hardcore defenders nowadays, because of like the nostalgia factor. But I feel like Boomtown is unironically like pretty good. I think the reason people didn't really like it for quite a while was because of the Stivine. I mean, the Stivine aren't that popular. Even now, they're not that popular, which is a shame. I mean, the problem with this episode is the resolution, right? Like the egg, because that's just weird. But I think everything else is genuinely... I think the opening is good. I think the scene where they're all eating like lunch or whatever, I think that's fucking brilliant. That's a great scene. I think the scene where they go and catch the Stivine, I think that's a great scene. I think basically everything is good about this episode, apart from maybe the last scene. And I think for that, I'll put it in A tier. Maybe it could be lower to B tier. Maybe. And here we are onto the finale. Bad Wolf and Parting of the Ways. Let me just put Bad Wolf in S tier already, because we already know this finale is fucking brilliant. I mean, what is there to say, right? Without going into a full in-depth review about like how all the themes are just like on point, how like the Doctor coming back 100 years later to a world which he basically ruined is just like a brilliant premise. The premise of like these game shows that have gone wrong. I mean, basically every single element of this episode is good. Right, like the mystery box element, the music, the weakest link scenes are great, and then they all accumulate into that scene where Rose gets shot, and that is like just top tier. And then we go on to Parting of the Ways, which I would say is not as good. and still S tier. And that's how good it is. I feel pretty comfortable putting both of these in S tier right next to each other. I feel like there's only one scene in Parting of the Ways which isn't even bad, it's just not as good, and it's the scene where they're eating chips, right? And then Rose starts crying. I would say that is like an A tier scene, and then the rest of the episode is S tier. What I say it's A tier? I'd say it's a B tier scene, and then the rest of the episode is S tier. When that is the smallest thing, like that is the smallest part of the episode that makes it slightly worse than part 1, needless to say, Parting of the Ways is an S tier episode. It's just so good. Satisfyingly resolves the series arc. Satisfyingly resolves the Doctor's character arc. It does the Daleks perfect. The metaphor for like the Daleks hiding behind the scenes just in the shadows, it's just genius. It's just genius writing, guys. I mean, from all fronts, I would say this episode is great. I think production wise, I think it looks great. I think it sounds great. I think the soundtrack is great. I think the writing is great. I think the set pieces are great. I think the Dalek Emperor is great. It's just a great episode. See, we're all having a fun time over here, guys. We're all having a great time. Ignore all these ones. I think series 1 overall is pretty damn great. Now, this may be controversial, but I think we can attribute that mainly to Christopher Eccleston, because even in the bad episodes, he saves them from being like actually bad. In fact, I would say he's so great that he lifts up episodes which wouldn't be as great. Not every episode is perfect. The Doctor and Rose relationship, spoiler alert, guys, you don't know this about me yet, but I don't really like it. I don't think that Doctor Who relationships are good like ever. They've never been good. I mean, maybe they could be good. They've just never proven to me that they have been good. And I know a lot of people really love the Doctor and Rose, especially the 10th Doctor and Rose, which we'll get into next time. But just for now, all I will say is that the 9th Doctor and Rose, me no likey. Even if I do think that as individual characters, like on their own, the 9th Doctor is great, and I would say Rose as well in series 1. I would say Rose is a great character. But you know, overall, I think I'd rate this series pretty highly. I think it's a pretty great series. I really enjoyed it on my rewatch, and that's what I would rank every episode. Well, that was my series 1 ranking, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you leave a like, subscribe, leave a comment in the description below. I don't fucking know, guys. I'm reading off a sound cue here. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Today, guys, we are continuing on with the tier lists. So we're moving on to series 2. If you didn't watch the last video, I did a full tier list of series 1 of Doctor Who. Today, guys, we're moving on to series 2, which, as you guys all know, is definitely one of the series of all time. I don't like this series. I'm just gonna get out of the way. I do not like this series at all. Heads up, guys. Sorry to break it to you. This series just, I'm sorry, it just kind of, it's terrible. It's just not good, guys. I'm sorry. I think a lot of people my age, you know, a lot of Doctor Who fans in general, even people who aren't my age, hell, I think a lot of people will have nostalgia for this era of Doctor Who, like 2005 to 2008. Have a lot of nostalgia for it. And you know, I did too. I have watched these episodes, all of them, many times. But recently, and by recently I mean in the past couple of years, going back to these, I am reminded again and again that they are just not good. Like, these episodes aren't good, the series isn't good, so you know, we're gonna have a great time. This is gonna be a great tier list. So we're not gonna be starting off with the Christmas invasion because, as I said in my previous video, I'm gonna be saving the Christmas specials for their own video. You know, I wanna save them for their own video. Now, I understand a lot of people who might click on this video, in fact, I'd say 100% of them do actually like this series. So, you know, already off on a bad foot, and I'm gonna put myself even more on a bad foot by saying New Earth is solidly D tier. This episode, yeah, well, you know, you guys are lucky that I'm not putting in an F. Let's just say that. There is a lot I could say about this episode that I won't. You know, I'll try and be nice to it. You know, let's list the pros. It has that ship from Attack of the Clones at the very start. I guess, you know, a New Earth is a somewhat original idea. That's about all of the positives. I really don't like the location. I really don't like the idea of the cat nuns. The CGI is terrible. Falling down the lift sequences are terrible. I guess there's that one funny line where David Tennant says, "Still got it." That's like the peak of the episode. I do not like the rest. Now, spoiler alert, to get out of the way, I did let it slip in the previous video, but I really do not like the Doctor and Rose, especially in this series, insufferable. In series 1, I think that the Doctor and Rose together are so-so, you know, but as individual characters, they're both great. I think that in this series, they are bad together, and they're kind of bad on their own as well. Like, Rose in this series series is such a downgrade. You'd think she would have learned from her mistakes in the previous series and, you know, maybe matured a little bit. Nope, she's still a dumbass, and so is the Doctor. The Doctor and Rose bring out the worst in each other, and basically they undermine every single episode they're in, and I just don't have fun watching them. Now, you know, I will say that David Tennant is great. I'm pretty sure we can all agree that David Tennant, at the very least, is like not a bad Doctor. Whether or not he's as great as, you know, he's hyped up to be, that is to be seen. I'll detail it more in the coming tier list videos, but I think we can all agree that he's definitely not bad. In fact, I don't think any Doctor's bad. I think they're all good. I'm a Doctor Who fan. Maybe I should do a Doctor Who tier list, like a tier list of the incarnations. Maybe I should do that. I do think David Tennant is actually a very good Doctor, just not in this series, and especially not in this episode. Be lucky I'm not putting it in F. In fact, fuck you guys, it's F. It's just not a good episode. Okay, let's go into Tooth and Claw. Where the hell do I want to put this? D? C? C. I'm gonna put it in C. I mean, I am this close to putting it in D, but I feel like that would be unfair. Okay, I've never been too big of a fan of this episode, but there are some people who really go out to bat for it. I feel like they would want me to put it in A. No fucking shot, guys. The series arc for series 2, it's just nothing. Like, I guess it comes to a culmination in the finale because that's set at Torchwood. I guess it's neat lore. It isn't necessarily a bad story arc. It just isn't enough to save an episode, which in my opinion is quite mediocre in Tooth and Claw. You've got the werewolves, you've got the setting, you've got the monks, you've got David Tennant do a Scottish accent, right? And all of that is I don't want to say fine, because, you know, I'm not actually a really big fan of it. But how about this? Let's make a deal. I'll raise it to C and say, I see how you guys can like it and I don't. How about that? Let's call it even. Up next is School Reunion, this is I think the most controversial and complicated episode I'll have to talk about on this list. Now, I already started my video off in a controversial spot by saying that this series fucking sucks, but it does, you know? And I have to say it because I have to be factual. I'm not a liar, guys. And I hate to break it to you as well, guys, but this episode, it does Sarah Jane so dirty, like, it's unbelievable. In fact, I would call it a straight up character assassination. Before I get ahead of myself, let me just go over the positives of this episode. Number 1, K9, he's great. Number 2, I think that the final act, right, like the third act of this episode is pretty damn solid. I would say that the scene where Sarah Jane meets the 10th Doctor for the first time, I would say that's great. I would say that's genuinely a great scene. Very top tier stuff. I think the Krillitines actually are a pretty good villain. The Krillitines and Anthony Head, yeah, they're great villains. But still, I think my criticisms stand. I think the first 2 acts are pretty damn bad. I think Sarah Jane acts not how Sarah Jane would act. I don't think. I mean, Mickey says it's when the missus meets the ex. Sarah Jane isn't an ex. I would much rather watch Sarah Jane just getting along and having fun in another episode of Doctor Who again than this like bratty argument. I don't want to see that. I think the scene where the Doctor goes all angsty and talks about how everyone dies around him, that is so bad that it kind of undoes the goodwill of the previous scene with Sarah. I kind of want to just dump it in C tier because, I mean, it does have some good elements, but I feel like people would kill me if I didn't at least put it B tier. But fuck you guys, it goes in C tier. And Tooth and Claw goes in D tier. Fuck you again, times 2. The girl in the fireplace. Fuck you guys, it's C tier. Now this is another one from famous writer Stephen Moffat. This was a very successful episode. Apparently people really like this one. I do not see it. I don't like this one at all. I don't like Madame de Pompadour. I don't like the actress who plays Madame de Pompadour. I don't like the idea that the Doctor would suddenly get like super affectionate with just some random person who he met for like literally 3 minutes. The clockwork androids, I guess it's cool in the production design, but on the actual page, like writing wise, I don't like it. I mean, I just don't really care for this episode at all. I mean, Rose and Mickey literally have nothing to do the whole time. I will say that the design of the spaceship is cool, at least. I will say that the production design of the clockwork androids is good, but I will put it in C tier because I think the production design does save it. And I do think there is that one good scene where there's the clockwork android in the corner and it's ticking. In my opinion, this is Stephen Moffat's worst episode before he becomes showrunner. Right now, a lot of people will really disagree, but that's just my opinion, guys. That's why it's my tier list, not yours. And next up is Rise of the Cybermen. I'm gonna put that right next to Tooth and Claw. This episode is bad. I don't understand how anyone could like this one. The pacing is so bad. It's not the real origin of the Cybermen. It's lazy, it's contrived. Really don't like the design of these Cybermen. I don't like how they just say delete, delete, delete all the time. I feel like if this was an hour long, or should I say a 2 hour long 2-part 2-parter instead of a 90-minute 2-parter, maybe, because I'm going to put Age of Steel right next to it in D tier. I mean, I like the actor who plays John Lumick. I think he does a good job considering that the character he was given makes literally no sense and is just a Cyberman Davros, but worse, right? And then he becomes the Cyber Controller, which I guess I will give it this. Nicholas Briggs' voicing of the Cybermen is really great. I mean, the Cyberman design is just garbage. You see, the thing is that there's a small quirk in Doctor Who in that the Cybermen, despite being up there in the holy trinity of Doctor Who villains, they have a little problem, which is that like 90% of their episodes are shit. They're just not good. You'll see a lot of people, they'll be like, oh, I'm a massive Cybermen fan. I love when the Cybermen are done right. You see, the problem is that the Cybermen are never done right. And this episode is them not being done right. I guess you could say the soundtrack in these 2 episodes is pretty good. I guess that's what saves it from being F tier. The story beats that it goes through, I mean, the ending is nonsensical. The fact that these 2 episodes are incredibly popular, but the Cybermen episodes in the Chibnall era are like hated, like I don't understand. If these episodes released in the Chibnall era, there would be riots in the streets. And then we've got an episode which will immediately join them in The Idiot's Lantern, which is just, I mean, what is it? I want to put this episode in D tier because I don't want to oversaturate F tier. This is like very low D tier. Do I even need to go into it? The ending is insulting. Apparently people like The Wire, like as a villain, not us. I guess you've got the start of that running joke with the magpies. Every single shot, Dutch angle, and the Doctor's hair is ridiculous. But now guys, finally we are on to episodes that aren't complete fodder trash. The Impossible Planet is a solid B tier episode. Now the Ood are a bunch of like really mixed metaphors, all stumbling over each other always, and it's quite confusing, but I feel like it gets more confusing in the series 4 episode rather than in this one. In this one I feel like the Ood, they make sense, whereas later on there's just too many metaphors walking over each other for it to be cohesive. I think that the mystery box element in the Impossible Planet does make it better than the Satan Pit, but I do think the Satan Pit is not bad enough to put it in C tier. I think the Satan Pit has a lot of really solid elements. I think the voice work of the devil, I think the design of the devil is really good. I think the design of the Ood is really good. I think that these 2 episodes are perfectly serviceable, and it's only because every single episode in the series before them has been complete trash that a lot of people will put this in A and S. I should probably tell now that it's not that I don't like the idea of a Doctor and companion relationship, or like a Doctor and companion love story, or even like just a Doctor love story with someone who isn't a companion. It's just that it's never done well, and it's always goofy, and this series is goofy. Another thing that's goofy is the gun effects in this episode. I don't know why they look so weird here. They literally don't look weird in any of the other episodes. It's just here. I would say the directing is good though. I think B tier is where these episodes belong. Well, now we're on to Love and Monsters. You know, everyone loves this episode. Am I right, guys? Kind of want to put it in C. So people really hate this episode, and I kind of get why. And then on the other hand, people love to say that this episode's like really underrated and it's actually a masterpiece. I think it has some really good moments. I think it's got its pros. It definitely has its pros. It definitely has its cons too though. Like, let's be real, let's not be blinded. Do I want to put it in B? That'll piss people off. If I put Love and Monsters above School Reunion and Girl in the Fireplace, yeah, that'll really piss people off. Maybe I should do it just to annoy people. Nah, I think C tier is fair. I mean, the Absorbaloff, it's actually a design by a kid. It was a Blue Peter competition, if I remember correctly. I mean, it isn't actually a bad design. I think Peter Kay is pretty funny with it. I think the ending may actually be the highlight. Not the ending scene that you're thinking about, but the bit where the Absorbaloff chases him and then the Doctor shows up, because I feel like it starts pretty well. I think the episode actually starts off pretty well, apart from that goofy ass Scooby-Doo scene, which, I mean, the edits are too obvious for it to be pulled off well. But, you know, I still think that, you know, the callbacks to the previous episodes, all of that, I think that helps bridge the series together. Genuinely, I really do think that. The subplot with Jackie, I skip that every time, usually. I had to watch this episode in full. I had to rewatch this whole series in full, guys, for this video. It was not a fun time. I especially did not like New Earth and Rise of the Cybermen. Those were my 2 least favorite episodes on this rewatch so far, you know. Foreshadowing, guys. But yeah, I think C is fair. It has its pros, it has its cons. And now we're on to Fear Her, which is pretty... is it solidly F? Is it solidly F, or is it high F, low D? That's the question. Because this episode, I mean, spoiler alert, I really hated this one too. It's definitely not as bad as Rise of the Cybermen, which means it has to be D. I really didn't like Rise of the Cybermen on this rewatch. I think that it's so weird because I think The Idiot's Lantern is a worse episode than Rise of the Cybermen, but I just really didn't like rewatching Rise of the Cybermen. Anyway, we're meant to be talking about Fear Her. Episode sucks. The ending is terrible. The beginning is terrible. The middle is terrible. I guess you could say the concept isn't terrible. Maybe it could have been done well in a universe different to this one. Damn, I really split between F and D. I'm gonna put it D just because I put Rise of the Cybermen in D, so I feel like Fear Her has to be in D. And here we are already. We're at the finale. Army of Ghosts and Doomsday. I really like Army of Ghosts. I'm actually gonna throw a curveball and put Army of Ghosts in S. I think this episode is pretty damn great. It's a pretty damn great setup. I think that the cliffhanger is really what makes me love this episode, but I think genuinely on rewatch, like looking at it from a critical view, I mean, I've looked at these episodes, I've rewatched them so many times, I've looked at them from every single possible view. Looking at it this time around, I genuinely think it holds up. I mean, the structure is great. The unveiling at the very end is of course great. I think that finale is top tier. I think the episode actually looks pretty good. The problem with series 2 is that the aesthetic is very flat. I mean, apart from that, I really don't like the visuals in this series. But I think Army of Ghosts looks pretty good. I think the location is good. I think the casting is good. I think Jackie really gets a chance to shine in this episode. Mickey comes back, he gets a chance to shine in this episode. The soundtrack is great. As I mentioned like 3 times already, the cliffhanger is great. I would put it S. I mean, it isn't on the level as the S tier episodes of last series, I would say. Actually, I'd say this episode is on the level of Aliens in London. But can part 2 live up to the hype? Well, I'm gonna be nice and put it A tier. I'm gonna play nice, guys. I'm gonna play nice. You can put down your pitchforks. I'm playing nice. Doomsday has a really solid opening half. I'd say the opening half is on the level of an S tier episode. The second half lets it down. You know, a lot of people were really invested in the emotional climax, you know, of Rose and the Doctor. You know, they were really invested in that relationship. I was not. So when that stuff becomes the main focus, the episode slows down to a snail's pace. And even then, all of that is undermined in the cliffhanger at the very end where Donna shows up. Like, I can't imagine being really invested in that episode and like crying and all of that, and then Donna shows up and you're expected to, I don't know, laugh or whatever. It's a strange choice, let's just say that. The way they deal with the Cybermen and the Daleks, I mean, I guess it's fine, right? You know what I mean? You've got to deal with them somehow, even if it is I just pulled a solution out of my ass. I felt like this is another episode where if it aired in the Chibnall era, people would be throwing tantrums left, right and center. But you know, people are more forgiving of the episodes back in these days. A lot of Cybermen fans throw hissy fits that they couldn't beat the Daleks, but sorry to break it to you guys, but the Cybermen are frauds and the Daleks are actually good villains. So all of this Doctor and Rose stuff, which is a main focus in this episode, it just goes right through me. I think the battle scenes are really good. I think the writing, the confrontation between the Dalek and Cybermen, that is up there. That's a really great scene. I mean, yeah, I think it's just an A tier episode. I mean, part of me wants to be a bully and, you know, move it down to B, but I can't do that in good conscience without trolling, because it is a great episode, even if the emotional part, which is what a lot of people really love about it, is the thing that I don't. But I guess that's been the case with the whole season, because I'd rate this series very low. If I had to give this series a rank, I'd probably put it in D as the average, right? Even if the finale is very good. Well, that's my list. I'm sure you loved it. I'm sure you all love me. Guys, this is the problem. I have to be honest. It's to a fault. I can't lie and cope and say that this series is good when it's not. But you know, don't worry. Next video, I won't have to cope, because series 3 is actually good. Let's go! What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Today, guys, we're doing our tier list for series 3. Now, I know that everyone loved my series 2 tier list, so you know, I'm eager to get into this one. So let's just start with Smith and Jones, the premiere of series 3, and in my opinion, the strongest premiere of any Doctor Who series so far. I'm talking about the tier list, not every single series. I mean series 1 to 3. I mean, do I just want to start this video off like with an immediate S tier? Because I feel like this episode is worthy. In fact, fuck it, S tier. Let me just let you in on a little secret, just between us, you know what I mean? I love this series. The leap up in quality from series 2 to 3 is, I think, one of the biggest leaps up in quality in Doctor Who ever. The contenders are 24 to 25. Like, that's a pretty damn big leap. Yeah, I mean, I think those are the two biggest ones. I mean, it's either 24 to 25 or series 2 to series 3, because god damn, if you compare New Earth to Smith and Jones, it's like night and day. This episode is great. I mean, it's got a great antagonist. It's got a great antagonistic force in the Jadoon. They introduce Martha, who's like the best. It's even got that cute bit of time travel at the very beginning where like he takes off his tie and then he comes back at the very end. The opening is great. The middle is great. It moves by at such a fast pace, but like it's so well paced. You know what I mean? Each scene has a purpose. It forms together like a puzzle, which I love when Doctor Who does that. I love when those episodes exist. I think the excuse for the premise of the hospital being on the moon, the Jadoon don't have jurisdiction to act on Earth, I think that's just like, it's really well thought out and it justifies its existence, which I think is a big problem, spoiler alert, that some people will have with later episodes, especially some in the Chibnall era, where they feel like they have these big grand concepts, but they don't do enough to justify the big grand concept. I'm going to talk about those Chibnall era series and those Moffat era series because let's be real, I'm talking about both here. Talk about both of them in due time. For now we're talking about series 3, and I think Smith and Jones sits safely in the S tier, but I feel comfortable at least right now with it in the S tier. Maybe we'll reevaluate the list at the very end, right? Because this is a very complicated series. The Shakespeare Code is next, and I think is it B or is it C? Is it B or is it C? Because instinctively I went to put it in B, but as you guys know, I have rewatched all of these episodes, you know, in preparation for the list, and the Shakespeare Code isn't all that. This is one of those rare episodes where the first act is kind of mediocre and the third act is also kind of mediocre, but the second act is pretty fun. Most of the time it's usually the first or the final act which are like the big hitters or the big misses in these episodes, but this is one of those rare ones where like it's a bit weird at the very start, and the very end, like the way they defeat the Carrier Knights is a bit strange. When it hits its stride, it hits its stride, but at the same time there are some elements which really hold it back. So I'm gonna put it in C. I remembered it being better than it was. This one's done by Gareth Roberts, if I remember correctly, and it's one of his weaker ones. Actually, no, I can't say that. He's got some really trash ones later on, so I guess this would have to be in his top half. But yeah, I kind of want to put it in C. Then after that, we go into Gridlock, which is, I mean, I'm fine putting Gridlock in A. This has a lot really going for it. I'll go over the con really fast. The Macra, they are incredibly wasted in this episode. The Macra are deserving, to be honest, of a full episode, maybe in a future series. That would be incredible. The Macra are just a great villain, and to have them wasted as like these mindless crabs, which they basically amount to in this episode, is a shame. But the episode itself is really compelling. I mean, you've got the stuff below the surface, you've got the stuff above the surface. I feel like this is the episode that gets the face of Bo right. It's crazy how this can be a sequel to such a bad episode and still be so good. I really like the concept of like the never-ending traffic jam. I think it's just very well done. I think this episode is very well done. I feel comfortable putting this one in A tier. And now we're moving into, I feel like, the really complicated part of the series. I feel like the start, like these first 3 episodes, even if I put Shakespeare Code in C, I feel like the start is very solid. I think we can all agree the ending of series 3 is also very solid. But there's this mid portion. I would say there isn't a consensus on the middle section of series 3. And I think Daleks in Manhattan is the epitome of that. I'm just going to put it in B tier for now, but as I talk, I'll discuss my mindset. I mean, this episode is very strange conceptually. It's basically Brotherhood of the Daleks, right? But in New York, and it's got Andrew Garfield in it. It's got Laszlo, which is probably my least favorite part of the episode. Dalek Sec Hybrid is a very bold idea. I'm just going to put both of them in B tier for now. Does this episode pull it off? I can't say. My opinion on this episode changes all the time. Maybe I should do a full video on this 2-part. It's probably the weirdest Dalek episode like ever. I think it has a lot really going for it. It looks great. I think the production design is really good here. The pig tapes is such a weird thing to have in a Dalek episode, but the makeup is really good. But I still don't really like them. I'm so split on this episode. I think I'm gonna keep both of them in B. As you guys will become aware, I'm a big Dalek fan, and I do think this episode, like, it simultaneously does them dirty and also does them very well, because I feel like them being like this kind of mid-series just regular freak of the week villain kind of undermines them, considering before, you know, they were like massive finale bait. I feel like to general audiences, these 2 episodes are what kind of, it started the downward trend of them being seen more so as like a joke again. And then there was of course the Stolen Earth, but like it was a downward trend after this one where they were taken less and less seriously by the audience, not by the show, by the audience. And so for now, yeah, I'm gonna put them in B tier. I mean, I could talk about these episodes for so long. The Lazarus Experiment. This may be the worst of the series, but it isn't as bad as I remembered it being. I remember this one being really terrible, but I kind of want to just put it in C. I mean, it has the Jones family. I was gonna say the Martha family. That's not it. The Jones family. It has them, so like it's building all of their characters. But Martha's mum in this series, she's working with the Saxons. Oh yeah, we'll get to the story arc in just a second. I feel like she just isn't very likable at all, which means that her not liking the Doctor, it's very hard for you to not just take the Doctor's side and be like, this bitch. The Lazarus monster, they bit off a bit more than they could chew, sadly. I think the set piece at the very end is all right. I think Mark Gatiss does a pretty good job. I think he's better in this episode than he is in Twice Upon a Time. It's not all that. I've got it in C tier currently. Should I move it down to D? Yes, I'm gonna put it in D. I feel like the Shakespeare Code is a step above the Lazarus Experiment. This is one of those ones which is only saved because it is relevant to the finale. 42 marks the end of these rather forgettable mid-series 3 stories. Not forgettable, rather hit or miss, should I say. And I'm gonna put it in C tier. I feel like this is just like the most 5 out of 10 episode of Doctor Who ever. It's not bad enough to be called bad, and it's not good enough to be called good. It's literally mid. It's got the gimmick of 42 minutes. I mean, B implies above average, and I feel like 42 is average, but I feel like 42 is a better episode than the Shakespeare Code. Like, it's quite thrilling. It's quite a thrilling episode. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in C, but it's a high C. It's a high C. And yep, that's the end of the baby time episodes. It's time for the big boy episodes. We've got Human Nature. I'm gonna put this one in A tier. Now, a lot of people will put this in S. I'm gonna put the Family of Blood in S, spoiler alert. But I feel like Human Nature is a very, very good episode, but it has like just a few slight cons. A lot of people bring up like the way Martha is treated in these episodes. I feel like that's intentional, so you can't hold it against the episode. But I feel like Human Nature, it just has like just some weird quirks. I can't even necessarily point them out. Feels like I'm really stretching for criticism, but trust me, I'm not. This episode is great. I am not in any way arguing with anyone who would put this episode in S tier. It's just for me, I feel like part 2 is a step above part 1, or not even a step. A Human Nature is high A, and I feel like Family of Blood is just about S. Like, it just about goes in there. Both of these episodes are really great, but I feel like Family of Blood, it just has that really good ending which wraps it up all together, whereas I feel like Human Nature's ending, I mean, obviously it's a part 1, so you don't get that sense of completion, but it just feels a bit, oh, we've ended the episode now, get ready for part 2. And the resolution to the part 1 cliffhanger is literally Martha gets out of the chokehold. Wow, it really seems like I'm nitpicking here. I like this episode, guys. Family of Blood is great. I already talked about it briefly. I can move on to the next one, which is Blink. Oh, this is the one where everyone's gonna hate me, but I'm putting it in C tier. This is another one done by Mr. Stephen Moffat, and as you guys all know, I think he's an incredible writer. I think it's definitely better than The Girl in the Fireplace. I think there's a lot really going for this episode. I mean, it's worldwide loved. This one like a bath. I think most people would put this one in S tier. I feel like that's the general consensus. I really like the Weeping Angels. Actually, I don't. I take that back. I think the Weeping Angels are a very good creation by Stephen Moffat. I'm not cuckoo crazy for them like some people are. That's like, they're the best Doctor Who villain of all time. They're not, but they are pretty good. Mr. Moffat, I think we can give this to him. I think everyone can agree that he is very good at coming up with original aliens, and I think the Weeping Angel, I feel like the Weeping Angels are very good original aliens. But I think what lets the episode down is the character of Sally and her boyfriend Larry. Those two characters are kind of mediocre, and I guess for just one-offs, they're better than the usual Doctor Who one-offs. The fact is that this episode has been praised so much, but like, it really does have a lot of flaws. Now, I don't want to point them out to like ruin people's enjoyment of this episode, because if you really enjoy this episode, not only all power to you, but like, I hope you keep enjoying this episode. I don't want to ruin anyone's enjoyment of it, but because people have said it's perfect so many times, going into it, you just see all the flaws and all the cracks that much more. So maybe this episode is actually B tier, and I'm being mean by putting it in C. The laws of the episode are constantly broken. The transcript at the very end, it just makes no sense. The Weeping Angels aren't threatening when you realize that every single person who gets touched and went back in time has like a really wonderful life, right? Like, they go back in time and then they just have a great time. We see mirrors all around the Weeping Angel's house. So what if one of them accidentally looked in the mirror? It's just frozen forever? Whoops, I guess. We see them staring out the window, but surely they would see their own reflection in the window and then cause them to be still for all eternity. In my opinion, Blink is a death by 1,000 cuts type of episode where the baseline is pretty good, and I feel like a lot of people will just overlook all of the flaws, but as a Doctor Who fan who's watched these episodes like 1,000 times each, they really just pop out to me every time I see this one. So yeah, maybe being generous, I'd put it at a B, but I think for now, for my tier list, I'm gonna keep Blink at C. It's still a good episode though. I would say it's better than 42 and the Shakespeare Code, which means it's the highest C. And here we are, we're at the finale, Utopia, the Sound of Drums, and the Last of the Time Lords. I'm just gonna cut to the chase and put Utopia in S tier. Conceptually, it's done really well. The crossover with Torchwood, this is probably Captain Jack's best episode. I feel like this episode just has really good scenes back to back to back, and then they all come together. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else. Every single scene individually of this episode is good, and then when you put them together, it's still good. Usually when you watch episodes where there are certain scenes of them that are really good, when you put them together, they like lose the cohesiveness and aren't as good as the sum of their parts. But Utopia is one of them where I would say it is as good as the sum of its parts because it's just a great episode. So the common criticism is that this episode is lessened by the ones that come after it. I couldn't disagree more. I think this episode gets better with the ones that come after it. And I think now we have to talk about it. Derek Jacobi as the Master is incredible for such short screen time he has. Like, he is just popping off. They have this little, it's not even an interaction. They have just this little 1 second scene where the 10th Doctor, he runs in and he sees the Derek Jacobi Master just for a second before he enters the TARDIS. It's just incredible performances from both actors, David Tennant and Derek Jacobi, where they've been talking and communicating in all these scenes together all throughout the episode. But it's only in just this one glance at the very end that they finally recognize each other. And there's that look of recognition where it's just like, oh my god, I could talk about it all day. And what a cliffhanger as well. Like, that is a top tier cliffhanger. I would say Utopia is one of those cliffhangers where the soundtrack is incredible. I mean, the reveal of the Master is just so good. I feel like it is kind of obvious if you knew going in because they literally play the sound clips of the Master, but it still gets me every time, man. The soundtrack is incredible. I feel like the use of flashbacks, this is something that only affects me, but in the Russell T Davies era, whenever they use these flashbacks, it feels so rewarding. It feels like it's saying, you've paid attention to the series, good job, here's the payoff. You know what I mean? Sometimes in other shows I watch, not that there's many, I mainly just watch Doctor Who again and again and again, right? But usually when there's flashbacks, it feels like gratuitous, like, okay, we get it. But in Doctor Who, I don't know what it is. And it's not even just in Doctor Who, it's basically just in this era. When there are flashbacks, man, it hits. And you know what else hits? The Sound of Drums. This episode is another S tier. I don't give a fuck. A lot of people say they really don't like this one, and even more say they don't like The Last of the Time Lords, which, spoiler alert, is also getting put in S. I feel like if you were to compare scene by scene Utopia and The Sound of Drums, they aren't as good. Utopia is better, but I feel like The Sound of Drums, it just has so much going for it. I feel like the Toclafane, everyone talks about the Weeping Angels. The Toclafane are maybe the best original villain. The sound effect, simplicity of the design, the sing-song voices, the Master's introduction of the Toclafane, where the Doctor gets that they're a joke, right? It's like the Master is playing one big prank on humanity and no one gets it apart from him, where these Gallifreyan fairies come down and everyone's looking forward to seeing them come down, but when they do, they just kill everyone. It's incredibly morbid, and it only gets more morbid with The Last of the Time Lords, which I'm also putting in S tier. The revelation that the Toclafane are humans from the future, I'm sure that there must have been some people who didn't see it coming, but I feel like this is one of the only twists in Doctor Who which I just didn't even think about because it's so dark. It's such a dark idea. The fact that there were millions of people who went up in that rocket ship and then they all died, like they were like, oh my god, we're gonna be free, we're gonna go to Utopia, it's gonna be great, guys. And then they all died, and not only did they die, they were then turned into these horrific monsters, which they're basically children. I mean, the crazy thing about it is that technically the Master did take them to Utopia. They were stripped of all individuality and they live in this constant state of joy while slaughtering hundreds of millions of innocent people. I mean, it is It's incredibly dark, but like it's also very well thought through. In my opinion, the paradox makes complete sense. I'm sure I don't need to explain it to you, but I feel like a lot of people, when they say that the very end where everything gets undone doesn't make sense, I feel like they just weren't paying attention to the episode. I mean, it makes complete sense. Imagine this, right? So there is a paradox, which is that the Toclophane are the humans from the future, and they come back and they kill their own ancestors, right? Basically, the future where the Toclophane come from and the current world that they are creating by coming back in time cannot coexist. And the only thing that keeps them from coexisting is the paradox machine, which the master created. So if you destroy the paradox machine, well, it's like clockwork keeping everything in place. When you take that out of the equation, it severs the connection and it basically rewinds every single thing that happens. I mean, to me, that makes perfect sense. I also think that the Archangel network being, you know, telepathic satellites, I feel like that more than adequately sets up the very end where the Doctor basically charges the spirit bomb, he goes Super Saiyan, and then through the power of strings gets lifted off the ground. I'm very, very happy with these 3 episodes. In fact, they may be the best finale of the Russell T Davies era. I mean, they are just very consistent, and I feel very comfortable putting them all in S tier. Now, there are a few problems, I would say. I feel like John Simm's master, he's definitely not bad, but he gets better, definitely not in End of Time, but he does get better in The Doctor Fools. I mean, he's one of my favorite actors, but I mean, he has his moments, of course he does. I mean, in The Sound of Drums especially, he is basically great throughout, but in The Last of the Time Lords, he's just not my favorite master incarnation. He isn't as great as Derek Jacobi, let's say, could be. I mean, I still think it hits home. And as I said, I feel very comfortable putting in S tier. I feel very comfortable saying that this series is A tier. If we look at the average of this tier list, I feel like I feel very comfortable saying that this series is A. I feel very comfortable saying a lot of things, don't I? It's almost like I've spent hours researching and rewatching all these episodes to create the definitive tier list of Doctor Who. What's up, everybody? We're here with a tier list. I'm gonna be ranking every single Doctor Who episode. Yeah, this one's S tier, so I'm gonna put The Empty Child in B tier. This series fucking sucks. Fuck you guys, it goes in C tier. This episode is bad. I can't lie and cope and say that this series is good when it's not. And Tooth and Claw goes in D tier. Fuck you again, times 2. It's almost like I've spent hours researching and rewatching all these episodes to create the definitive tier list of Doctor Who. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have the tier list for series 4 uploaded, so. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Today, guys, we're doing the Doctor Who Series 4 tier list. I've done Series 1, I've done Series 2, I've done Series 3. I can count, so it's time to do Series 4. Can you guys just pretend I did an intro? Let's just start the video. Well, first off, we've got Partners in Crime. Now, I felt like this series as a whole, I was looking over it just before I started recording, right? Because obviously, you know, as I've said in my previous videos, I've rewatched basically every episode of Doctor Who to just refresh my mind just before doing these videos, even though I feel like I've watched each of these episodes like at the very least at least 15 times, like all of them. I feel like just re-looking over them, this is gonna be a really hard list. There are some where it's just, there's no contention. We know the ranking they're gonna be. But then there are others where, I mean, I'm not too sure. And I think one of those is Partners in Crime. I think just for now, I'm gonna put it in A, right? But as I talk, I might move it up to S because this is a really great episode. It's structured so well. You don't really know how good an episode's structure is until you've really watched those with bad structure. I would say my biggest problem with the modern Doctor Who is the 45-minute episode format. When these episodes are 45 minutes, man, like sometimes they just really shoot themselves in the foot. I think I will just move it up to S because, I mean, it's very funny. I think it's got quite a good premise. I think the execution is better than the premise. I think it is a bit weird that the Doctor, instead of, you know, just using his time machine to go in at nighttime, goes in during the day and then literally waits 9 hours until nighttime doing nothing. But the execution, the montages in this episode, the comedic sequences, I would say the music in Series 4, I think the soundtrack in Series 3 is actually really good, but I think it takes up a notch in Series 4. I didn't mention this in my previous video. Actually, I should, because I thought of it while I was editing. But the soundtrack in the finale, not necessarily Utopia, but The Sound of Drums and Last of the Time Lords, the soundtrack in that finale, it is a bit lacking, right? I think that the Master's theme, the Master Vainglorious, if I recall, it isn't my favorite. I mean, a lot of people really like it. To me, it is very irritating and I'm not too big a fan of the Rhythm of 4. I mean, I'm not too big a fan of the untempered schism and all of that. I don't think that impacts my ranking of those episodes. If you want to see my ranking, by the way, check out the previous video. But what I'm trying to say, you know, bring all that up, is that I do think that the soundtrack from series 4 does take a leap. I would say that the soundtrack from series 1 to 3 is all right, but it really does take a leap in series 4. I mean, all right is a bit mean. It's good, but series 4, especially in this episode, I think going from series 3 to series 4, you notice the big leap up. But anyway, yeah, I feel like Partners in Crime, it's either A or S. I think it's a low S or very high. Okay, final decision, I'm putting it at low S. The Fires of Pompeii is next. This is another one. I'm going to put it in B for now. I might lower it or raise it. But Fires of Pompeii is one which apparently is very popular. I mean, it's alright. I think a big problem I have, it's not necessarily this episode or even this episode's fault. And this happens all the time, where the first episode, you know, it ends with the companion coming on, the new companion coming on to face the universe and have a whole series of new adventures, you know, fun antics. And then in their next episode, immediately after joining, they like break down in tears and have a full argument with the Doctor, and it's like, shouldn't we save this for like the second half of the series, or maybe even like episode 3 at the very least? Can't we have like one fun adventure before we go straight into emotional turmoil and challenges? And I feel like that's kind of the weird thing about the Fires of Pompeii and Planet of the Ood, which we'll talk about in a second. But like, Donna is breaking down in tears in these episodes, and it's like, well, if you're not having fun, why do you keep going along with it? Not to say that Donna and the Doctor aren't an incredible pairing. I mean, you guys know I really like Martha. Donna and the Doctor, especially in this series, are very good. David Tennant by series 4, he's got his stride, basically swaggering through these episodes, and I feel like he's also really good in this episode. I feel like the concept in this episode is just a bit strange, and so is the pacing. I feel like the pacing is the thing that lets this episode down a lot. I mean, for example, you have like one scene where Donna gets kidnapped and then she literally gets saved in the next scene. Like, it literally just cuts from that to her getting saved. I mean, 45 minutes, am I right? The eternal enemy of modern Doctor Who. The story arc of the missing planets is kind of weak. I really like this series. Spoiler alert, I think series 4 is pretty good, and I think most people agree that series 4 is pretty good, right? But the story arc of the darkness and the planets popping up and Rose being in the background, I feel like it's the least compelling, even more than Torchwood. I feel like Torchwood as a story arc is more compelling than the darkness. I feel like the quality of the episodes though are just significantly better than series 2. I feel like Fires of Pompeii is C, but it's just a weird episode. I feel like the weird pacing, certain weird scenes let it down, whereas it does have it finishes on a high, I would say. Planet of the Ood, I'm gonna put this one in B tier. I feel like this, so I mentioned this in my series 2 review, but I'm gonna fully go into depth now. I feel like this episode, it has a real big problem in that the Ood, what are the Ood? Like, what are they meant to mean outside the show? There are so many metaphors that the Ood are meant to represent. You know, there's symbolism for so many different things, and they contradict each other. Like, these metaphors contradict each other. But even still, I think the episode is pretty good. That scene where the Claw is chasing the Doctor, I mean, I think that looks pretty good. I think the snow base, I think looks pretty good. I think that the Ood, how do I say this? I feel like the Ood are more villainous in the series 2 episode, but like here, they are more interesting. The Ood are the actual focus, whereas before they were just henchmen. Ooh, do I want to lower it to C? No, I think B is good for this episode. Is it? I'm looking at the other episodes in the series. I feel like this is C tier. It's very high C tier. This is a good episode. I'm gonna put it in C. If I put Planet of the Ood above Fires of Pompeii, I feel like they're equal. Do I raise them both to B? I'm going to keep them both in C, just for the time being. There's a lot of really good stuff in this episode. I can't think of a part that's really that bad about it. Yeah, I'm actually going to raise it to B, and I'm going to keep Fires of Pompeii in C. And now we're on to my least favourite part of the series, which is the Sontaran two-parter. Do I want to put this in C or D? Okay, I started this video saying that I really like Series 4, and I know it doesn't seem like that so far, but I mean, there's where do I even start with these episodes? Okay, number one, the Sontarans in these episodes are terrible. Oh my god, they are so bad. I hate their plan. It's so against the Sontarans' character, but the Sontarans are major pussies in this episode, and it goes completely against their character, and I don't understand why. Like, it's such a shame, because I do think the idea of Sontarans against Unit and Martha coming back, I mean, Martha, as you guys know, is a character who I really like. So it annoys me that they bring her back for 2 episodes, a 2-parter, and then she's gone for all of it. Are we serious? The Sontarans' plan really ruins this episode, because it is such a beat you over the head allegory. Like, we all get it. Stop car fumes, stop pollution, stop greenhouse gases. We get it, okay? I'd say this is one of the most just annoying episodes because of how on the nose it is with the cars are killing everyone. We get it. But why did you have to use the Sontarans? You know what I mean? Like, they don't fit this plot line at all. The design of the Sontarans as well, like, they just don't look good. I figured it out. I'm gonna make it like this. I'm gonna put the Poison Sky in D tier, and I'm gonna keep the Sontaran stratagem in C, because I will say, for all its faults, there is a scene in the Sontaran stratagem where the Doctor confronts General Stahl, and it is great. I think that is one of David Tennant's best scenes as the Doctor. He's just so in charge. His delivery is on point, his mannerisms are on point, his body language is on point. I feel like the writing is on point. I feel like the Sontaran's response is on point. It is an incredible scene in an otherwise mediocre episode. I guess if I have to be nice, I think Colonel Mace, he's all right. Ross, the soldier who dies, he's pretty cool. I feel like just the idea of the Coeur signal. These Sontarans, they get so gassed up, no pun intended, when they're just killing all of these soldiers who can't defend themselves. There's no honor in that. You disable someone's weapon and then you kill them with chemical weaponry. Like, that's just pussy shit. But now that that's all said and done, I can actually talk about the rest of the series, which is pretty good. Oh wait, I just saw the Doctor's Daughter's C tier. Martha's pretty good in it. The Doctor's Daughter, I mean, she might come back. That was the thing. When I first watched this episode very long time ago, I was watching, I was like, she's never fucking coming back. The Doctor's daughter, Jenny, she's never coming back. Even though they ended the episode on that cliffhanger where she comes back to life, she's like, I'm gonna find you, Dad. She's never coming back. But now that Russell T Davies has come back, and you look that Georgia Tennant has been in David Tennant comedy thing in Lockdown or whatever it was. I mean, I guess she could for a cameo, probably not for a full episode. I imagine if she showed up, it would just be a cameo thing. But this episode's very mid. I feel like C tier's fine for the Doctor's Daughter. Yeah, looking at C tier now, Planet of the U definitely is a tier above. The Doctor's Daughter is just a very filler episode. I mean, I guess you could say the production design of the Hath is good. I like Martha. Martha's probably the best part of this episode. The ending bit where the Doctor's like, I'm the man who never would, that's so fucking cringe. Yeah, I feel like C is perfect for that. Okay, now we can talk about the good episodes, because as you can see down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 episodes that are basically all great. The Unicorn and the Wasp is a pretty solid A tier. I mean, I talked about Gareth Roberts a little bit last time. This is probably his best episode. It's maybe even his only good episode. I mean, I'd have to check the list, but from memory, this is the only one that stands out being that good. I mean, it is pretty great. I feel like the murder mystery aspect is good. The flashbacks are funny. I guess you could say the ending's a little bit corny, right? If you really wanted to be nitpicky, I think it's A tier. And from that, we move on to Silence in the Library, which is another one I'm going to put solidly in A tier. I mean, I've been a bit harsh on Stephen Moffat's stories and these tier lists looking back. I really like Stephen Moffat. I just want to, just for the record, you know, I like Stephen Moffat. I think he's a good writer. And I do think his episodes before he becomes showrunner and after he becomes showrunner for that matter, I think they're pretty good, right? And I think that these are great episodes as well. I just don't think they're S tier, and I know a lot of people are gonna have issue with that. I think they're both A. I'm putting them both in A. There is a lot to love in these 2 episodes. I just don't think they quite break that boundary into S, and for his previous episodes, which I've gone over, I still think they're... Actually, no, I think The Girl in the Fireplace is not that good. But even though I put Blink in C, I feel like that's just because I noticed the flaws a lot. You know, in reality, there's probably a B tier episode. And The Empty Child and The Doctor's Answer, I put those in B as well, right? So I do like Stephen Moffat's episodes, and I do like these episodes. They're just not 10 out of 10, right? And that doesn't mean they're bad, right? Just because something isn't the best doesn't mean it's good. And I think that's the case for these 2 episodes, because if you were to put these episodes in front of me and I had to watch them, I would be perfectly content. These are great episodes, especially Forest of the Dead, I think. I think this is one of those rare ones where part 2 is better than part 1. I do like part 1 as well. So it's a compliment, you know, double compliment. Saying part 2 is better than part 1 and part 1 is good. But I think the reason why I'm not putting these in S tier is because then we have Midnight, which I have to put in S tier. I feel like every single showrunner has those episodes where they write them in like a weekend because they have to, because of a limitation, and then it turns out really good. I would say Midnight is one of those episodes where you can show people who haven't even watched the show Midnight and they'll like it, because it is very good. I mean, it isn't without flaw, right? I do think that the typing, the text font is a little bit off. I'm very nitpicky. That's the collective amount of flaws I can find in this episode. I think it's very worthy of an S tier. It's very tense. I think the pacing is really good. I think the ending is really good. I think the premise is really good. I think the production value is pretty good. These limited episodes are usually very good. And I mean, I don't want to say I hope they do more because they are born out of necessity, but I do look forward for more, if that makes sense. And now on to Turn Left, which doesn't even need to be said. This episode is S tier. It's incredible. This might be the best episode of the series. I mean, this is the thing. If you look at Silence in the Library and Forest of the Dead, if you look at them and then you look at Midnight and Turn Left, I do feel pretty certain in saying that they are a tier above. Those are just 2 episodes on 2 different tiers, or should I say 4 episodes on 2 different tiers. I think Turn Left is the most rewarding episode of Doctor Who to watch. Like, if you're a Doctor Who fan and you watch Turn Left, just breaking it down smaller, if you're a Russell T Davies Doctor Who fan, because you know that there are a bunch of those out there, those Russell T Davies shills who are blind to all of his many flaws of writing, I feel like Turn Left is just incredibly rewarding to those fans. And it's a very morbid episode, and I don't want to say that morbid equals good, but you know, a lot of the time in these, I would say the first 6 series, if an episode is morbid, more than likely it's going to be good, right? What is it? What was the thing that Russell T Davies used to describe it? I think he said delightfully dark. And I would say that's how I'd describe it as well. This is probably Rose's best episode as well, unpopular opinion. She's great in this one. I think this is probably Donna's best episode. Catherine Tate has an incredible performance. I think the scenes with Wilf, I think this is Bernard Cribbin's best episode. It's really hard to choose a best bit, which is how you know that there's a good episode. Is it when they find out the time beetle exists? Is it the very ending where there's the Bad Wolf cliffhanger, which is just an incredible cliffhanger, one of the best in Doctor Who's history? Is it even before that where Donna, you know, sacrifices herself? That's an incredible moment. Is it when the stars are going out? That is probably the scariest moment in all of Doctor Who. Imagine you saw that in real life, like stars going out in the sky. That is existential fear right there. And then of course you've got the labor camp scene, which is crazy. So yeah, I feel pretty comfortable putting this in S tier. It's my new catchphrase, pretty comfortable. I feel like I say that after every episode. I feel pretty comfortable putting The Stolen Earth in S tier as well, to be honest. So I just said that Turn Left is the most rewarding to Doctor Who fans and Russell T Davies era fans. Is Stolen Earth more rewarding? I feel like they're both equal, or maybe Turn Left is just a tiny little bit more. Just that opening, like the opening title sequence where it shows all the names and it's got like John Barrowman, Elizabeth Sladen, Billie Piper. That is just hype incarnate. This episode is just hype incarnate. End of Time just does not compare. Sorry guys, don't worry, I'm going to be doing my Doctor Who specials tier list soon, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be series 5 probably. The scenes with Davros and the Doctor in The Stolen Earth, not so much Journey's End, but in The Stolen Earth, are incredible. Some of the best in Doctor Who. I think the writing is great. I think the soundtrack in The Stolen Earth especially, it may have the best soundtrack of the Russell T Davies era, which is why it pains me so much to put Journey's End in B tier, because as great as a setup The Stolen Earth is, Journey's End, it kind of drops the ball. I really don't like the ending with Rose and the Parallel Doctor. I don't really like the Parallel Doctor at all. I think the way the Daleks are defeated is stupid. It doesn't really make sense that Davros, who is like the Daleks' pet, he's got controls which can just blow up every Dalek. Like, who put that there? All of the characters just randomly showing up in the same room at the very end. I think it's quite dumb. I think that the scenes with Davros the Doctor and then Rose there included are definitely not as compelling as the scenes in part 1. I mean, I don't really like the Doctor and Rose being together. I think the cliffhanger of The Stolen Earth is pretty well crafted in order to just create as much hype for the finale as possible. I mean, I said earlier, the resolution is pretty dumb. I feel like Journey's End is just, I don't want to say it's a flop, right? Because I put it in B. If I thought the episode was bad, I put it in C. It has stuff going for it. I mean, it has the Martha subplot, it does have certain scenes with all of the characters, and it does have the Donna scene at the very end, which is heartbreaking. Very well done, emotional gut punch. I am, of course, desensitized to it now because, you know, on the 15th rewatch, you know, it doesn't hit quite the same. But still, it's very good. It probably isn't the best finale. In fact, I'll probably say it's the worst Russell T Davies series finale. But it's still pretty good. And I feel like if we look at the average of this series, yeah, it started maybe a little bit weak. This is still maybe it's an A+, like S minus A+ average for the series. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, I really like this series. On the rewatch, I would say, surprisingly, I think I preferred Series 3, which is crazy because the consensus in the wider fandom is that Series 1 and 4 are the best Russell T Davies series, and then probably Series 4 is the best Russell T Davies series. But I mean, I really enjoyed Series 3 this time round, I must say. I mean, maybe it'll change on my next rewatch, which will probably be in like a week, I don't fucking know. And well, that's the tier list and the Russell T Davies era as a whole. Next episode, next time on Dragon Ball Z, I will be moving into the Stephen Moffat series, Series 5. So I hope you leave a like, I hope you subscribe. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another tier list video, guys. Today we're doing a tier list for Doctor Who Series 5. I've already done Series 1, Series 2, Series 3, and Series 4, but I have not done the specials. I'm saving all of those for last, because for now we are doing Series 5. We are finally out of the Russell T Davies era, we are finally in the Stephen Moffat era, and I must say, just overlooking the tier list right now, I must say a lot of these episodes are looking better than most of the Russell T Davies episodes that I've just been watching. This series is pretty good. While I was rewatching this, there were episodes which I didn't remember liking as much that I enjoyed a lot more. I think there's only one episode in this series which I don't really like. But anyway, let's get right into it with the 11th hour, which I'm putting that straight in A tier. It is a very good episode, I think. I would be perfectly happy with someone putting in an S for their opinion. I mean, I'm gonna lower it just slightly. Actually, do I put it in S? I put Partners in Crime in S and Smith and Jones in S, and I think this episode is around that level. I mean, it is just an incredible introduction. There's really a lot to like here. I mean, it's got a great beginning, middle, end. It's got a clever structure. You know me and structure. I love when an episode has a good structure. I like when it all fits together like a puzzle. That's what I like in a Doctor Who episode. And I think this one does. I think this one has a pretty good... Ooh. Okay, so I started... What did I put in my notes? I've got notes, by the way, guys. I mentioned it once in my Series 1 tier list, and I didn't mention it in the other ones, but I do have notes. I'm looking over here. These videos aren't scripted. All off the dome. I'm just... looking at my notes. I put after my rewatch that it would be an A tier, but I didn't write any cons for the episode. I guess it would be the Rory stuff, right? Like, Rory isn't too good in this episode, but like he isn't really that bad, and it's to set up his character growth. There's also some weird stuff where it's trying to be Sherlock. It's trying to rip off Sherlock with the editing. The ending scene is a little bit weird, I guess, if I have to justify it being an A. I'm gonna put it in S. I'm actually gonna raise it to S. But The Beast Below, this was the one where I'm not too big a fan. I'm gonna put it in C, simply because of the production design. But as I mentioned in my last video, I really don't like these part 2s, these episode 2s, where the Doctor and the companion have a massive argument and like she cries and all of that. Like in the second one, like surely you should be having fun just for the first bit, and then the pain can come later, you know what I mean? But it's not even just that. I feel like the location of the Starship UK, I mean, I think the production design is pretty good, but it's too large scale for a 45-minute episode. I guess the ending stinger where the Dalek shot with Churchill, I guess that's pretty good. It's just a deeply flawed episode, you know what I mean? I'm sure that there's someone else in the comments below who will either give me an essay on why it's the best episode ever written, or one that's one of the worst. I mean, it is, I think it's the only episode which Stephen Moffat ever apologized for writing. Now, I will say, Stephen Moffat, this isn't your worst work. In fact, it's better than a lot of other people's best work. And if I were to pick an episode of Doctor Who that I'd want you to apologize for, it wouldn't be this one. But still, I do think it's probably the weakest of Series 5, which is why I'm putting it in C tier. And Victory of the Daleks, I'm going to slide that solidly into B tier. I think this is not as bad an episode as people think. A lot of people really don't like it because apparently it makes Churchill look good. I don't think it does at all. And even if it did, I don't think that really matters. And I think you're being pedantic and I think you're being weird. Frankly, I'm just gonna say it like that. If you think that this episode is bad because Churchill is in it, that is crazy. You're losing sight of the bigger picture and of what things really matter in life, not just in Doctor Who. But I mean, I think it's a very solid episode. I mean, this is Mark Gatiss, right? I'm pretty sure it's Mark Gatiss. This is probably Mark Gatiss' best episode. I mean, the Bracewell bomb kind of comes out of nowhere, but I think it's resolved quite well. I think the Spitfires in space, a lot of people think that's goofy. I think that's pretty good. Hell, I might even raise this to A tier. I mean, the Dalek design, people hate on them. I think they're pretty damn great. They were undone, which is, I guess, a con. I think the voices are great. As always, I say Nicholas Briggs does a great voice with the new Dalek voice. Honestly, I prefer these designs to the Bronze Daleks. I'm so sick and tired of Bronze Daleks at this point. I wish they had stayed with this. Maybe you can ditch the yellow and the orange. What is that? The Eternal and not the Strategist. Strategist is blue. So there's Supreme Drone, Strategist, Eternal, and then there's this fucking guy, the orange dude. He's basically useless. You can scrap him and the yellow guy, but I feel like the red, white, and blue Daleks, I feel like they're still a pretty good design. They should have stuck around, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm gonna raise it to A. I don't give a fuck. This is a great episode, guys. You guys are haters. Then after that, it goes into Time of Angels. It's funny, the images of these two episodes are wrong. The Time of Angels, yeah, I'm gonna put this in A tier as well. I think that's a great episode. Flesh and Stone, I'm gonna slide into No, I'm gonna put this in A as well. So I'm gonna put both of them in A. Now, Flesh and Stone is slightly worse. You know, it does the unthinkable and shows the angel moving, which is cardinal sin of Stephen Moffat's own writing. But I actually think these episodes are both vastly superior to Blink. I mean, the comparison I like to make is it's Alien versus Aliens, right? Not in terms of quality, in terms of style. With Alien 1 being the slow pace that I used in inverted commas, more horror-based episode, and then Time of Angels being Aliens, which is like more action-based. Now, I don't think that Blink is as good as Alien, but I think that's a good mirror between the two. As I was saying, I vastly prefer these two episodes to Blink. I think they make much better use of the angels. I mean, the angels actually kill people and they're deadly, you know, and I think they're much scarier here. I think a lot of the more iconic imagery of the Weeping Angels comes from this episode rather than Blink, and I think the recorded Weeping Angel is probably the best use of the Weeping Angels so far, at least until it pops out of the screen. That was always a bit goofy. The image of an angel becomes itself an angel, which is just an ass pull, right? Like, straight up. These new Weeping Angel rules are bullshit. But I mean, I can look over that because I think these episodes are great. By the way, did you guys realize that this wasn't inside the cave? This is outside the cave at nighttime. I always thought this was inside the cave. I always did. Only took me, was it the 13th rewatch? I'm joking, guys. It's probably like my 25th at this point. But anyway, after that is Vampires of Venice, which I thought I was going to put in C tier, but I really enjoyed this one this time round. Actually, I thought it was pretty damn funny. Vampires of Venice, I mean, it does have some pacing issues in that the subplot where Amy goes to the school is the big con to this episode. That's kind of where it slows down to a snail's pace, but literally everything else is great. I mean, it looks great. The actress who plays the main villain is pretty great as well. But I think the third act, the final bit where like he climbs up and it's raining and all of that, I think that's actually pretty good. I would say that is probably the best part of the episode. Maybe it's the bit where they're the house and they're being attacked by the vampires. Maybe that's the best part of the episode. There are good parts of this episode. I mean, I very enjoyed it. I thought it was quite funny, actually. Whereas before, I thought it was very awkward. I mean, the opening scene is very awkward, and not in a funny way. Like, the Stagnite, yeah, we could have done without that. But the very end, the final scene where just before they enter the TARDIS to leave, the Doctor's like, do you hear that? And Rory's like, it's just silence. And then everything's silent. That is like, I don't know what he was cooking with that. I mean, I guess it's very intriguing, right? But it's probably the weirdest part of the episode, that one. But you know what? I thought this was going to be a C tier. And then when I watched it, I actually really enjoyed it. So, you know, I'm quite comfortable putting this one in B. I'm definitely not going to raise it to A. I think the episodes in A are vastly superior to Vampires of Venice. But it was much better than I remembered it being. Next up is Amy's Choice. Gonna put that one straight in S tier, baby. My notes here, I've got my notes pulled up. I didn't actually have my notes pulled up for the series 4 one, but I've got my notes pulled up here. I wrote Dream Lord very good And I've got very good in all caps. Toby Jones is incredible in this episode. I mean, he is very funny. I laughed out loud multiple times. He is one of the best one-off villains in modern Doctor Who, I would say, without a doubt. I mean, the structure of this episode with it going back and forth, I do think that it's pretty obvious that both of them are dreams, that both of the plot lines are dreams. I've watched this episode with other people and they've all caught on pretty fast that both of the episodes are dreams. So it's not just me. I mean, I really like the production design. I really like the editing. I really like the soundtrack. I really like the writing. I think it's all just top tier. And it also ties into that kind of, 11th Doctor character arc where he's got that dark side, you know what I mean? Overall, just a very good episode. And then we go into the Hungry Earth and Cold Blood. Now, I'm actually gonna put the Hungry Earth in B and then Cold Blood in A, because the Hungry Earth it's all right. It's one of those ones where everything is perfectly serviceable in it. It's just got that weird pacing. I mean, it has very good scenes in it. I think it's called Akela, right? Akela? Or is it Alak? I don't fucking know these Silurians names. The scene with him and the Doctor. Him. Her and the Doctor. He's him. The scene with her and the Doctor, like that's a pretty great scene. Amy being sucked into the Earth so early on is a bit strange. I think the Hungry Earth is just an alright episode. I don't have a lot that really drags it down, no pun intended. But I think part 2 is where this episode really steps up. Now, a lot of people don't really like part 2. They think the pacing is weird, which is... I mean, I guess it's a fair opinion, but I think the pacing is better in part 2 than in part 1. Basically, like a modern retelling of Doctor Who and the Silurians. I was going to say it isn't as good, but Doctor Who and the Silurians is 7 parts long. But still, I do think the episode is better and handles them better. But I think this is a very good effort. And I also think the ending is very good, which I think seals the deal. Because I think overall, the Silurian city, the diplomatic tensions, I think that is what really drives the plot, until this climactic ending, which I think, apart from Doctor Who waving his sonic screwdriver around like a laser gun, I think it is very good. And then you've of course got that scene with the crack in time and then Rory gets shot, which is, I still think the cliffhanger at the end where he pulls out the piece of the TARDIS, the soundtrack there, the voiceover there, they all accumulate to make just an incredible what the fuck is going on mystery box moment. Now, Stephen Moffat, as we will come to know, is the mystery box master, and I would come close and say that might be the best mystery box moment in all of modern Doctor Who, I would say. I mean, there are some contenders. I would say that the Bad Wolf box in Aliens in London, I would say that's up there for another one where it's like, what does it mean? But I would say right there, the ending of Cold Blood is incredibly compelling. Let's just say intriguing, I guess. I don't fucking know, guys. Cut me some slack. Don't worry, we got Vincent and the Doctor next, which I'm going to put in A tier because a lot of people put it in S tier. It is a very good episode, but I feel like the emotional punch doesn't hit as hard once you've watched this episode like 20 times. Now, it is very good. I don't really have many flaws to point out in this episode. I may as well raise it to S tier. In your mind, you guys can raise it to S tier. It's just that usually when I make a list of like my favorite episodes, Vincent and the Doctor is just not on there. I mean, it's a very good episode objectively, but like just personally, I'd rather watch other stuff, you know what I mean? Which is why I'm putting in A, but you guys can just imagine I put it in S. Now, this is going to be very insulting to you guys that I put the Lodger next to Vincent and the Doctor, but I'm going to because I really enjoyed this episode on the rewatch and I've got no idea why, because I remember I used to really not like this one but anyway, actually bringing this back to the Craig story with James Corden actually pains me to say that Matt Smith was funny in this episode. And not only that, it pains me to say that James Corden was funny in this episode as well, because this is a funny episode. I really did not like this one before, you guys. I'm not even joking. On my previous rewatch, which was less than 6 months ago, I did not like this episode. I thought it was cringy. I thought Matt Smith was bad, as I usually do. I thought James Corden was bad, as I usually do, but there was just something, maybe it was just my mental headspace at the time while I was rewatching this episode, but I was laughing like hell. This was the funniest episode of Doctor Who I'd seen in a while, and I laughed at Amy's choice as well. I mean, problems are aplenty in this episode. I mean, being serious, I probably should put it in B tier, right? But I mean, it was just very enjoyable. I'd watch this episode again. Maybe when I do, I'll lower it to F tier, like where this fraud Matt Smith belongs. Okay, maybe I should tone it down. It's not Matt Smith's fault yet, but you guys will see. You guys will see in the series to come what made the change. Right now, he seems all sunshine and rainbows. Oh, he's doing a very good job in Flesh and Stone. He's doing a very good job in Cold Blood. He's doing a very good job in... Actually, he did kind of a bad job in Beast Below. I should have mentioned that. Matt Smith isn't that good in that episode. That is why it's C tier. But anyway, let me just move on from this James Corden episode, even if he is a big elephant in the room. Let's talk about the finale, the Pandorica Opens. I think I'm gonna just put this one in A tier as well, man. Like, this is a great episode. It's a great mystery. I mean, what really got me this time round was the editing. I mean, I always really liked the soundtrack in this episode, especially that scene where River uncovers the mystery. But the editing, a lot of these sequences, is actually really well done. And then of course you have the Lee Epic Doctor speech, which I guess I'll give it a pass now, but in later series this shit gets tiring, I must say. This tier list has been pain for me because I've had to compliment all of these Matt Smith episodes. But was it the pain inside me that I feel when I say that this Matt Smith Doctor Who Pandorica Open speech is good? You're probably never gonna hear me say that again, even though I must admit it's not just good, it's actually really good. Like it's probably the most epic moment for his Doctor. But you already know how I feel about these Lee Epic Doctor speeches, you know, they can only be epic for so long. But anyway, moving away from that, I do think the Pandorica Opens is pretty good. I think it does have that feeling that I said I enjoyed so much about episodes which fit together like a puzzle. Talking of the Big Bang, I'm gonna put that one in A tier right next to the Pandorica Opens. I think that this is an incredible episode. In fact, I think it is actually better than the Pandorica Opens. I might raise it to... No, I'm not gonna raise it to S. The Big Bang, I think, is Stephen Moffat pulling off what he always tries to pull off, but usually never does. Oh, I want to do it wibbly wobbly timey wimey. I want to make it super complicated. I want to do all of these bootstrap paradoxes, and it actually somehow works, right? Which the same cannot be said about later episodes, but you know, we'll see. I will say in the Big Bang, Karen Gillan is the star of the show here. She probably has the best performance. I do really like the setting of the museum. It is a really well-formed finale for the series. Probably more so than any other episode, in that like it really does feel like they sat down, or Stephen Moffat should I say, sat down and really thought, it's like, oh, how can I bring this all together like really cohesively? I think that's what's really satisfying about Series 5 as a whole, is that it really feels on its own from everything else a really good series of Doctor Who. If I'm honest, I wish this was the default, but if you compare it to the other modern Doctor Who series, it really is towards the top, should I say. In fact, this is one of those ones where it's really very clearly ranked A tier, right? The average is A tier. Yeah, this is a good series, and spoiler alert, Matt Smith's best. He is actually, okay, I'll admit, Matt Smith is really good in this series. Oh. Wow, I get all tingly over just saying that. I couldn't hold it back anymore, guys. I wanted to put on a brave face. I wanted to pretend, at least for this video, that me and Matt Smith didn't have this history. But I just couldn't. And boy, oh boy, can I not wait for Series 6. It's gonna be great, guys. Let's go! What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another tier list video. Today, guys, we are on Series 6. We are finally at Series 6. Why did I say that twice? We are at what I would call a crossroads, because I have had some time to, you know, retrospect, is that what it is, on my previous videos. And you know, I've been thinking about my rankings, you know, the way I've been ranking things. I haven't been paying attention to, you know, the outer context of my videos, you know. I've been ranking things, but I'm not caught up with the current meta. Or should I say I'm too caught up with my own meta. I'm looking at it from a completely different angle from a regular guy, or even a regular Doctor Who fan who has only watched these episodes maybe once, maybe twice. But you see, the thing is that I have watched these episodes so many times that I am coming from them every time I watch them from a completely new angle. I have watched these so many times that there's so much that I have to talk about, and I literally stop myself, because otherwise I'll be talking for an hour about every single episode. I am not joking. But you see, I'm not doing a video ranking on the general Doctor Who community consensus for these episodes, because if I was, this shit would be a fucking breeze. I know what episodes people like, I know what episodes people don't like. I know the fan consensus on every single episode like it's the back of my hand. Someone could say the name name of an episode and I would instinctively know if other people like it or don't like it, because I've just memorized this shit. And you see, that's why I'm making these videos, because I'm trying to provide not necessarily an alternate perspective, but just my perspective. You see, now we've got to a crossroads in series 6, because I don't know if you can tell, but this series is pretty damn long. Now, just like before, I'm not going to be ranking the Christmas specials. I'm going to be saving them all for a video at the end. But I think the hard part of this video, or at least the hard part for me, is going to be keeping aside my bias against a certain Mr. Matt Smith and my opinion on these episodes. Because I don't know if you guys are all caught up on the lore, but you know, me and Matt Smith, we go way back. I'm his best enemy. Some would say I'm the reverse. You see, me and this fraud, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things. You see, he pisses me off, and that pisses me off. But you know what? Even I have to give him his dues. The Impossible Astronaut is an S-tier episode. I think this is where Mr. Stephen Mystery Box Moffat really shows his hand, because I think the idea of an astronaut coming out of a lake and then shooting Doctor Who and then killing Doctor Who, I mean, who else could have thought that up? The production design for this two-parter is very good. I'll say the 1960s America is really well brought to life. I would suggest, if you haven't already, watching some of the prequels to these series 6 episodes. They're about like a minute long and they're all on YouTube. The prequel to The Impossible Astronaut is very well done for something so short. And of course this episode introduces the Silence, which is, in my opinion, Stephen Moffat's best original monster. Yes, better than the Weeping Angels. These guys are a stroke of genius, from the Men in Black design to the sound design to the ability that they have. It's so simple, and yet it's never been done before. So yeah, I think I'll put The Impossible Astronaut in S, and I'm gonna put Day of the Moon in A, because it is slightly worse. The Impossible Astronaut is one of those premieres that it just all comes together. As I've said like 50 million times already, I love when episodes fit together like a puzzle. And The Impossible Astronaut has all of that, plus a great cliffhanger, plus a great soundtrack. Day of the Moon also has that, but you know, it does have some cons. I think a lot of people have pointed out at this point that the finale, should I say, of this episode, where the Doctor is just waving his sonic screwdriver around like it's a laser gun, again, this shit pisses me off. It is kind of immoral that the Doctor just, you know, genocides the Silence. Pretty fucked up. My main problem with the episode isn't necessarily the ending, it's more so the beginning. I mean, I like the idea of Captain Everett Delaware III like hunting these down, and I think these scenes are good. Apart from the River Song one, I just don't really like this scene and the way that it's resolved with her jumping into the swimming pool. And then also this scene where they go out and they see Apollo 11, it's just a looks a bit weird. But I really like this prison idea. I like that they keep coming back to it. I like how the TARDIS is used in this two-parter, and I think that Day of the Moon is an episode which I do have very few complaints about, even if The Impossible Astronaut is considerably better. Then up next is The Curse of the Black Spot, which goes straight to fucking D. I don't like it. Is there really much to say? I mean, does anyone really like this episode? I remember one time I saw someone say that they thought that this episode, Curse of the Black Spot, not only that they thought that it looked good, they thought that this episode looked better than some of Series 11 and Series 12. If you think that right now, if you think this episode looks better than those episodes, I think this episode, I mean, it's not one of those episodes where it's just like really in your face ugly, but I feel like it's just incredibly low budget. Maybe it's because I've just been used to other shows who do pirates better, but this feels like a fucking playtime episode. Like, oh, let's go out for break time, everyone dress up in their pirate costumes. It doesn't feel real. I think that the siren looks and sounds terrible. I feel like the stuff with Rory here is just pointless. I feel like the stuff with the father and his son is, I mean, I don't feel anything for it. And I think Matt Smith here fucking sucks. It's basically everyone just, you know, runs around for 45 minutes doing nothing. Next up, we've got the Rebel Flesh and the Almost People, and like, I don't even really want to talk about this episode. I think this episode, I mean, Curse of the Black Spot is one that just looks low budget. The Rebel Flesh and the Almost People is one that looks ugly. I'm gonna rank these episodes together. There is not enough plot here to fill 2 episodes, I'm not gonna lie to you. The Flesh are a pretty, you know, disturbing villain is what they were going for, but I did get a little bit bored around halfway through the second part. Like, how is this episode not over yet? The ending to the episode is just, it's crazy how slow paced. I mean, I shouldn't say slow paced, because I mean, these 45-minute episodes do go by quite fast, but compared to the ending, it's like, well, we're going normally, oh, everything's resolved, right? And then of course you have the Amy is Flesh bit, which you guys know I'm biased, but I think Matt Smith doesn't play that scene well. I think Karen Gillan plays the scene well. I think the mystery box of Madame Kavarian opening the door, it works, as in when you're watching the episodes and that happens, you're like, what the fuck is going on? But like, it isn't mind-blowing. I feel like that one 50-second sequence is the only thing that this episode has going for it. I mean, there just isn't a lot of depth here. The moral quandaries that this episode brings up, it feels very forced. If everyone on this base wasn't a complete dumbass, we could have this sorted in no time. And also, you've got the cast of Life on Mars here, which is cool, you know, that's cool. I'm just gonna leave them in C tier and be done with it. A Good Man Goes to War. Now, this one goes in B tier because it's a climax. A midway season climax. It feels weird to have a climax so soon in the series, but I must admit, while I was rewatching this series, it wasn't that jarring. It felt like a reasonable time to have an episode that was this climactic. You don't always have to wait 12, 13 episodes, you know, for a good finale. Sometimes you can have one just 6 episodes in. But actually, I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna raise it to A tier because, I mean, it has a lot going for it. It's got that badass factor. It's got Cybermen that aren't from the parallel universe in it. Finally, after 6 series, we finally have real Cybermen, and they do nothing, but you know, at least they've got the invasion spaceship design. I think the action scene is pretty good. It's a very well-paced episode, considering not a lot happens in it. It's basically the Doctor building up his team, and then they show demons run, and then there's the fight scene, and then there's the ending. And you've got River Song being Amy Pond and Rory Williams' daughter, which is, I mean, apparently people really cared about this twist. Even then, I did not care that River Song was Amy and Rory's daughter, because it's one of those things where when you watch Doctor Who out of order like I have, you begin to get a knack at telling her which things were planned and which things were just complete ass pulls. And River Song being Amy and Rory's daughter was very clearly an ass pull. Yeah, I'm sure in 2008, Stephen Moffat was like, well, when I become showrunner, I'm going to add in companions, which I hadn't thought of yet, because originally my plan was to have Sally Sparrow be the companion, and they're gonna have a kid in the TARDIS who will then become River Song. There's zero chance. So that always fell a bit flat for me, but you know, a lot of people, they think it's really clever. I think River Song not being in the episode is a bit of a shame, because it is of my opinion that River Song rarely gets a chance to shine, right? Outside of Series 5. In Series 5, she gets the Weeping Angel 2-parter, and then she comes back for the finale. Past Series 5, she really doesn't get a chance to shine. And case in point is Let's Kill Hitler, which goes firmly in the F tier. This is awful. Good Man Goes to War. Maybe I should lower it to a B. Nah, I'm gonna keep it an A just for the hype. Let's Kill Hitler is a massive flop. I really don't like it. You've got Mel's, my bad guys, not Mel, it's Mel's, who's been introduced, which is so lame. And it's another one of those ass pull things. You think Stephen Moffat had that one planned while writing The 11th Hour? Oh yeah, they actually had a childhood friend called Mel's who was actually River Song. I really don't like this episode. I don't like the scenes with River Song. I don't like the scenes with Mel's. I feel like everyone's performance, so like Rory, Amy, and the Doctor's performance, it feels like it's like a kid's stage play. Like I mentioned that with Curse of the Black Spot, but like it's really obvious here, especially in the opening scene where Mel shows up and they're like, Mel's, what are you doing here? Right, and it just feels so fucking robotic. I don't know how to say it. Let me pull up my notes. Let's Kill Hitler. What did I say for this one? I said, why does this feel like a fucking pantomime? That's what I wrote. It's behind you. Also, I wrote stock images lol, because I think this is one of the most embarrassing moments where they just bring out the stock images from the archive, the stock PNGs that the TARDIS uses. It's a very funny moment, you know, Doctor Who funny moments compilation. I don't like the ending. I don't like how River Song just heel face turns. I don't like how River Song has regeneration. River Song just doesn't make any sense. You could say this is an episode where she gets a chance to shine, but she's written so badly, just not good. 1930s Germany is a saying wasted on this episode. It's not established at all, but you know, at least the next one is better. The Doctor's Wife. Actually, did I do this out of order? I don't fucking care, guys. I'm just gonna put it in B. I know you all screaming, shut up kids. Oh, this is an S tier episode. Maybe I'll do a fucking video talking about why this episode is overrated. I just don't see the hype, guys. There's a lot of stuff in this episode which I don't like. I guess I like the bit where the Doctor defeats House with the TARDIS. I like the idea of House. Let's say that. I think that's pretty cool. It's B tier. Maybe I'll raise it to A tier on a good day. It feels more like Neil Gaiman doing Doctor Who than Doctor Who written by Neil Gaiman. Whatever that fucking means. Why am I trying to be profound in my notes? Can't you just give me some fucking opinions? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in B because shouldn't have doubted myself. Night Terrors is next, and I'm gonna put this one in C tier. I mean, it's got what's his face from Rogue One, from the very first scene of Rogue One. The peg dolls are quite scary. Amy and Rory are very strange in this episode. They've got nothing to do, and then they are separated from the Doctor the whole time, and then they show up at the very end. And I mean, so Amy gets turned into a doll in this episode, and her response is, ooh, brain freeze. What the fuck? There's not really much to talk about here. I guess you could say that the setting's good. I guess you could say that the peg dolls are scary enough for the episode to be compelling. Actually, maybe it's B. Let me just put it in B to be nice. You know what I mean? I'm a nice guy. Then after that, we've got The Girl Who Waited, which I'm also going to put in B. A lot of people really like this episode, and I actually have met someone who really hates this episode. I don't hate this episode. I think it's got a very good ending, and I think that ending makes people forget how boring the middle of this episode is. It starts out like when Amy first walks out into these areas, it seems like there's going to be a variety of locations, but there just isn't, and we basically walk around the same 4 sets and do kind of nothing until the very end of the episode. But the very end of the episode is good. You've got the 11th Doctor showing his darker side. People are going to do those character studies on the end of this episode. You know, maybe I will one day. You know, I could do a whole video on the 11th Doctor. The Gold Complex, I'm going to put that one firmly in A. I really enjoyed this one on my second time around. Apparently people don't like this one. I really like the production design. I really like the concept. The only thing I don't really like is at the very beginning when they show those pictures and they're all stock photos of like Sontarans. So weird. I really like Rita. She's a great character, better companion than Amy. Good actress as well. I mean, again, talking of Amy, Amy isn't really that good in this episode. It's kind of weird. She has like this really weird bit at the very end where she gets like possessed and she acts like really weird, but overall the episode is good, and it has a 9-1 reference, which means maybe it should be S tier. Who fucking cares? And now here we are at closing time, which, yeah, I did not enjoy this episode as much as I did The Lodger. James Corden and Matt Smith really showed their fraudulent tendencies this time. I'm gonna put this one in D. The Cybermen, damn, it's rough being a Cyberman fan these days, huh? The gimmick of this episode is that one of the Cybermen has a crack in its mask. Wow, you guys are... I feel like this episode is an insult to the Cybermen. If there was a Dalek episode with Craig and the 11th Doctor, I'd feel insulted too. It is not F tier. It is not Let's Kill Hitler level of bad. I feel like there are some bits in this episode which are like redeeming. I mean, the Cybermat, my days. I don't like the new Cybermat design, but at least they brought the Cybermats back. I think we all know this episode isn't that good. I mean, it's just so weird. They bring the Cybermen back. The Cybermen are like a finale level villain, and yet their 2 appearances in this series is one as a cameo and then one as Craig fodder. Craig beats them with the power of his flaps. He's too fat to fit in the Cyberman machine, and that just makes them all blow up. The 11th Doctor's got this shitty ass green coat, pissing me off. What a fucking fraud. But anyway, after that we are at the Wedding of River Song, which, you know, I want to give A tier. I want to be nice to this episode. I might even want to put it in B tier, right? But I just don't think I can. Do I want to just... okay, fine, you guys win. I raised the Doctor's wife to A tier, and then I put the Wedding of River Song in B tier. That's how I justify it to myself, because I actually don't hate this episode. Yeah, it's incredibly messy. Yeah, this is Stephen Moffat trying to recapture the lightning in a bottle that he did with the Big Bang, and it just fails completely. But I think it's really enjoyable. I mean, basically it's full of the ass pulls, which I complain about so much. And then the Doctor being in the Tesselector, which I'm sure is what, at least since Let's Kill Hitler, Stephen Moffat had that idea. I mean, do I doubt? I'm not psychic. I don't know what Stephen Moffat was thinking in his head when writing The Impossible Astronaut. He could have thought that it was the Tesselector. Maybe. By Let's Kill Hitler, he definitely did, even though to the audience it feels kind of like a slap in the face. Now, apparently a lot of people weren't really invested in The Impossible Astronaut because, you know, the Doctor dying is a conceit that they can't buy because, you know, the show wouldn't continue without the Doctor. But for me, I was willing to buy the conceit, you know, and accept that the Doctor is gonna die, even if it's very clearly obvious that he won't. But the fact that the Wedding of River Song is just kind of so blatant with it, well, I'm faking my death, even though for 13 episodes I've been talking about how I won't and can't fake my death. But even then, it's just very enjoyable. I'd say this episode is quite fun. It's batshit crazy. For longer than 45 minutes may have been overbearing, but I can accept it. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in B, and I guess if you look at the overall ranking of the series, that means that B is the average, or B minus is the average, I guess, which means the Series 6 I mean, it isn't as bad as people say. People swear that this series sucks. It definitely doesn't. It's got a lot of really good stuff in it, guys. But thank God that's over. What series is next? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video, guys. Today we are continuing our tier lists. We're going on to series 7. My favorite series. I mean, I've just got to ask, what were they cooking? There are a lot of flaws here, quite noticeable flaws. The characterization is inconsistent. I would say that the episodes are inconsistent. There's a lot of decisions here which I just think are quite baffling. Now, I don't hate this series as much as most people do, even if I do hate Matt Smith, my rival. How about we just get into the list? I'll tell you what I mean when we get started. Case in point, Asylum of the Daleks. Yeah, this one goes straight into F tier because god damn, what were they cooking? So if you guys haven't been able to tell from my previous videos, I would say I'm a pretty big fan of the Daleks. I'm quite a big fan of the Daleks. They are my favorite Doctor Who villain, my favorite Doctor Who antagonist. Now, with that being said, this episode, you saw I put Victory of the Daleks in A tier last time. That's because I'm very forgiving of the Daleks. But when they are done this bad, it kind of just pisses me off. As we will see from here on out, Mr. Stephen Moffat, he does not really like the Daleks. And you can really tell because I don't think I've ever seen an episode which gets them this wrong. Apart from maybe one that we'll see in the future. Foreshadowing. The idea of the Parliament of the Daleks, the idea of a Prime Minister of the Daleks, it kind of just goes against the actual metaphor of the Daleks. I get that Stephen Moffat was trying to be clever. It's not clever. It's dumb and lazy. I also hate the idea that they see hatred as beautiful, and that's why they haven't killed the Doctor. Lame. I also think that the ending, where they're all chanting Doctor Who, I think that's also incredibly lame. In fact, that may be the lamest shit in a Doctor Who episode. It's so corny. Why do they keep doing that in the Matt Smith era? It pisses me off every single time. Doctor Who. Ooh, clever. Fuck off. It's not clever. It's not cute. It's stupid. Can we stop? Oh, the question that must never be answered. Cringe. Guys, I am cringing right now. Matt Smith, you're making me cringe. Maybe I could ignore, you know, that they got the Daleks completely wrong in every conceivable way in this episode. Maybe I'd raise it up to D tier, but no, everything about this episode, it just doesn't work. I mean, Amy and Rory, don't even get me started. That is probably the #1 character assassination in all of Doctor Who. I feel like this episode it just takes a massive dump on their character, especially Amy's character, considering she's just going around committing domestic violence, like left, right, and center. Okay, guys, it's been 10 years. 10 years since this episode came out, maybe even fucking longer. And there are still people in the comment section defending what Amy's done. Are we serious, my brother? What Amy does in this episode is indefensible, like straight up. I just think she's awful. And then the divorce subplot just doesn't go any further than this. I mean, thank God, but like, why even introduce it? It feels not only forced, but I mean, it does kind of just taint it a little. I mean, you can always just ignore the episode, but that's an option for every episode. So yeah, we also have Oswin, who is insufferable. Oh my fucking God. Jesus Christ. The dialogue with Rory is awful. The concept, I guess, is sound of someone who doesn't realize they've been turned into a Dalek, but like, they're the Daleks. They're not the Cybermen, guys. They're kind of stealing their gimmick. I think the idea of an asylum for Daleks is incredibly stupid as well, considering that we've seen Daleks blow up other Daleks like a million times. In fact, in the last Dalek story, we saw that happen. And yet they preserved them in this asylum. Like, why, bro? Yeah, I feel F is where this one belongs. I don't want to talk about it anymore. It's ruined my mood. Fuck it, Matt Smith. Oh boy, would you look at the time? We're behind schedule, guys. I spent too much time ranting about this fucking piece of shit episode. My bad. But what comes next? If it isn't... What does fucking come next? I can't find it on the thing. Oh yeah, you have to scroll down. Next up is Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. I'm gonna put this one in B tier. I think it's perfectly serviceable. It's got some good special effects. It's got some very funny lines. It's just quite a concise, well thought out story. I mean, I don't really have many complaints here. If I want to get into the nitty and gritty of Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, maybe I'll do that another time. It's Dinosaurs on a Spaceship, you guys. A Town Called Mercy. Now we're talking, guys. This one goes into A tier. This is a good ass episode. Let's start with the cons. So there's a scene where the doctor, he pulls the mad scientist out of his chair, he throws him over the line of the town, and then he has a rant to Amy. He says, the Daleks, the Cybermen, the Mask, they all live and kill people because of my mercy. Maybe this is just my bias talking. Matt Smith, you didn't pull that line off well at all, and it's a shame because it's actually a good line, and still he somehow flopped it. What a fucking fraud. But you know, there's a lot to love here. I think we can all agree, the production design, the setting, I feel like the gunslinger is just a great design. Maybe the best villain design in the whole Moffat era. I mean, there are some contenders, but you know, it's really good. Next we have The Power of Three, which isn't as good. Okay, well, this episode is C-tier, but it isn't necessarily the episode's fault. I think it starts well enough. I think it has a pretty good premise. It's just the ending is not good. Like, the ending is awful. I would say it's one of the worst endings in Doctor Who because it's just going so well and then it just turns into a car crash out of nowhere. Now, that isn't the episode's fault because if you guys didn't know, the actor who played the main villain was a complete asshole and he just left while they were filming and he ruined everything. So they just kind of had to make do, and this was the solution. I think you can see that because, you know, there's a lot of things in this episode that it really is quite a competent episode until the very end where it just suddenly spirals into idiocy. But I think a lot of people would agree that maybe this one should have been a two-parter. 45 minutes is a bit too short for the slow invasion, which is what this episode should have been titled because The Power of Three is a lame-ass name. But the first half of this episode is pretty good. It's not mind-blowing, but it's better than Asylum of the Dalek. Kate Stewart is introduced here. My favorite. I do not like this character. I don't like this character, guys. Why, you may ask? Well, the brief answer is because she's a fucking fraud. She thinks she's him. You're not him. Kate Stewart is a character which garners like loads of respect and like fan adoration, but she hasn't done shit. She's not done anything to deserve it. I guess she was in the 50th anniversary and almost fucked shit up. Wow, good job. She doesn't have a good rapport with not just the 11th Doctor, but any of the Doctor. She's met like 4 now, and I don't think there's good chemistry between any of them. She is the definition of riding on your dad's coattails. Does no one else, is it just me? She's a fucking fraud, guys. She does nothing, ever. There's a clear trend with only a very few number of exceptions, where if an episode has Kate Stewart in it, it's more than likely going to be bad. And this one is no different. I feel like C tier is a generous placement for this episode. I'm tempted to put it in D, but no, I'm going to keep it in C. The Angels Take Manhattan. Now, this was one which I didn't remember really liking that much. I thought that there were a lot of flaws, very evident flaws, but on my rewatch a couple times round, I've warmed to it over the years. I think it's quite slick, you know, with the Melody Malone, with the production values. The Weeping Angels look pretty great here. By the way, just to be fair, I know everyone likes to dunk on it, but I will not be reducing points for the Statue of Liberty Weeping Angel because it's a gimmick. It's meant to be like, oh, that's cool, and then you don't think about it, you know what I mean? So it'd be doing a disservice to be like, oh my god, well, surely someone must have seen the Statue of Liberty move. It's not that deep. I kind of want to put this one in A tier, but I feel like the conceit at the very end where the Doctor just can't go back to get Amy and Rory, it's so forced. Like, why can't he? Oh, he can't go back in time to 1940s New York. Yeah, I'm sure they'll stick to that. But why can't he just go back in time like a year prior and then just wait and then pick them up? Problem solved. If you think about Flux where Yaz and Dan were gone for like over a year, and you think the Angels Take Manhattan, it kind of makes less sense. And I feel like the rule that if a Weeping Angel, like the same Weeping Angel, touches people in close succession, they end up in the same place, I think that's also kind of an ass pull, and it's just to make the emotional scene make sense. And I was never really too emotionally invested in Amy and Rory's exit. I think part of the reason is that they left already like twice, and Asylum of the Daleks exists, which just kind of ruins. I mean, it just kind of puts a whole downer on the first half of this series. I'm going to be generous and put Angels Take Manhattan in A, but trust me, I want to put it in B. I'm going to be skipping over the snowmen. I'm going to be doing a specials tier list at the very end. And so I guess we go on to The Bells of St. John. I'm just going to slide this one automatically in C tier. I mean, back when it first came out, I thought this episode was perfectly serviceable, but on rewatches, oh my days, do the cracks show. I will say, when the Doctor takes the TARDIS to that airplane and it's all one shot, I do think that is quite a thrilling set piece. I think that's actually probably the best part of the episode. The next one where the Doctor rides up the shard, it isn't as good, But you know what, I'll be forgiving and say, sure, why not? I feel like them being forced to have the Doctor wear a bicycle helmet kind of undermines the potential epicness that scene could have had. But oh my days, there are a lot of flaws here. I mean, first of all, let's talk about how out of infinite potential Claras that they could have chosen to be the Doctor's companion, they chose the most boring fucking one. What were they cooking? Angie and Artie, the kids? Why? Never do that again, Stephen Moffat. The setting is Clara's friend's house and then a random cafe. Those are the two main settings in the episode. There isn't a lot going on here. The title, The Bells of St. John, kind of nonsensical. I think the Great Intelligence being this episode's villain is a real stretch. I mean, I think it's kind of crazy that this series brought back the Great Intelligence 3 times and didn't bring back the Yeti. At least in the Name of the Doctor they had the Whisperman, but here he's just like some icy face. It's very underwhelming. This episode is C tier. If this was the premiere of the series, it would be an improvement over Asylum of the Daleks, but it would be a noticeable step down from basically every other premiere of Doctor Who so far. Up next is The Rings of Akaton, which apparently some people like, but I'm just gonna put in D tier because I think it's bad. I don't see what you see, guys. I'm sorry. I don't like the setting. I don't like the production design. I don't like the Lee Epic Doctor speech. I think that one falls completely flat. I don't like the Clara Leaf thing. There's not much happening in the narrative, let's just say. But at the bare minimum, there is an antagonistic force working against the Doctor, which is more than can be said of some episodes, especially in future series foreshadowing. I guess you could say the scenes with Clara's parents are alright. I mean, they're not really. The actors who play Clara's parents are basically on screen for like 2 seconds, and it does nothing to advance the plot of the series or story arc. And talking of story arc, let's talk about that now, because the series 7B story arc is so strange. Now let's think about every other story arc in the history of Doctor Who up to this point. Each episode there has been a reason why the Doctor can't just solve the mystery right away. Think about it. By the nature of it being a series arc, the Doctor can't just figure it all out in one episode, right? It's got to be a series arc, it's got to be a mystery box. Now obviously the Doctor is intrigued in these mysteries as well and is actively trying to solve them. An example would be series 5 Cold Blood, where he literally reaches into the crack in time instead of just ignoring it, right? Because he's curious, he's a curious person. Cut to series 7, the Doctor has his mystery, the impossible girl. Who is Clara? And for some reason he just isn't trying to find out. He gets Clara as his companion. The most he does is in The Rings of Akaton, where he watches Clara's life, right? And then finds out, oops, nothing happened. And then for the rest of the series, he just isn't trying to find it out. It's so weird. I feel like there is a clear series structure here if Mr. Moffat just thought it through. Maybe each episode could be getting him closer to solving the puzzle until the resolution at the end. But no, none of these episodes have anything to do with that. Even the Crimson Horror, which is set in Victorian times, they meet the Paternoster gang here, the same people who saw Clara die in The Snowmen, and they don't even raise any questions. Like, why even bring her back to that time period if you're not going to entertain that? It feels kind of like a waste. You know what's also a waste? Cold War. Cold War, I'm gonna put this one in C tier as well. It starts off promising enough, I would say, and then it quickly devolves as soon as the Ice Warrior leaves its casing, which we have so much we can do with just a regular Ice Warrior, and then you take it out of its casing just to do an alien ripoff and to give it the worst design imaginable. What the hell, guys? I don't understand why they went to such lengths to do an actual good redesign of the Ice Warriors. Like, I will be the first one to say that I think the Ice Warrior design in Cold War is great. I was very hyped for this episode, and I think it's mostly fine. Apart from the Ice Warrior bit, there aren't a lot of elements that really jump out at you, like in terms of how bad they are. I guess you could say a lot of the supporting cast is kind of mediocre, but you know, you can say that about a lot of episodes, and that isn't necessarily something that makes it bad. It's just something that doesn't elevate it to make it good. So I feel like C tier is fair enough. Next up is Hyde, which also goes in C tier, being general. Actually, fuck you guys, this one's D. So I wanted to put it in C because nothing happens in it, but then I just realized it kind of pisses me off that nothing happens in it. This is a nothing episode. The ending bit where the Doctor's like, I am the Doctor and I'm scared. Cringe. you're trash. The design of the monster in Hyde is a massive letdown. I guess we could say that the first half is decent at building a mystery, but the tension just instantly evaporates as soon as you realize that the TARDIS is right there and they could leave at any time. So yeah, this one goes in D. I mean, I guess some people are a fan of that scene where they go through the lifespan of the Earth and then Clara cries and she's like, oh, you're a god. Fucking cringe. I hate that scene. And I hate you. I'm obviously kidding. But the scene just isn't that good. Like, it just is, it's heavily trodden ground. And up next is Journey to the Center of the TARDIS, which joins the episode in D tier, because this episode is one of those ones where it has a good ending and that makes people think that the rest of the episode wasn't complete doo-doo trash, because god damn is the first 2 acts of this episode bad. I think that the brothers are terrible and the way they treat their brother, who they convinced is an android, is terrible. I think that it's an incredible waste of a premise, you know, setting an episode inside the TARDIS, you know, exploring it. It's basically just the same corridor again and again and again. Having Clara learn potentially what the Doctor's name is from a book is cringe. The swimming pool isn't lore accurate. The Eye of Harmony isn't lore accurate. But I will say that the ending is probably the most compelling part of Series 7B up to this point, because the Doctor finally addresses the mystery of Clara. Too bad it instantly gets undone and their memories erased, meaning that nothing happened in the episode. I will say the solution of the Doctor giving himself a button that fixes everything is, I mean, it's laughable enough for me to take it seriously, if that makes sense. It's kind of oxymoronic, but you know, that's just how Doctor Who works. But overall, the episode is just not good. The Crimson Aura. D tier. Oh man, getting a lot of stinkers, huh? I mean, what is there to really say? The Paternoster gang are not good enough to carry an episode, and the Doctor shows up 30 minutes in and there's only like 10 minutes left to wrap up the episode. I feel like this is one of the most egregious examples of the writer desperately trying to make Clara important in this first series. In later series they succeed more, right? But in series 7, I feel like they really thought after writing this episode, oh man, Clara really did something here by figuring out that there aren't smoke in the buildings. She's fucking useless and she does nothing the whole episode, and she does nothing the whole series. I guess you could say the soundtrack is pretty good for this one. That was something I wrote in my notes. I wrote the soundtrack is actually pretty good, but overall I can't in good conscience put this above any of the other episodes in D tier. I think it fits right in. But guys, you may be thinking, aw, poor Asylum of the Daleks. It looks so lonely down there. And you know what, I was thinking the same thing too, so don't worry, I've got it a friend. Nightmare in Silver, the Cyberman story for Series 7. I wouldn't say it's equally as bad, but it's still fucking shit. I think this episode solidifies Matt Smith as the fraud he is, because the episode's riding on him, right? I mean, the whole episode, it's really relying on Matt Smith pulling through with his performance for Mr. Clever, and he just doesn't pull through. Matt Smith here is incredibly cringy with the Cyber Planner. I don't know why they made the Cyber Planner have that personality. This isn't even written by Stephen Moffat, it's written by Neil Gaiman. What a step down, by the way. The episode already gets off to a bad start with Angie and Artie showing up, and then it just gets even worse. Like, it just gets progressively worse and worse. The pacing is atrocious, like it's so bad. This episode didn't need to be a 2-parter. The scope is so big, it should have been a 3-parter if they were gonna do it. Now, what they should have done instead is not done it. But you know what, if you're gonna do it, you've got to commit to it. This is a story too big for 45 minutes. I mean, I guess we have to talk about it, right? The Cyberman design. You guys already heard me shit on the 2006 Cyberman design. This one is basically just as bad. Like, it kind of sucks. What I will give it that makes it better than the 2006 design is that it looks good in certain shots, like the trailer shot. I remember the Series 7 trailer. I remember seeing that one shot of the Cybermen. They look great there. I mean, they look like they were very physically strong, right? Which they don't usually, especially in this design. In the 2006 design, they look too plasticky and not metal. And in this design, there isn't a lot of weight behind their movements. I feel like that jolt where he grabs the mace away is the only good example of like a strong movement from these Cybermen, at least in this episode. And even then, nothing else really comes to mind. The super speed, it was a choice. And I guess I have to respect the, you know, futuristic, super futuristic Cyberman, right? And I guess it could have worked if the episode was better. I don't want to hate on it. I feel like my impression of this Cyberman design is tainted by future appearances, where it doesn't A, look as good, and B, they're used worse, which is crazy to say, because the Cybermen are used terribly in this episode. But I mean, I guess you could say the scene where they all wake up is cool because of the soundtrack and, you know, the sound design, even if the wakey wakey is very cringe. Yeah, there's potential here, unlike Asylum of the Daleks, but it completely falls flat. I think F tier is where this one belongs. And now we're already here. We're on the finale. The Name of the Doctor. Do I want to put it in C tier or B tier? I'm going to be generous and put it in B. The Impossible Girl resolution, where Clara is the impossible girl and tells the Doctor to get in the TARDIS. It's incredibly lame. The Paternoster gang being in this episode kind of drags it down a bit. What were they cooking? Spin-off bait for something that just would clearly never be a spin-off. You know what, maybe I'm being too hyped. Maybe if you're a Paternoster gang fan in the comments below, I know there's millions of you out there, leave a comment below. Tell me how I'm wrong. Maybe I'll rethink about it. Maybe it could be a great spin-off if they were good. I really don't like the Paternoster gang. They just never proven to me that they can be good. You know what I mean? Maybe I should listen to all of those big finishes. I actually did listen to one of them, by the way. I'm getting off topic. The Name of the Doctor, it has some pros, I guess. I mean, you know, we get to go to Trenzalore. Ooh. I think that the Whispermen are pretty cool. Oh damn, I don't really have much to talk about. And yeah, that is series 7. A little bit of a step down. Matt Smith shows his true colors as a sex offender and as a fraud, my eternal rival. I will get him. I'll get him one of these days. But anyway, the average ranking for this is probably like low C, high D. But don't worry guys, I'm sure next series will be better. What's up everybody? Welcome back to the best series on YouTube. I'm going through Doctor Who. I'm ranking every single episode. I'm putting them all on one tier list. How does every episode rank? Remember to leave a like, hit that subscribe button to find out. And remember to leave your essays on why I'm wrong in the comments below. But just remember, if you disagree with me, you're wrong. That was a joke. Or was it? Let's just get right into it with deep breath. I think I want to put this one in A tier. Now, I've gone through my ups and downs with this episode. I would say around last year, I think I would have ranked it at S. On subsequent rewatches, my opinion on it has dropped slightly. Originally, I would have put this episode in B tier. I mean, there are a lot of flaws in this episode, and it depends what you value more, how you rank this episode. I think the thing that stands out most of all, in terms of the positives, is the production design. It is great here. The half-faced man, what a brilliant design. I think Peter Capaldi, as always, is on top form. I feel like every scene with Peter Capaldi in this episode is good. By the way, you'll see that is going to become a theme in the next few videos. Peter Capaldi is a great Doctor Who. But you know, there are some things that made me lower it from the S tier, which I would have put it in just a few months ago actually. I think the main one is the runtime. This episode is very long, which does it a favor in some aspects. It means the pacing is a lot better than it would be if it was 45 minutes. But also it is quite long. I would also say that the inclusion of the Paternoster gang, my best friends, kind of do lower the episode a little bit. I find it incredibly weird that Clara doesn't immediately get used to, you know, the Doctor regenerating, considering that she has seen every Doctor's incarnation, all but 3 episodes ago. She met the War Doctor and the 10th Doctor 2 episodes ago. I think the whole veil scene is definitely the weakest part of the episode. I find it kind of insulting that Madame Vastra thinks that she knows the Doctor better than Clara. Like, who are you? I'm not even a Clara fan, but like, who do you think you are? She's talking a lot of shit for someone who we didn't even see the Doctor meet on screen. Now, yeah, I want to get it out of the way that Clara is very weird in this episode, but she comes around by the end, and I do think that the ending, I feel like the ending is what cinches it for me, because I would say throughout, the episode is pretty consistently good, and the ending is what brings it all home, because if the ending was bad, I think I'd look on this episode a lot worse, but I think Mr. Moffat pulls it off well. I think Clara, you know, trusting in the Doctor, I think that was very well done. I think the scene where Matt Smith calls Clara, maybe a little bit gratuitous, but I'll buy it. It resonated with a lot of people, and who am I to hate? You guys know me. I'm not I am not a hater. But anyway, back to Clara. She is a little bit weird in this series. She's basically a completely different character to how she was in series 7. Now in series 7, she basically didn't have any character, but in series 8, I think they go too far the opposite way, and we see that with Into the Dalek, which I'm gonna put firmly in C. Clara and Danny are introduced as like a kind of thing here, and Clara is a prick, especially in this episode with the, oh, you shoot people and cry about it afterwards comment. Like, what the fuck, Clara? Also, here starts the lecturing about morals from Clara to the Doctor, where Clara slaps Doctor Who because, haha, it's funny when a woman slaps a man. In this episode's defense, it has quite a lot of funny lines, mostly from Peter Capaldi. And I think that that's all that can really be said about this episode. Peter Capaldi saves it from otherwise being kind of trash. I mean, I know that this episode has its fans. A lot of people really like, you know, the Dalek action sequences, especially at the very end. I think Rusty is a terrible character. I think that if you compare it to the Metaltron from series 1, it's like night and day. He is a pale imitation. It's unoriginal. Let's just move on to Robot of Showa. This is a fun episode. Let's just put it in B tier. I think the ending is where it falls apart, but Peter Capaldi is just very funny in this episode. And yes, I think that is enough for me to put an episode in B tier. I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed it when it released. I enjoyed it on rewatch, and I enjoyed it on my second rewatch. I mean, it isn't my second, it's more like my 15th, but you know how it is. My feelings on this one has basically stayed the same throughout. I think this one is just solidly in B tier. It's maybe Mark Gatiss' best. And then right after that is Listen, which I have no idea where I'm gonna place this one, you guys. I could put this one in A, I could put this one in B, I could put this one in C, I could put this one in D. I really don't know. I mean, So I'm trying to think about my evolution of enjoying this episode, because I don't think there was a single time where I watched this episode and I liked it, which means it's automatically disqualified from A tier. There are elements of this episode which I genuinely think are good. I would say the idea of the Doctor just going insane because he's got cabin fever in the TARDIS and thinking up a creature that is perfect at hiding. I think that is a sound premise. I feel like it's not well established on, and I feel like that's the main problem, because you know what, guys, I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off. I'm gonna put this one in D tier. I really don't like it. In fact, I feel like every time I watch it, I like it less. The date scene between Danny and Clara, they're atrocious. I hate watching them. It's not necessarily that I really like Danny or something. It's just that Clara is being such an asshole consistently over and over again that it's hard to not feel sorry for him, even if Danny isn't like the easiest to root for either. I think the ending of this episode is also incredibly dumb with Clara and baby Doctor Who. I know some people will put their lives on the line and fight for that one, you know, fight for that part of the episode. It has never worked for me, and I don't think it ever will. I feel like the kid, Danny Pink, or Rupert Pink, I guess, I feel like that is just a complete waste of time. Something that always bothered me, what made the coffee rings disappear? Huh? You gonna answer that one, Moffat? Answer it now. I'm still waiting. I think the thing that symbolizes my opinion on this episode most is this CGI pufferfish in the first 5 minutes of the episode. Yeah, you and me both, buddy. And next up is Time Heist, which, you know, apparently a lot of people really like. I'm gonna put this one in D tier as well. There is too many flaws with this episode. I would say the production design is very strange to me. A lot of people actually think this episode looks good. All power to you. There's something just very strange about it to me. I feel like the green screens are especially noticeable in this one. The sets are all very samey. They feel recycled. I guess the design of the teller is interesting. I mean, it's one of those episodes which starts out well enough and then quickly devolves, and then it just never really picks up the pace. On my rewatch, I kind of lost faith on this episode halfway through, because I remembered it being around C tier. I remember it being around a C or a B, and I just really didn't enjoy it this time around, so I'm gonna put it in D. Maybe in a couple months when I rewatch this one again, I doubt it's gonna be one that I'm aching to rewatch again, but when it does eventually happen, maybe I'll enjoy it more because my expectations will be lower. Who knows, guys? Crazier things have happened. Talking of crazy things, it's The Caretaker, written by Gareth Roberts. I'm tempted to put this one in F tier, guys, but I'll give it a break. I'll put it in D. I feel like the conflict between the Doctor, Danny and Clara here is one of the most insufferable in Doctor Who history. All three characters are acting in a way which makes me unable to root for any of them, which is my favourite type of drama, where it's just three people acting in a way where I don't like it. I don't find the setting of Cold Hill School compelling at all. I actually hate the decision that they made to make Clara a teacher. I think it really, maybe it's a personal thing. I really don't like it. I just don't like it, and I really don't like the setting. I find it incredibly weird that they made class, but it's not this Cold Hill school that class takes place in. And also, of course, Courtney is in this episode. No hate to that kid actress, not your fault, but your character's insufferable. And I can't believe that you were in multiple episodes this series. What were they thinking? The Skovox Blitzer is an incredibly weird design. I guess I'll give hats off, you know, for making something unique. Danny's backflip over it is a choice. And yeah, I feel like D is more than fair. This is just scraping it by the skin of its teeth, you know, from making it an F. But don't worry, someone's going in F. Kill the Moon. Jesus Christ. This is awful. This is a terrible episode. One of the worst, I would say. This is up there as one of the worst episodes of Doctor Who. It has another Clara Doctor argument, scream about ethics, as we have had so many times this series. It was old the first time we did it, and it's even worse here because the writing in this episode is atrocious. The premise in this episode is atrocious. The best thing that I could say about this episode is that the spiders look all right. They don't look good, they just don't look bad. The ending with Clara and the making the planet vote by turning the lights on and off, one of the dumbest things that Doctor Who's ever done. I think that this episode being an abortion metaphor, and don't try and give me this crap where, oh, it isn't meant to be an abortion metaphor, and BS, like shit, it's not meant to be an abortion metaphor. It does not work. Okay, whatever side you're on the abortion debate, sorry to bring politics into this, guys, but I think the only reason why abortion is such a hot button topic is because it's human abortion. If it's an alien who isn't sentient being aborted, like, there isn't a moral argument against it. Not religiously, not pragmatically, like, the whole episode falls apart. If you don't think about it, it falls apart. If you think about it, it falls apart. It's an insult to the audience. I feel like this is one of those ones where the show would be better off if it didn't exist. But luckily the next episode is a little bit better. Mummy on the Orient Express is one that was very popular on its release, and I enjoyed it too, but on my rewatches, I started enjoying it less and less. This is one of those ones where the 45-minute curse really strikes hard. But luckily, you guys, I'm not putting it in B tier, I'm putting it in A. On this rewatch, I enjoyed it a lot more than I remembered. I do have my dips, my ups and downs in terms of enjoying episodes, and this is one of them. I feel like on my next time round, when I rewatch this one, I won't enjoy it as much, because that's usually how these things go. But for now, yeah, I feel comfortable putting this one in A tier. There's a lot to love here. The Foretold is good, the supporting cast is good. The only thing that really lets it down is Clara. This whole Clara subplot it really does put a dampener on the whole episode. But Peter Capaldi shines through, and he really carried this one this time round, as well as Gus, which was a great piece of voice acting. So yeah, usually I'll put this one in B tier, but for now I'm feeling generous. I'm putting it in A. And talking of feeling generous, I'm putting Flatline straight in S. You got me fucked up if you think I don't think this episode is top tier. Now, you may have caught on already, guys, that I am not really a fan of Clara. I think she is an asshole most of the time. Very unlikable to everyone for no real reason. But in this episode, I will be the first to stand up and scream to the heavens. It does Clara right. This is the one episode that does Clara perfectly as intended. It builds her character perfectly. The soundtrack is incredible. The Boneless are a stunning antagonistic force. Like, they really are a great villain. I would say they're some of the best original villains in Doctor Who, and I'm saying that quite a lot recently if you've been paying attention to my past few tier lists. The setting is really well thought out, in my opinion, and the supporting cast is also really good. And what elevates it above into the S tier, in my opinion, is that climax. The very end of this episode is epic as hell. The soundtrack is the best. I haven't really brought this up yet because I haven't really had much of a chance. I am of the opinion that the soundtrack after series 7 went really downhill. I feel like for series 8 and 9, if you look at the soundtracks, there is basically only one good track in each of them, at least in my opinion. Of course, music is subjective, and luckily for this episode, it has one of the few good tracks, and not only that, it utilizes it very well. You know, the theme of Clara, you know, wanting to be the Doctor, it is prevalent excellent throughout series 8 and 9, but it is only done well in this episode, in my opinion, which is why I think I have to put it S. In my opinion, this is the gem of series 8. And back to garbage. In the Forest of the Night is F tier. I want to give this episode its whole video, so I'm just not going to talk about it. It's just not good, guys. Spoiler alert, it's not fucking good. This episode is F tier. But don't worry, guys, maybe the finale will be even better. Just sliding both of these in F tier. This is my least favorite finale in modern Doctor Who. These episodes are awful. Where do I even start? I guess we start with Missy. Award for most obvious plot twist of all time goes to Missy being the master. Do you think we could have spelled that out a bit more for the audience, guys? Maybe a few more hints thrown in there? Jesus Christ. I think the soundtrack in this episode is pretty bad. This episode is so abundantly flawed that I've noticed all of the flaws a long time ago. But we're not here to nitpick. We're not here to talk about the little things. Let's talk about the big things, like how the master's plan is terrible, how it doesn't make any sense, how it is the worst evil plan in all of Doctor Who. The Cybermen are utilized. If you're a Cyberman fan and you're watching these episodes, how can you like it? They do them so dirty. What can I say? Maybe I should do a full video on this finale. I could talk about it so much. The Nether Sphere, the Don't Cremate Me stuff. I feel like the Nether Sphere being the fate of every single character in Doctor Who. Like when they die, they go to the Nether Sphere. Every single character that ever died in Doctor Who over all of time goes into the Nether Sphere and then is tormented for all eternity. I think that is maybe a step too far. I think the nail in the coffin is when the Brigadier shows up as a Cyberman. I kind of reached my breaking point there. What a terrible decision. This is an insult to the character of the Brigadier. This isn't a tribute. I don't know what they were thinking. This is the worst fate imaginable for that character. He fought the Cybermen. He had a great tribute and send-off in the Series 6 Wedding of River Song, and then you bring him back to basically shit on his grave. Another massive L for Kate Stewart. I'm actually going to cut that one off. I could talk about how much I don't like this episode for a long time, but you know, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, guys. We've got Series 9 next. Yay! Let's go! That one's going to be fun. I'm sure of it. What's up, everybody? I'm ecstatic. I'm over the moon. I'm overjoyed. I'm so looking forward for my next Doctor Who tier list video, guys. I'm so happy. We're doing Series 9. My favorite. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's like Christmas. Come early. Let me just get right into this one. Let's start with The Magician's Apprentice. Episode fucking sucks. Oh, I wonder if the next episode will be any better. Oh wait, no it's not. You know how I said Asylum of the Daleks was the worst premiere of Doctor Who? These episodes are way worse. It's not even close. I would take Asylum of the Daleks over these episodes any day. Where do I even start? Let's start with the fact that part 1 is completely pointless filler trash. Nothing happens. At all. Can you believe it? Like legit nothing happens. The Doctor, Missy and Clara get taken to Skaro. And then the episode ends just there. Oh yeah, we've got the planes freezing in the sky and Missy making a mockery of my favorite show, Doctor Who. I don't know which one's worse, part 1 or part 2. The episode starts off with something maybe potentially interesting with the kid Davros, but it doesn't do anything with it. So the Doctor is surprised that the Daleks say mercy, even though the Daleks have said mercy like a million billion times before in the past. The Daleks aren't actually saying exterminate, it's just their emotions being turned into automatic firing. Incredibly dumb. The fact that Davros and the Doctor spend the whole episode talking to each other, but both of them are pretending, making the whole thing pointless. Davros opening his eyes. The crowning turd on this shit sandwich is the fact that the Doctor doesn't even beat Davros by coming up with a counter plan. The Doctor defeats the Daleks by losing because the Daleks' plan was so incompetent that they just lose accidentally. Their plan was to use the Doctor's regeneration energy to recharge them or whatever, but doing this accidentally killed them all because the Dalek sewers regenerated. How did Davros not see this coming? Congratulations, you played yourself. Why are the Dalek sewers even a thing? The Magician's Apprentice and The Witch's Familiar is another in the long Mr. Moffat trend, especially in the Peter Capaldi series, of having episodes with just no threat, no story, no nothing. Nothing happens in these episodes, and yet it thinks it's so clever. thinks it's doing something. These episodes are a flop. I'm gonna put Under the Lake in C tier, and I'm gonna put Before the Flood in B tier. Under the Lake is another one where literally nothing happens in part 1. Rewatch that episode and take notes on how little things happen. I guess it sets the scene. It sets the scene, guys. Wow, that's so cool. It's basically complete fodder just to set up part 2. Nothing individually happens in this episode, and I must say, on my rewatch this time around, I was incredibly bored. I went in with high hopes for this 2-parter. I will say part 2 is considerably better. I wouldn't say it's mind-blowing. It definitely has its flaws, but you know, at least stuff happens, and you know, it's got that bootstrap paradox. It's got the Doctor in the TARDIS going over himself. You know, interesting things happen in the second part. I mean, did we really need a full episode of setup? Like, surely we could have had some things happen in there. Talking of episodes I don't like, The Girl Who Died is solidly D tier, and spoiler alert, The Woman Who Lived goes in F. The Woman Who Lived is another episode where literally nothing happens. I mean, I guess they try in the very last 10 minutes with that lion face paint villain. What is this, fucking baby time story hour? What is going on here? I really don't like the character of Ishilda, or me. Haha, so quirky. I don't really care for Maisie Williams as an actress. I don't find her character compelling. I think the editing, especially in part 2, is incredibly weird. I mean, there's a lot of strange incidents that occur in this 2-parter, and none of them are good. I would say the thing that stops The Girl Who Died from being F tier is that Peter Capaldi is pretty funny in it, but in The Woman Who Lived, he doesn't really have anything to do. By the way, have you noticed something, guys? This series is all 2-parters. You know, I've got to commend Mr. Moffat. You know, he listened to the fan feedback. He listened to people like me who were saying 45 minutes is too short. You need to give these episodes multiple parts. The problem is that in the series where he decided to do all 2-parters, it would have been fine if they were all 1-parter. These stories are all small scale, and I think the Zygon invasion and inversion is an example of that. I'm just gonna slide both of them into D tier. Part 1 especially is pretty bad. In fact, there are some parts which I would say are insulting to your intelligence, but the episode at least has a good production design. Both of them actually have a pretty good production design. I think that that's what saves them from being F tier, as well as the Lee epic Doctor speech at the end of part 2, which, you know, I will admit is very well performed by Peter Capaldi. Sadly, not enough to save the episode, but you know, I'll still give him props. The metaphors here are lazy and don't make sense. Do I even want to say it? Yeah, Zygons are meant to be Muslims in this episode, which is a sentence I never thought I would say. It is insulting. It is insulting. Let me just say that. Oh, but don't worry guys, we have Sleep No More next. I was actually going to be nice to this episode and put it in D, but no, it's fucking F. This episode sucks. Even people who like Series 9 think this episode is bad because it's just not good. So I will give it its props. It's doing the found footage thing, you know, and it tries to put a spin on it by saying that the sleep dust is what's recording the found footage. You know, it tries to be clever, but it just flops. The intercutting of the guy who's like, there's something in your eye. All of that completely falls flat. I think the premise is bad. I think the supporting cast are terrible. It's just a very uncomfortable watch. I think that guy who's acting like an animal the whole time, oh my god, that's so hard to watch. Guess the pro for this episode is that this poster is quite visually appealing, you know what I mean? It's got the rule of threes, you know, it's a pretty good photo. We're not talking about the episode though, sadly, because there's not much redeemable here. Face the Raven. I'm gonna put this one in... Do I put it in B or C? I'm gonna be nice and put it in B, because you guys know me. I'm not a hater.
Stop the cap.
I must say, when Clara died, the first time I watched this episode, I cheered. I was so thankful she was gone. Thank fuck she's gone. The way she dies is very contrived, and it is another of those Clara exits, those dreaded Clara exits that is just completely undone in the next episode. So, you know, I can't really give it props for emotional gut punch, because A, it wasn't, at least to me, and B, it immediately gets undone. You've got the backstreet here, which is a reused set. The idea of these aliens being disguised is terrible. You have Cybermen in the backstreet. What? It's a very ill-conceived episode, I will say that. The more I talk about it, the more I want to put it down to C tier. Yeah, fuck you guys, this is C tier. I mean, the opening act is pretty good. It's just the second and third act are boring and kind of suck. I mean, it's got Black Panther in it. I guess that's a pro. But don't worry, guys. We finally have an actual good episode. I'm gonna put Heaven Sent in A tier, and I'm gonna already throw all of you off by putting Hellbent in B tier. And the reason why I'm saying where I put Hellbent is because I feel that Heaven Sent and Hellbent being interconnected affect each other's rankings. Now, originally when the episodes aired, I really liked Heaven Sent. I would have put Heaven Sent in S tier easily. And Hellbent, I did not like as much. I think I would have put Hellbent in around C or D tier if we're talking about just first time round. But you know, I've let it simmer a little bit. I've rewatched these episodes a couple of times and Hellbent has gone up drastically in my rankings, but in doing so, it has in turn brought Heaven Sent down with it. I feel like you can view these episodes, like these two episodes, in two different ways. Either you can view them individually, so Heaven Sent is its own just episode, just set apart all by itself, and so is Hellbent, or you can view them as a connected story, like part 1 and part 2. And I think seeing them as a connected story, part 1 and part 2, is the intended way to watch them. And if you watch them like that, then yeah, Hellbent does get a lot better, but also Heaven Sent does get a bit worse. The themes of grief are well handled, I would say, if you ignore the fact that he completely undoes everything he was working for in this episode in part 2. The main problem with Heaven Sent that comes out on rewatches for me is how Sherlocky it feels. It feels more Sherlock than Doctor Who. I think there are definitely some incredible elements of this episode. I feel like this is the only episode in series 9 with a noticeably good soundtrack. I think that Peter Capaldi is incredible and enough to carry an episode all by himself, unlike some other frauds I'll fail to mention, but it's not perfect. And Hellbent isn't terrible. A lot of people really don't like this episode, and to be honest, I 100% get it. I 100% get why people would hate this episode. In fact, I mean, I didn't hate it on first viewing, but I definitely didn't like it or consider it above C. But it's one of those things where you really have to be charitable towards the episode. I really have to see what Stephen Moffat is putting down on the table. I really have to get what he's putting down, if you know what I mean. He wants to tell the story with Clara, he wants to make an emotional exit. I will say that one of the big cons with this episode is Me's random inclusion at the very end, and then of course Clara flying off in her own TARDIS with Me. I wish she flew off with me. That shit is all bullshit and kind of ruins Clara's journey and final act in Face the Raven. So yeah, that is pretty bad. Then when you have the general getting shot, you know, that's a bit of a strange writing decision. And then of course you've got Stephen Moffat self-hating on himself. You're not quirky. But still, I think the direction in this episode especially is really good. I think that the production values in this one, the production design, they really pulled out all the stops, especially when you compare it to, say, The Woman Who Lived, right? Another episode in the same series. And you know, an unpopular opinion, I really like the Doctor's new sonic screwdriver that he gets at the very end of this episode. I think it's a very underrated design. It's a shame it was only here for one series, but I do wish that he'd used this sonic screwdriver at least a little bit more. He gets in series 10, which is cool, but he should have used it more, man. It should have been his screwdriver since series 8. It's a great design. But anyway, that is my ranking of series 9. As we can see, the average is low D tier, F tier. Yeah, the series is kind of bad. I don't really know what else to say, but you know, I like Heaven Sent. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another tier list video. Wow, I'm really high energy here, aren't I? Let's go. Now, I'm sure you guys really enjoyed my previous one, but don't worry guys, I'm here to say that I actually enjoy series 10. Or at least I thought I did. I hate to bring a rain on the parade, guys, but on rewatching this series, I did not enjoy it as much as I thought I did. I thought I loved this series. What the hell happened? Now, I don't want to be a hater, guys, because I genuinely think that overall the quality of these individual episodes, like, none of them are really terrible, mostly, but I think they all just come together to form something that's less than the sum of their parts. But you know, let's start off with the pilot, which is an episode I would have put in S tier only just a year ago, but I just didn't enjoy it as much this time around. I don't know what it was. I think it was the weird montages. I think it's the lowered production values. The character of Bill is weird in this episode. I mean, I think Bill is a pretty good companion. It's just in certain episodes she isn't. I don't know. I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it this time around. I think that the puddle, I still don't really understand when the puddle whispers pilot connected. I don't really understand what that even means. It's got the Dalek-Mavellan War in it, and I mean, it is perfectly serviceable. It's got some funny moments, you know, with the chair spinning around and the Doctor running away. I would say Peter Capaldi is great in this episode. I think the weird thing about Peter Capaldi's Doctor, and I've been saying this for years now, is that all of his character development takes place completely off screen. So in between series, he just comes back and he's a totally different person. And this is one of those cases, but thankfully I prefer him in series 10 to how I did in series 9, because I'm not too big a fan of the Dr. Disco stuff. You know, we can maybe leave that one out. Smile is another one which I'm just going to put in B, because like these episodes are definitely above average and they're definitely serviceable, but there's not really much substance. The production design here, this episode looks good, I'll say that. The emoji bot is okay. It's all smooth sailing until the very end. There's a bit of a weird bump where like a million things happen at the same time. But you know, overall I still think it's pretty good. I'd say it's a good episode, just not good enough to break into A tier. And I think that the same can be said about Thin Ice, except I'm actually going to put this one in C tier, because there are certain moments in this episode which are just very questionable to me. A kid dies. A kid dies in Doctor Who and the Doctor didn't save him. Hello? Why don't you do something? We have another conversation about morality. Thank God this is like the only one that we get this series. The production design in this one is weird. The episode just still kind of looks tacky. I wonder if it's the lighting. I know there's a bit of some dodgy CGI, but you know, we can ignore that. The Doctor punching a racist is like an iconic moment, but when I see it like that, I can't help but cringe watching that scene. I feel like in Doctor Who, there are better ways to handle racism. We'll talk about that next video, but I feel like this episode and the Shakespeare Code's approach to it are just not it. The ending is also very weird. I mean, it's not like a terrible episode or something. C tier isn't that bad. Then we've got Knock Knock. Now, I feel like I'm gonna do a controversial opinion and I'm gonna put Knock Knock in A tier. Now, this is one of those ones where it very easily could be B, but I really like the look of this episode and I really like Peter Capaldi in this episode. I also like the guest star who plays the villain. I think he does very well. It's nothing mind-blowing and it's nothing that hasn't really been done before, but I just genuinely really enjoy this one. And I know that according to most people, this is probably one of the lesser popular episodes of this series, even though the series is quite popular. I mean, I know it's popular. I was one of the people who used to like it. And maybe saying that I don't like it anymore is going a bit too far, but you know, I used to say that this one was up there with like the top series of modern Doctor Who, which is an opinion I don't hold anymore. Maybe when I rewatch this one in a couple months, I won't see it as good, but for now, I think it's perfectly fine to put this one in A. Oxygen, I'm going to put this one in B as well. This is another one with weird pacing and structure issues, but you know, it's got good production designs. I think it's got a great premise. Whether the premise is fully expanded upon as far as it could be, I mean, I guess that's up to you to decide. For me, I feel like it could have been done more. I feel like the cliffhanger where the Doctor's blind, knowing where that goes, it didn't really need to happen. But you know, up next is Extremis. Extremis. I always said Extremis, so I'm just going to keep saying Extremis. I'm going to put this one in A tier. I really enjoy this episode. I think that the scenes with Missy are all right. They're probably the weakest part of the episode and they're still pretty good. I think there were a few awkward lines here and there, like imagine Super Mario killing himself. Right? That was a bit weird. But overall, I think it's genuinely a great mystery. It's all quite self-contained. It's all quite a self-contained episode. Some people say that this episode isn't a part of the Monk trilogy, but I do not subscribe to that opinion whatsoever. I think that this is very clearly a prelude, the first of a trilogy, and I think it's by far the best of the trilogy. I think this is genuinely a really good episode. It touches on simulation theory. It has some really shocking moments. I mean, I remember the first time where Nardole just disintegrated. I was shocked. I was like, what the hell happened? Sadly, the pyramid at the end of the world isn't as good. Do I want to put this one in B or C? Now that is the question. I'm gonna put it in C for now, because there's a lot of stuff in this episode that's quite faulty. I think the mirrors between Extremis and this episode are like some of the most interesting parts. Like, it's rewarding to see the same episode play out again but slightly different. I think Nardole describing what things look like to the Doctor who's blind is very funny. I feel like it should be higher stakes, or at least higher scale, for what's actually happening in the episode, but it isn't really. It doesn't feel like there's a really big scale to it, but I feel like it should be, and I feel like that's what they're going for. So I guess that's what I have to judge it on, and that's kind of the same criticism I have for Lie of the Land Part 3, which is that it should feel a lot bigger than it actually is. This Part 3 falls completely flat. I mean, for the fact that everyone just instantly forget it happens alone, It feels like there should be another episode in between the pyramid at the end of the world and this one. What they should have done is just scrap the pyramid at the end of the world and had that part 2 showing a world which the monks have taken over. You basically have an Empire Strikes Back, and then you have Lie of the Land, which actually has Time to Breathe now as a Return of the Jedi type episode where we reclaim Earth. This episode has too much to do in too little time, and the resolution with Bill's mum it falls completely flat. This is another one of those episodes where, even though I think Bill is a good companion, she isn't good enough to carry this episode. Up next is Empress of Mars. I'm going to put this one in B tier as well. I actually quite enjoy this one. There are some elements of it that are pretty strange. I mean, the premise is just quite unique. This is one of Mark Gatiss' best episodes. I feel like I say that a lot, and about episodes which aren't really high up in quality. This one has quite a lot going for it, I would say. I would say that the first act is a bit weird, but you know, it picks up. The sets are very small. That's something that you will notice when watching this episode, is that the sets are all very small, and there's only like 4 of them. But you know, for the limitations that they had, I thought they made do and made a pretty good episode. I enjoyed this one. An episode I didn't enjoy was The Eaters of Light. I'm going to put this one in D tier. This is one of the episodes of New Who that I have rewatched the least. I think I've only watched this one like 7 times, which is less than 10, less than 2 hands, you know, which is rare for me. And the reason why I haven't watched this episode a lot is because there's nothing here. I guess the jokes about Romans being gay, it's kind of a very awkward scene. It's not that funny, sadly. It's kind of just a flop episode, I'm not gonna lie to you, but thankfully we pull it back for World Enough in Time, which goes straight up to A tier because this is a great episode. I would say that out of part 1 setups, this is another one in part 1, kind of like Under the Lake in the previous series, which I criticized for having not much happen in it. This is another one where if you really break it down, not a lot happens in it, but I think that the mystery element and the production design and just this kind of like overbearing atmosphere carries it through, as well as, you know, the fact that it's meant to be slow because Bill is seeing everything super slowly. Now, there are a few problems with this episode. I would say Missy is very strange in this one. I mean, she has some funny lines. She does dab, you know, that's a big con. But the fact that she doesn't recognize the Master immediately, I mean, I recognize the Master immediately. I mean, I guess the big problem with Missy for me is that considering she's the Master, she never seems evil enough. She's basically a nefarious River Song. She cracks jokes and makes fun of the side characters and kind of then just stands around being very smart or whatever. Considering this is an episode with Missy, the current Master, right? Because obviously it's a multi-master story, but it has Missy, the current Master in it, and she just does nothing straight up. That is a bit of a con, but the episode is good enough to overcome all of that. As I said in my series 3 tier list, I really like John Simm as an actor, and I think that his Master, he is still a little bit too childish at sometimes, but I guess those are just the remnants of the character from the Russell T Davies era, right? And I also must say that the reveal of the John Simm Master, it was a little bit underwhelming just for me personally, considering I've seen John Simm in so many different shows at this point that I can easily recognize his voice and face. So even on the first watch, I wasn't shocked by that one. The Dr. Fools, I'm going to put this one in A tier as well. A lot of people think it's not as good as part 1. I think it's debatable. I think they're basically on equal footing. I think it's a good climax for this Doctor. The only thing that really annoys me is how people think Missy should have died here. Definitely not. If this was the Master's last episode, this episode would be an F tier. I don't give a fuck. There's a lot to love here. I think the stuff with Bill is incredibly good here. I think the stuff with Nardole is incredibly good here. Nardole's exit is actually, I mean, it's quite touching. It's a very underrated companion exit, but I think it's pretty good. I mean, I think this finale overall is pretty good. It's one of the best uses of the Cybermen in Modern Who, which I know isn't saying much, but you know, I still gotta give it props. And actually, looking at this tier list, this series is quite top heavy. Maybe I was doing a disservice at the beginning when I said it was mid. I mean, the average is around A or B tier, which is definitely good. I just feel up until the finale, these episodes are quite so-so. I mean, they're all enjoyable, and even the bad ones aren't necessarily all too bad. I could easily raise Lie of the Land and Eaters of Light into C tier, even though I won't. But I guess I don't know what it is. I feel like the production values also took a step down from series 9 to series 10. Obviously the format is a lot more episodic, which means it can't really tie into a story arc. I mean, I guess the vault was the story arc for the first half of the series. I would say it's pretty intriguing, even if it was blindingly obvious who was going to be in it. But you know, I love a good mystery box. Except I don't. I was incredibly sick of mystery boxes by this point. After 10 series straight of them, and after like the past 4 had been massively underwhelming, I just wanted a break from all of these returning monsters and all of these story arcs. I just wanted something new. Oh, look at that, something new. Guys, we need to talk. think it's something we all need to finally acknowledge. Now, I know we may all have our differing views, our differing opinions, but I implore you to hear me out. Series 11 is actually good, guys. I know. Okay, stop it. I get why people don't like this series. They want the hype stuff. They want to see things from the past which they can point at the screen and be like, oh my god, the Vardens are back. And you know, I'm down for that. I'm happy when that happens too. I enjoy the fan service every now and then, but also it's good to have something actually completely new. If you want to know the secret on how I don't get burnt out on watching Doctor Who and can literally just continue watching it again and again, the secret is to watch it out of order. Just keep going back and forth between completely different eras, completely different decades, completely different Doctor Who's, and you will never get burnt out because they are so different. And I think Series 11 and the Chibnall era in general being something that's new is what makes me like it so much. There is a lot of stuff in the Stephen Moffat and Russell T Davies era which feels kind of samey. Chris Chibnall's Doctor Who is something just completely different, completely new. And I don't think that there's any series that showcases that more than Series 11, which in my opinion is Chris Chibnall's best. This series has a vision, and I think it pulls it off quite well. Yeah, I know, this is a very long intro for a tier list video, but if I just went into the tier list without saying all this, I know I'd be crucified in the comments. So, you know what, how about this? Before you write your 10,000 page essays on why I'm wrong and why Kill the Moon is objectively better than any of these incredible episodes in Series 11, how about this? Maybe, you know, go in with a critical eye, a blank slate, and rewatch these episodes and see what you think. They probably won't be as bad as you remember, because spoiler alert, a lot of these episodes are actually pretty good. And speaking of which, The Woman Who Fell to Earth is a solid A tier episode. The thing that stands out when you watch Series 11, especially after watching Series 10, is how good it looks. The production values in Series 11 are incredible. This is maybe the best Doctor Who has ever looked. It just looks so good. Like when I go back to watch these Series 11 episodes, I think that's what jumps out at me, is just how good it looks. The storyline for this episode is also very well done. I think it's structured very well. The pacing is great. I think the dialogue is funny, and I think Jodie Whittaker in Peter Capaldi's costume is awesome. I like the Stenza as a villain. I like the dark tone, the montage where they make the sonic screwdriver. I think the scene where the Doctor finally declares themselves as the Doctor after making the leap, I think that's quite heroic. I think that the funeral scene with Grace is quite touching. I mean, I guess if I had to point out a flaw, it would be the Ryan YouTube opener and ender. That isn't even necessarily for hell. You know what? I'm gonna put this episode in S tier. This is a great episode, and of course that cliffhanger at the very end. Now that is the definition of underrated. That's one of the best cliffhangers in Doctor Who, in my opinion. I remember watching that for the first time. I was blown away. I was so in. This premiere really hooked me in a way that none of the previous premieres, at least at this point, since probably Series 6 had hooked me. And I think the Ghost Monument is a pretty good follow-up. I'm going to put this one in A tier. Now this one does have a lot more visible flaws, I would say. I think that the bounty hunter, the male bounty hunter, whose backstory is that they did a trust fall and didn't get caught. I think it's meant to be funny, right? And I do find it funny, but I think that, you know, there's a little bit lost there. I think the opening sequence is incredibly impressive. I think the location work is really good. I think the episode looks great. I mean, there's a weird bit with Ryan where he thinks he's playing Call of Duty and then runs out and then instantly runs back in. I guess that's a little bit weird. I've got to point out these flaws in this episode because otherwise people would say I'm nitpicking and biased. But genuinely, I think this episode is pretty impressive. I think the structure of it is pretty well done. I like the guy with the disappearing tent. I thought that was a great effect. And I really like the ghost monument at the very end. I think it's a great scene. I think the reveal of the TARDIS is very well done. I know a lot of people don't like the Jodie Whittaker TARDIS, and I do feel like they had plenty of excuses to, you know, change up the interior, which they probably should have taken. But I think for 2018, when I was watching this, I really liked it, and I think I still do. I think obviously this one is up to preference, but the crystallized design, I'm a pretty big fan. I mean, it has a custard cream dispenser. And then we go from the Ghost Monument to Rosa, which may be one of the best episodes in the whole of the modern show. This episode's really good. So I've watched this one quite a couple times, right? And the first time I watched it, my first viewing, I really enjoyed it. And I feel like I enjoy it more with each viewing. Like, it's just such a cohesive episode. This was Mallory Blackman, if I recall correctly, and she does a great job considering this is her first episode of Doctor Who. I've heard some say as a criticism that it doesn't feel like an episode of Doctor Who, but to me it 100% does. This series as a whole feels a lot more like a classic series of Doctor Who rather than a modern series, which is probably why I like it so much. There is clear inspiration from seasons 1 and 2 of original Doctor Who, and I feel like this is one of those episodes where it's blatantly obvious. I think this is a very witty episode. I think it's a very funny episode. I think it's a very touching episode. I think there are certain sequences which push the boundaries on what Doctor Who can do, especially on the BBC. And I think its handling of racism is miles better than basically anything we've gotten in the show's history. I mean, a lot of people like to say that Thin Ice handles racism better than Rosa. What the fuck are you smoking? And can I have some? That is BS. And if you genuinely say that with a straight face, I will disregard your opinion. Another criticism I've heard, which I don't take seriously, is that the racist Krasko is apparently not developed enough. Fuck off, you guys. If this episode was in any other era, it would be touted as one of the greats. And you all know it, saying, oh, the racist isn't developed enough. I think you guys gotta realize that each episode has its priorities, right? I don't think developing Krasko was really up there, nor do I think it needs to be. Like, come on guys, sometimes it really is that simple. I know you guys really want to pretend that there is no one in the world who is actually like that, or if there are now, in the future there definitely won't be people in the world like that. Well, this is a science fiction show about Doctor Who and the TARDIS. Can we just pretend? Even if you honestly believe that there is no one out there like Krasko in the world right now, which is delusional, can't you just suspend your disbelief just for 1 second? I don't really understand what these guys were expecting. Like, how developed did you want him to be? He's a one-off side villain. He's not the focus of the episode. I think the actor who plays him does a really good job. I know a lot of people also like to complain about this particular close-up shot, and they use this as an example to act as if the whole Chibnall era has bad camera work, which it doesn't, by the way. This episode looks great and series 11 looks great. This is intentionally meant to be too close and uncomfortable, because if you actually watch the context of the scene, Krasko right now has a neural implant which makes him unable to be violent against people, even if he wants to be. Now, if you look at his face, I think that you can tell that he wants to be, but the neural implant is holding him back, and that is why the camera is so close up in his face. I have literally no clue how people can use this episode as an example of Doctor Who looking bad. Like, it looks great. Another criticism I've seen is people saying that the music at the end is corny. Guess that's just a matter of opinion. It works for me personally. And the only criticism that I will actually give it, this is the one that I have, is that the way that Ryan deals with Krasko is a bit out of nowhere. Now, that is the only part of the episode that I would say is a flaw. Ryan just shooting him, it's a bit out of nowhere and it's a bit weird. I think what they should have done, as cliche as this would have been, would have just had him accidentally misfire and then shoot himself. I know, as I said, that that's cliche, but I think it is more consistent than Ryan just shooting this guy. And what is it? That is me being incredibly nitpicky to an episode that is very mature in its handling of the subject matter and just incredibly well done. Very good episode. Okay, up next is Arachnids in the UK. Okay guys, I will allow you all to dunk on this one. This one is fair enough, okay? This was an episode which I watched on my first viewing and thought, oh my god, that is fucking cringe. The Stormzy scene in this episode, I would say it's an insult to audiences. We really could have done without that. In fact, I think Doctor Who as a whole would be better without that scene. Nothing against Stormzy, I just don't really care for him or his music. But that being said, I don't want to put this episode any lower than C tier. It definitely has its pros. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that this is like a garbage episode. There's a lot to like it. I mean, the scenes with Graham where he goes to Grace's house, I think that's kind of beautiful. The theme of grief is really prevalent in this series. I think it handles it really well. First act of this episode is pretty good, and the scenes where the Doctor and Fam, oh yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. The scenes where the Doctor and Fam meet Jack Robertson, they're pretty funny as well. But then after that, the episode kind of just falls apart. And then the ending is kind of just bleh. But I must say, the final ending scene of the episode where all three companions come together and then they join the TARDIS, that's a brilliant scene. That is genuinely a top tier Doctor Who scene. I mean, it's got a great soundtrack, it's got good camera work, I think the performances are all good. And here we are onto the name The Fam for Doctor Who and the Fam. Now, I think I am not in the minority of people who think that the word fam is kind of cringe nowadays, especially when the 13th Doctor is saying it, but that is intentional, and this is not cope. It is meant to be cringe. It's intentional, guys. It's not a flaw. You see, at the very end in the scene in Arachnids of the UK, the Doctor says, "Alright fam, no wait, I don't really like it. Let's just stick with TARDIS team." Boom! Evidence and proof that when the Doctor says fam, it is ironic and thus not cringe. Verdict ruled. Officially labeled not cringe. Guys, I'm not gonna lie to you, the more I talk about this episode, the more I want to raise it to B tier. But that ending is kind of bad. I'll see how it goes. Okay, up next is a Sangara conundrum, which I'm going to put in C. And yep, I'm decided. I'm putting Arachnids in the UK in B. Fuck you guys. That's probably going to be the most controversial placing on my whole tier list over all of my videos, putting Arachnids in the UK in B. But the Sangara conundrum and Arachnids in the UK, there is clearly a tier difference between them. Let's go over the positives of the Sangara conundrum. I really like the design of the Pating. I think the Pating is a great villain. I genuinely do. I think it's a great original monster. The problem is that this episode, there's not enough space. I think this episode does have a pretty good first act, you know, with the mystery of what's coming on board. And I think that all of the scenes with the Pating are pretty good, but there is just some weirdness in the second and third act, especially in the conflict that just comes out of nowhere in the third act, who this very boring guest cast of characters who were just introduced in this episode have to deal with. Also, there's the male pregnancy stuff. It just kind of weirds me out and puts a dampener on my mood while watching the episode. It's not an irredeemable episode. I think the Pating is good. As I said, I think the first act is mostly good, but I think C is where this episode belongs. Luckily, we have another S tier banger. I will not be arguing. You're just gonna have to accept it. It looks great. The soundtrack is great. The alien interference is great. The antagonistic force in like the brother who's been radicalized. It's all A1. You know how I keep saying that I like stories which fit together like a puzzle? This episode fits together like a puzzle and it just works so well. That ending, it is such a gut punch. It is so good. The mystery element, which doesn't even turn out to be like a sci-fi mystery element of Yaz's grandma with the wrong guy, and then it just turns out to be a very personal story. I feel like this episode, Rosa, you know, the structure of the series as a whole, I feel like it's really hard to see this series and not think that it's really reminiscent of classic Doctor Who. In fact, I would go as far to say that series 11 is the most Doctor Who series of modern Doctor Who. It feels the most like Doctor Who to me. Now that is a controversial statement because I know a lot of people really tuned out in these episodes because they're more used to the Russell T Davies, Stephen Moffat style of Doctor Who rather than the Doctor Who which I'm used to. I feel very confident putting this one in S tier. Kablam. Now this one is a weird one. I'm gonna put it in B. A lot of people really take issue with the ending and like the message of the episode. I don't want to really make my video political in any real way, but I don't think that the message is as egregious as some people insinuate it is. I feel like this episode is very clearly critiquing Amazon, and if you think it isn't, well, I mean, maybe you could make that case, but I personally think that it's very clearly critiquing Amazon. I think the Kablam man is quite sinister. I wish they'd done a bit more with that. I think there's a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but I think the episode's structure and pacing is pretty well done. I think that the villain he's quite sympathetic, but at the same time he gets what he deserves. A lot of people will disagree with me for saying that, but yeah, if you're bombing parcels, I wouldn't say it's a mind-blowing episode, and I also wouldn't say it's terrible either. Maybe I could lower it to a C. Maybe I could lower both of these episodes to a C maybe, but I feel comfortable putting them in B for now. The Witchfinders, I'm gonna put this one in A. I really enjoyed this one on my rewatch. It's just a very funny episode. The big flaw is the third act is quite clearly a step down from the first two acts, but I feel like it's only bad in comparison, and then it isn't necessarily a bad third act. I think the first two acts of The Witchfinders are just so funny that when you look at the third act, it seems a bit out of place. But I don't necessarily think that ruins the episode. I mean, I do think that this episode is quite solidly A tier, and I think when an episode is meant to be a comedy, you can kind of overlook some of the logical inconsistencies. Not that there's too many here. I do like the scene where the Doctor is gonna be drowned, and then she speaks to the King. King James really is the highlight of this episode for me, and I would imagine for most people, most people don't dislike this episode as much as they think they do. It's rated a lot lower than I think that most people feel it is, because I've talked to people in the community. I've talked to a lot of people in the community, and this is one of those episodes where a lot of people, they kind of just brush it off as bad, but when they stop and really think about it, they kind of come around and say, oh, it's not that bad. Up next is It Takes You Away, which I'm just gonna put cleanly in S tier. Like, I don't give a fuck, you guys. This episode is brilliant. I think this is another one which is structured very well. It comes episodes together all like a puzzle. The mirror dimension, the way that this episode tackles grief. I think the performances here are really on point. The mystery and how it unfolds is very satisfying. And I think the ending where Ryan finally has gone through his character arc and calls Graham granddad, I think that's genuinely quite touching. And the solo tract is a stroke of genius. And if people take issue with it, you just hate fun. Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable putting this one in S tier. And for the finale, we have the Battle of Ranskor Av Kolos. Not the best name, and also not the best episode. Do I put this one in C or D, you guys? It is definitely a bit of a flop. Apparently there was a lot of restrictions while writing this one behind the scenes. Chris Chibnall said he had to write it all like in a day or something like that, or it's a first draft script that went to filming, and I think it shows. There's a lot, and I mean a lot, of half-baked ideas here. Some of them good, some of them not so good. I think the idea of Tim Shaw coming back as like the final villain of this 10 episode series, I think that's a really good idea. And I think that Chris Chibnall always had that in mind. He just didn't really know how he was going to bring him back. And I think he almost half pulls it off, but he just doesn't quite. The stakes of like the world being destroyed, that comes out of nowhere and completely falls flat. The idea of having those things on your head because the planet plays with your mind, that's just never brought up again for some reason. Like, why set that up in the first act and then just never bring it up? Oh yeah, because the script is a first draft. But it's not all bad. As I said, Tim Shaw coming back, I feel like him being like really battered and tired and having to stay in his Darth Vader cosplay the whole time, I feel like that's pretty cool. I feel like how Graham and Ryan team up at the end, I feel like that's really satisfying. I think Graham in this episode is probably the most compelling part of it. There isn't really a lot going on with the Doctor and Yaz, but Graham and Ryan, they've got enough to do, you know, with their callbacks to Grace and stuff. Now, a lot of people like to say that Resolution is the real finale of Series 11. I obviously will not be ranking Resolution. I'm saving all the specials for a video at the very end. I mean, I get it, but I kind of disagree. I feel like Battle of Ranskor Av Kolos is the end of Series 11, and Resolution is like just an extra bit on top. But as an episode, spoiler alert, I much prefer Resolution, so I may as well just count that one as the finale and just end it there. So yeah, just because it ends on kind of a flop note, I feel like this series is still pretty good. With the average being around A+S, man, I'll take it. You've got 8/10 of the series being above average and 2/5 of it being like superb. I feel like the series is a massive success, but of course you guys had to ruin it. You all had to complain and cry and beg for a story arc. We need returning monsters. We need story arcs. Look where that got you. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Doctor Who tier list extravaganza. Part 12. Today, guys, we are ranking Series 12, everyone's favorite series. Can't even make that joke sarcastically because Series 11 is very clearly the fans' least favorite, and it's also one of my favorites, so you know what, fuck it. Series 12 isn't as bad as you guys say it is either. I mean, I'm not batting out for this one, I'm not gonna lie to you. There are very clear flaws in Series 12. I think way more in Series 12 than Series 11 actually. But you know, it's still enjoyable. It still has some good episodes. Why you guys gotta hate? Overall though, I feel like the community is a bit more forgiving of this series, but there is a very vocal part of the fandom who's like, if it's Chibnall, it's bad. And listen, I understand that you guys might not like some of his work, but this guy is the GOAT. He saved Doctor Who not once, but twice. But anyway, enough rambling, let's just get right in with Spyfall Part 1. Now, technically, I'm breaking my rule by ranking a special, but no one counts Spyfall as a special. I'm gonna put Part 1 in A tier and Part 2 in B tier. Now, I think Part 1 has a lot of intrigue and a lot of elements which aren't properly well focused on or explained, or at least as much as I would want them to be, but still, I think it works quite well as a premiere. I mean, it isn't groundbreaking. It isn't the best premiere of all time. We've seen premieres that are way better. But that master reveal at the end, guys. Now, you guys know me. You know I'm not the type of guy who would judge an episode or rank an episode just based on the quality of one scene. I try and give these episodes, you know, a well-rounded shot of it, a well-rounded breakdown, review, ranking, all of that. But goddamn, is that final scene good? I'd say my biggest problem with Spyfall is probably the scene where the car drives itself and somehow shoots a laser out of it. I don't know how that works. I feel like that's the only scene in Spyfall Part 1 which I just have a problem with. The rest of it, like with O and like with Stephen Fry, and even like that very beginning bit where the Doctor's repairing her TARDIS in the garage, like that's all brilliant. And goddamn that ending, man. That twist really got me. It has been a long while since a Doctor Who twist has got me, so I was watching it on New Year's Day, right? And you can tell. I feel like you can tell that Sacha Dhawan is playing a villain, or at least I can, because when you consume so much media, when you consume so much Doctor Who, you can kind of just get a knack for these things. things. So I was watching it. I said out loud, he's a baddie or he's a traitor. But when it turned out that he was the master, I did not see that coming at all. If someone had told me, oh, he's the master, I would have laughed at them. I did not see that coming whatsoever, and he pulls it off so well. Sacha Dhawan is my GOAT. He is the best New Who master. By far, there isn't even a second place. Actually, Derek Jacobi at second place. But still, he is so good. In just that one sequence, he sealed it for me. And then you have the rest of his sequences in part 2, which are just great. Now, the reason I put part 2 lower than part 1 is because it is a lot messier. I can feel Chris Chibnall hot off the heels of watching a Stephen Moffat episode thinking, hey, I can do that. And he can't. I mean, the episode isn't a failure. I think it sticks the landing, at least well enough. It just isn't as good as it could have been. Now, if I was in the writing room, I think the episode would have turned out much better. I think these guys would have been the Vardens, and you know, we all would have had a happy time. Hire me as next Doctor Who showrunner, guys. This episode is very controversial because of misinformation. For some reason, people say that the Doctor sent the Master to a concentration camp. Just didn't happen, guys. I watched this episode like 12 times. I don't even know how you can think that's inferred. It just straight up doesn't happen. It kind of pisses me off because every time this episode is mentioned, someone brings it up, and it's just not true. It's just straight up misinformation. And I wonder where they got it from. It is a lie. It's not true.
It's false.
We made it up. If I hear someone in the comment section below say that the Doctor sent the Master to a concentration camp, I'm deleting your comment, straight up. It's one of those things where it shouldn't get to me as much as it does. Because I'm not the biggest fan of Spyfall Part 2. I can point out the flaws, but you can't just make something up and then use that as a criticism for an episode. If you're gonna criticize an episode, you gotta play fair. You can't just make shit up and then use that as ammo to shit on something you don't like just because you don't like it. I would say out of every Chibnall era criticism, that is the most bad faith one. But still, the episode's beater. Orphan 55. I'm gonna put this one in D. Yeah, it's not too good. Some people say this episode is the worst of all time. It's really not. I think the most egregious sin this episode does is A, that green wig and that weird face makeup. Like, just cut that out of the episode and I wouldn't mind it as much. It's one of those episodes where it's like, it's bad, but we can just skip it. If you don't like it, fine. If you do like it, I'm sorry I'm insulting it. I mean, the things that stop this episode from being F tier are the design of the monsters. Graham's pretty funny. I would say Ryan's pretty funny as well. There's some good comedy. I think the Earth reveal, although very overbearing, is quite neat. It's not the most original thing in the world. In fact, Chris Chibnall just ripped it off of Trial of a Time Lord, which is an episode that he said he didn't like. Actually, scratch that, guys. He's gone back and said he does like it, so it all makes sense now. Either way, I feel pretty comfortable putting this one in D tier. I think the Tesla's Night of Terror is one that people who don't really like the Chris Chibnall era say that they usually like. I think it's perfectly alright. There's not really much to talk about here. I think it's an episode of Doctor Who. I mean, it's definitely above average. It's got some nice humor. It looks very good. It has a very good set piece at the very end, you know, a good action scene. There's just nothing really in it that pushes it above enough to get into A tier, in my opinion. Fugitive of the Jadoon. Now, do I want to put this one in A tier or B tier? I think I'm going to slide it in at a high B, because obviously this one has the crazy lore reveals. It has Mr. Cancelled Jack Harkness. Is it just me, guys, or does it look like he's flying a ship that has like the end of the Millennium Falcon on it? Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just tripping. I've always thought that since the episode first aired, that's been the one thing I've always been thinking about. Doesn't that ship kind of look like the Millennium Falcon? I know a lot of people might be asking me, why am I not putting this episode higher? But probably an equal amount of people are asking me, why aren't you putting this episode lower? And the reason is because I acknowledge its flaws and I still find it a fun watch. Now, I probably should do a video about the Fugitive Doctor explaining her. I do think it's a massive missed opportunity that in Jo Martin's 4 appearances as the Fugitive Doctor, she only actually appears as the Fugitive Doctor in one of them. In the other 3, she is either a hologram or a memory. That is not fair. I mean, we're going to go into Flux next time, but I really do feel like she should have had a major role in the series. Or at the very least came back in the finale, but like for real this time. Jo Martin is good. I mean, she isn't like a crazy Doctor Who. She doesn't really have enough time to be a crazy Doctor Who. She has like 20 minutes of the episode, and she still leaves an impression, which I guess goes to show that maybe if she was given a fair shot, she'd be pretty damn good. But still, I think the Jadoon are done pretty well here. Maybe I should raise it to A tier, but I feel pretty comfortable for the time being with it in B. I need to do my Doctor tier list video, guys. I'll put the Fugitive Doctor on that tier list as well. Next up, we've got Praxius, which I'm actually also gonna put in B. I feel like this one is a load of missed opportunities, but at the same time, it's perfectly serviceable. It's a very simple plot, but I think it works. It's just an episode that works. I personally, on my first watch, was very disappointed in it because I thought it would be connected as kind of like a semi-sequel to Spyfall, because some of the locations are similar in the start of Spyfall Part 1 and the start of Praxeus. Sadly, they're not connected at all. I think that is such a missed opportunity, even now, even though I have mostly let that go and have come to enjoy it for what it brings to the table on its own on subsequent rewatches. I really do think that it could have been great as like a kind of semi-sequel to Spyfall, just tying up all of these spy agencies, maybe dealing with some of the ramifications of the end of Spyfall Part 2. Maybe we could learn a little bit more about the villains from Spyfall. It would have been a really neat way to just tie up all the loose ends from the premiere, but not in a crazy lore drops episode like The Fugitive of the Jadoon or the finale. I think you can really tell with the series there are 6 episodes which are like really lore dependent. They're fully focused on the wider story, the story arc, and people are like really invested in that. And then you have the 4 filler episodes which people just don't give a shit about. And I feel like Can You Hear Me is another one of those. I'm gonna slide that one into C tier. It is a bit messy and sadly doesn't come out fully baked. The Eternals are mentioned in it, the Celestial Toymaker is mentioned in it. Sadly, a cameo or a name drop isn't enough to save an episode. I don't want to say it's terrible because it isn't. It has some neat production design. Obviously, it reminds me a lot of the Sarah Jane Adventures episode The Nightmare Man. I wonder if that was intentional or if it just accidentally ripped it all off. Either way, I really think this one could have been done better structure-wise. I think that's what really lets it down. Now, I know a lot of people, there's a big debate online around the final scene where Graham talks about his cancer. I'm not going to give my opinion on that scene, and all I'm going to say is that that doesn't affect my ranking of the episode. I think with or without that scene, I still think the episode is C tier. It's a neat premise, but it could have been done better. Now, I'm going to put The Haunting of Villa Diodati. Oh, do I put it A or S? I think I'm going to put it S because this episode is great. It looks so good. This final 3-parter, the visuals, whether people care for the plot or not, I feel like you'd be hard pressed to find someone who thinks that visually it isn't impressive. But this episode isn't all visuals. I think it's a great mystery. I think the reveal halfway through, the turning point where the lone Cyberman shows up, mwah, chef's kiss. I mean, the character and the design of the lone Cyberman, Ashad, it is A1. Like, it is so good. The actor who plays him as well, the portrayal is layered and compelling, and in my opinion, by far, this is the best Cyberman story of New Who. Maybe even the best Cyberman story since the 1960s. I know there are some people who think that it's incredibly overrated, but those people are haters. It's got it all. It's got humor, it's got stakes, it's got horror. I think my only problem with it is that at the very end, where the doctor's like, maybe ghosts are real. What kind of bullshit is that? I was really convinced that those ghosts were gonna show back up again, and they just never did. Anyway, onto Ascension of the Cybermen. Do I want to put it in A tier? There is some really weird stuff in this episode. I think the negative, the con of this episode, the thing that really holds it back are the Brendan flashbacks. I think that knowing what they are, they make no sense. So if you don't know, the Brendan flashbacks are meant to be the Matrix projections of the Doctor Timeless Child, right? As in, this is like the backstory of the Timeless Child, except they're encoded. Now, that is a fine enough explanation. The problem is that this is Chris Chibnall trying to do Stephen Moffat again. You're not him. Stop trying to be him. Be you. In the end, these flashback sequences kind of come out to being pointless and a worthless addition to the episode. I guess they look nice, and I guess it is intriguing, but that aside, the episode is pretty good. I mean, again, it looks great, like visually. People like to take issue with the cyberheads, the cyber drones, I think they're called, but they don't take issue with the metric sugar tons of other gimmicky Cybermen stuff, like the Cybermat, or the Cyber Shades, or the Cybermites. But cyber drones, oh, that's too far, that's so goofy, Doctor Who. How could you do that? I am surprised that people take issue with this one, I'm not gonna lie. I guess another criticism would be that the Cybus 2006 Cybermen designs are still around. Yeah, they're a bit muddied up a bit, but like, Jesus Christ, couldn't we just let them die? I mean, we finally do let them die in this episode because we have the Cyber Warriors, which are the de facto best Cyberman design from the modern series. Thank God, guys, we finally fucking got it. They look brilliant. Why couldn't we have these the whole show? But anyway, I think the episode's progression is quite good. There's not really much for me to point out and say this is very bad, apart from, I guess, the Brendan flashbacks. Maybe that should be enough for me to lower it to B, but I kind of want to keep it in A. And instead, I'm going to put the Timeless Children in B. Oh yes, I didn't put it in F tier. Oh, I already know there are going to be riots in the streets for that one. Yes, guys, I'm putting the Timeless Children above C tier. I'm doing the unthinkable. This episode isn't that bad. Now, we can do a whole 10-hour podcast on the Timeless Child reveal, right? And the lore drops and what that means and yada yada yada. Let's just save that for a different time and talk about it as an episode of Doctor Who. Now, if we look at it story-wise, it basically is all one big exposition drop with an ending climactic battle and Ryan, Grain and Yaz just running around outside. I'm sounding like a broken record, guys, but it looks great. This finale 3-parter is so visually appealing, it makes me look over some of the flaws. And of course, Sacha Dhawan is completely carrying this episode on his back. What a go. Some of his lines are a little bit wonky, and even then I think he still pulls it off because he's a GOAT. I mean, it is very hard to talk about this episode without going in full depth into the reveals and all of that, but trust me guys, I will be going into that in a separate video. Needless to say, I'm not really a big fan of the Timeless Child. Shock horror, Chibnall Defender doesn't really care for Timeless Child. I know, put it on the headlines, people. But as I said, if I wanted to go into full detail about that, I would do it in its own separate video. I think as an episode, it definitely isn't as good as The Haunting of Villa Diodati or Ascension of the Cybermen, but it isn't as bad as Can You Hear Me or definitely Orphan 55. Now, I know a lot of people want to pretend that this is the worst episode of all time ever. It definitely isn't the worst finale of Doctor Who. There are worse things that have happened in Doctor Who than the Timeless Child. And I mean, I think the big problem isn't even necessarily the episode's fault. It's more so that in the future, it was never really followed up on, which I guess was intentional, but I mean, we'll talk about it later. The Cyber Masters, they get a bit of a glow up in their appearance after this. I think they look fine. I think they look fine here. I think the regeneration effect looks great. I think the Sacha Dhawan Master is good enough to carry any scene he's in, and he's in every scene with them, so by association, they're pretty cool. And of course, that random guy, who I don't even remember the name of, shows up at the end and blows everyone up. I guess that's a bit of a con. Either way, I feel pretty comfortable putting this episode in B tier. And as I think you can see, the series is very B heavy, which I mean, I guess that would be the average for the series, B. And we're almost finished. Isn't that crazy? Only one series to go. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Well guys, here we are at the finale of our Doctor Who tier lists. I mean, I guess I have one more, the specials, but I'll probably do those in a little bit. So here we are at series 13, Flux, which at this point is the latest new modern Doctor Who series that has been released, and it is only 6 parts long, which means it is the shortest tier list. I mean, I don't really have much to say, you know, I just want to dive straight in. I want to get it done. Let's see how Flux ranks compared to all the rest of the series. Well, up first we have the Halloween Apocalypse, which I'm just gonna... It's between B or C for me. Now, as you guys know, I am no Chibnall era hater. In fact, I'm a bit of a defender for the Chibnall era. I'm a valiant soldier on the war front, fighting for my king, Chris Chibnall. But I've got to be fair. I've got to be fair to Flux. I am actually quite a big fan of this series. It's got a place near and dear to my heart, even if it is kind of a bit crap. I just find it really endearing. It was an event. It was an event in television. Maybe an event only I was watching, but still an event nonetheless. So yeah, Halloween Apocalypse in B. It's a bit of a mess of an episode. I'm only putting it in B because I like it. To be honest, this one deserves C. It is a frantic mess of an episode, kind of nonsensical. There's a lot of things that just don't add up and then never add up. It is very enjoyable though. The opening scene where they're in that green screen land, that's funny. Dan Lewis's inclusion in Flux makes it much more enjoyable. I mean, there is still an argument to be had on whether or not the show would be better with or without him in it, but I really like Dan. I really like John Bishop, and I enjoy this episode, which is why I'm being generous and putting it in B, not C. The War of the Sontarans, I'm going to put that one in B as well, for mostly the same reasons. This one isn't as messy as part 1, but what I was stunned to see was that people who didn't like the Chibnall era came out and said that War of the Sontarans was the episode that they really liked, which is weird to me because this episode isn't anything standout. The structure is a little bit weird, but the structure of Flux in general is very weird. The pacing of each episode and of the series as a whole is weird, but I think maybe it's just that endearing. I think it really does have a charm to it. I think the series has a charm to it, but this episode especially seems to have a lot of fans, even among those who you wouldn't usually think would like it. I must say the Sontaran redesign in Flux is probably the best thing about it. Like, it is an incredible redesign. You guys already know how I feel about the series 4 Sontarans. The Sontarans in these episodes are terrible. They are so bad, but the Sontarans are major pussies. They just don't look good, and how much of a miss they are. These guys are on point. It feels like we actually have a real Sontaran episode. I guess you could call Flux a Sontaran episode, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I feel like B is good enough for it. To be honest, both of these should be in C. I'm just raising them to B because I enjoy them. Once Upon Time, I'm gonna put this one in A because this is the least popular episode of the series. I actually think it's pretty damn good. I think this episode has a lot going for it. My big problem with the episode would be those CGI Daleks. And the Bell storyline in general is a little bit boring in that it didn't really need to be there. But you know, outside of that, I genuinely think the episode is really great. I've rewatched this one probably the most out of every episode of Flux. I keep coming back to this one and I don't really know why. I should probably do some more like critical thinking into why I like it so much so I can explain it to other people, because right now if you're watching this tier list, it kind of feels like I'm just putting episodes where I want to put them. Guys, if you watched my previous tier list, you can attest to this. I've actually watched these episodes. Like, I've rewatched these episodes, I've written down notes. I've really tried to come up with a definitive tier list here. I'm not just putting random shit down. Yeah, I just kind of like this one. I don't know. I'm gonna put the Village of Angels in A tier as well. This is probably the best episode of the series. I think everyone can agree with that. I would say actually I'm a pretty big fan of this episode. I think the way that they handled Claire is a bit weird and a bit of like an ass pull, considering the theories of who Claire was and who she might be, considering what she said in part 1. I think the way that the route they went with her was a bit of a letdown. But outside of that, like, this is a very good episode, like, straight up. I mean, like, this isn't above average. This is certified good, I feel like. I mean, it has a good structure. It looks great. The Weeping Angels feel threatening. I'm not too keen on the cliffhanger, as a lot of other people were. A lot of other people were really, like, saying that it's one of the best cliffhangers in all of Doctor Who. I wouldn't go that far. I would say though that a lot of these set pieces, like the Weeping Angels on the stairway, the Weeping Angels coming through the basement, like the hands sticking out of the wall, all of that, like, it looks really good. And of course you've got Jericho, who is just like the all-star MVP of the whole series as a whole. This guy came in over halfway through and he just stole the show. Like, he stole the whole show. He's so good. So yeah, I'm gonna put that one in A tier, definitely not S tier material. I have seen other people's tier lists and they've put Village of Angels in the S tier, I saw someone who put War of the Sontarans in S tier. You're not going to get that on my tier list, buddy. But you may get something equally as controversial, which is me putting part 5 of Flux, Survivors of the Flux, in B tier. People hate this episode. I think this was the episode, the turning point, like part 5, where people were like, I'm not liking Flux, right? I saw a lot of that sentiment when it was first airing. A lot of people who were really into it, and then by part 5, they were like, I'm out. And I kind of get it. But at the same time, there's a lot of stuff in this episode I really like. Now, I feel like the traveling the world, Yaz and Dan, is something that we as Doctor Who fans are just so not used to seeing in the show. Yeah, Martha traveled for a year, but that was undone. And to imagining these characters just going on this really slow-paced journey, it's not something we've ever seen in modern Doctor Who. In fact, it's only something that we've ever really seen in the first 2 seasons of classic Doctor Who. With, you know, the Doctor and his companions, they would go on these journeys, like in Marco Polo, like in the Romans, just walking for a couple days. But like, it just feels so weird to put in a modern episode of Doctor Who, like a traveling montage of these companions, because they must be living their day-to-day life in the past. Like, it's crazy to think about. But for me, the really compelling part of this episode, aside from, you can see in the image that one shot of the Vision, which is, I'm so sad that they didn't expand on that further, because this is such a fucking cool idea. The thing that's really compelling to me is the unit stuff. In Resolution, there is an offhand comment where someone says that Unit and Torchwood is all gone. There was massive uproar online because idiots didn't think that Unit would be brought back. So dumb.
Unit's gone. Chris Chibnall hates Doctor Who. He got rid of Unit.
There was no way that you guys actually thought Unit was gone for good. There's just no way. So I really like the Grand Serpent going through Unit's past, builds his way up until the very end where he becomes the Minister of War that was mentioned in Before the Flood. I mean, he isn't confirmed to be, but he pretty much is, let's be real here. I think the major problem with this episode, where all of the other problems kind of stem out from, is the fact that Kate Stewart is included. And as I've gone over many times, 99% of the time, if Kate Stewart is included in the episode, it's gonna suck. She's like a bad luck charm, because she's such a fucking fraud, trash character. I think the stuff with Tech Taeyoon is mildly interesting. I never really cared for the Doctor's memories that were in that fob watch. I do find it weird that they're in a fob watch, considering we know that chameleon archers can take up any form, right? I'm gonna put the Vanquishers in D tier. Is it F? That's the question. So I really enjoy Flux. You guys know that. I find it really endearing. I find this episode endearing as well. I enjoy watching this episode. I find it funny. but it is shit. So do I put it in F tier? Is it F tier shit? Is it D tier shit? I'm leaning more towards D tier because I'm thinking about the other episodes I put in F tier. And the episodes I put in F tier are episodes I don't like watching. Like, I just don't like them. Straight up. The Vanquishers I do like watching, which means I guess it has to be D tier, right? It is a complete mess of an episode. I mean, the Sontarans kill the Lupari, like they genocide them off screen. That's one of the most baffling, weird moments in Doctor Who ever. Basically, the whole of Flux makes no sense unless you've done outside the show research, which I have done, but I shouldn't have to, right? I should be able to follow along a 6-part story without having to go on the wiki after every single episode, you know what I mean? I mean, I bet to this day 90% of people who've watched Flux don't understand either what the Flux is, how the Flux was stopped, and who caused the Flux. Why is the Flux? I would say this episode is quite laughable. I must say though, I imagine that it is very hard to write a finale for a 6-part epic like this, especially for Flux. He kind of run himself into a corner. It's very hard to juggle all of those aspects and compile them into a satisfying conclusion. The 3 Doctors splitting apart is kind of an ass pull, but I guess you could say it's a neat workaround. I don't think it works very well. I think the ending scene with Time is bad. As someone who thinks Jodie Whittaker is a great Doctor Who, I think that her portrayal as Time, which is just her but with her coat turned inside out and speaking in a softer tone of voice. I feel like there are some episodes of Doctor Who that really test the actor playing the Doctor. You know, you've got like Enemy of the World, Heaven Sent, and I feel like The Vanquishers and Nightmare in Silver, like, respectively challenge their actors playing the Doctor. And not to say that those actors are bad, although Matt Smith is a fraud, but they didn't fully step it up. And guys, well, that is Flux. I think I would average this series around C tier, even though I didn't put any of the episodes in C tier. If I was being honest, I think I've put 3 of the episodes in C tier. I'm being generous because I find the series charming. But anyway, damn, that's about it. That's every series ranked. Let's go. And only need to do the special. I'll do that another time. CBA, guys. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember to leave a like and subscribe. And if you agreed, if you disagreed, maybe you have thoughts on this week's tier list or yesterday's tier list. I don't know why I said this week's. If you had any thoughts on any of my tier lists, just leave them in the comments below. Why not? You can leave a 100-paragraph essay. I'll read it all. I'll give it a heart. Anyway, as I said, I hope you enjoyed and I will see you next time. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Today, guys, I thought, hey, I've done a tier list for every single modern episode of Doctor Who. Why don't I do one for all of classic Doctor Who? Except this time I'm not going to waste everyone's time. Yeah, I just want to do like a quick video, just kind of so it's out there, so it's in the archives, just so my thoughts are out there on every single Doctor Who episode, and then I'll do the spin-offs one day. The tier list I'm using is pretty in-depth, but I'm only going to be doing the classics in this video. The link will be in the description below if you want to make your own tier list, and that's about it. I don't really want to waste anyone's time. I'm just going to be speed running this shit. Yep, so I'm just going to get right into this. I have actually already recorded myself doing the list. This is all pre-recorded. I'm just going to be, you know, giving my thoughts as we go through it. As you can see, I am immediately putting a lot of episodes in the S tier because, spoiler alert, I like Doctor Who. Who would have guessed? But I especially like the classic era of Doctor Who. I think you can tell because of the fact that I had to add in a new tier because I needed 2 S tier episodes, because even before I made this list I realized there was going to be so many S tier episodes that there would be a variety of quality even in the S tiers, meaning I'd have to differentiate between S and S plus. And of course, in my opinion, I genuinely don't think there's a bad episode of Doctor Who between seasons 1 and seasons 14. Now after we get to season 14 I'll go in a bit more depth into what I mean here, but right now we're in the first Doctor era, which, I mean, we're coming to the end of it now because I'm just going through it so fast, but I love the 60s era. I think the first Doctor era for many people is their least watched, which is a goddamn shame. I mean, so many of these episodes are so good. I love the 60s. It's a really underrated era of Doctor Who in my opinion, the black and white. I really think there's so much atmosphere. The first and second Doctor are so unique and just so good. I mean, the quality of these episodes is just so great, and I think that even the episodes in A are good, right? Because as I said, I don't think there's a single bad episode. The ones that are in A are probably like the worst of the 60s. And then we immediately go into the 70s, and I mean, I feel like I've already said this in another video as well, but the third Doctor's era is my favorite in all of Doctor Who. So you're going to be getting a lot of S tier episodes. In fact, I don't think there is a single A tier episode for the third Doctor. He's my favorite Doctor. He has the most consistent quality in all of the episodes. I really like how each series of the third Doctors is similar and congruent, but also vastly different. You can easily switch series and get a totally different type of story. And then of course it all comes to a climax in season 11, which is, I mean, season 8 is probably my favorite series of Doctor Who as a whole, all of them combined. Out of every single one, I think season 8 or maybe season 14, season 8 and season 14 are up there for me, and just like, they're just so good. Damn, there's so many bangers here. As I said earlier, seasons 1 to 14, basically no misses. And then we get to season 14 right here, The Mask of Mandragora. Such an underrated episode. I mean, I think every single one of these episodes goes into S+. Yep, I mean, solid sweep. But then of course we get to season 15. Now I genuinely think that every single episode up until Horror of Fang Rock, I'm thinking An Unearthly Child to Horror of Fang Rock, I genuinely think that's a no misses period, just all hits. And then immediately The Invisible Enemy goes down just a tiny little bit into C tier because it's kind of shit. And it's a shame because K9 is there, and K9 is immensely popular. It was just the changing of the guard this time wasn't quite as smooth. The first episode of The Invisible Enemy, I will say this, the first episode is actually pretty great. And The Invasion of Time, to be honest, I should put The Invasion of Time in C tier. It's a bad episode, but I just love it so much. It's so funny. It has so much culture in it. It's got to be an S, even if I acknowledge it is a terrible episode. Like, to be honest, this one's really bad, but I just love it so much. It's got to be an S tier. This is the weird part of the Tom Baker era, because the Tom Baker era is split into 3 thirds, with the first third being really great and the second third being kind of mid, mostly because of the behind the scenes stuff. But then it kind of comes back round for the third part with John Nathan Turner. I like season 18, definitely more than season 17. I'm struggling where to put Shada, because I really like the missing footage that we still have, but the animated stuff I just can't with animated Doctor Who. I really can't, man. It's fucking unwatchable. I genuinely think this is probably the least fun I've ever had watching classic Doctor Who, was watching the animated Shada. I just really didn't like it. I should probably put it in F tier, to be honest, but I'm being generous because I actually really enjoy the on-location filming that we have. Season 15 or season 17, they're on the lower end of seasons in Doctor Who, but luckily season 18 is pretty great once you get past Meglos and the Leisure Hive. And then season 19 I think is also pretty consistently good. I think Time Flight and Fall to Doomsday are the only real flops, obviously apart from Black Orchid, which I put as the lowest on the list because I find that one incredibly tough to watch. But even then, it's only a 2-parter and it has a pretty good first half. And season 21, I was debating whether I was going to put Warriors of the Deep in S tier because it's kind of a meme, but at the same time I do actually enjoy the episode. I find it very funny, which means I should put it higher than B, but it's just so bad. Like, it's just so bad. I mean, that's the logic I went with Invasion of Time, but I guess for Warriors of the Deep it's just too hard to ignore. Of course I put Resurrection and Caves in S tier each. I mean, those are just bangers. And when we get to season 22, which is actually really underrated, I think there's a lot of episodes in there which are really good. And then we immediately get slapped in the face with season 23, which is just complete dog shit. This was the period of the show right after its first cancellation or suspension or whatever you want to call it. I feel like the show never truly recovered, and it's a shame. There are some pretty good episodes scattered in between. Don't you know? It's not so much season 23 and definitely not so much season 24. Season 24 is terrible, and as you can see I put all of season 24 below C tier, which that's how you know it's rough out here. And so yeah, Delta and the Bannerman. This is going to be my only episode I put in F tier, simply because I think it is the lowest Doctor Who has ever reached ever, and I hope Doctor Who never reaches these lows ever again, because damn, this is so hard to watch. It's embarrassing. I'm thinking of doing a whole video on this episode because it is my least favorite one ever. I just think it's a joke. I think it's an embarrassment. It makes me embarrassed to be a Doctor Who fan while watching it. It's so cheap. No one there likes it. No one there wants to be there. There's no passion. everyone just wants to get it over and done with. I'm gonna stop myself. And then overall, yeah, the show ends with a bang with survival. That's pretty much. Oh yeah, the TV movie. Yeah, that gets put in S tier as well. Why not? I love that movie. So did just a little bit of rearranging, and I think this is the completed list. Seems about right. Well, hope you guys enjoyed the video. That is my thoughts on every single classic Doctor Who episode. That's it all ranked. You can pause and look through all of it if you want. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I will see you in the next one. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video, guys. Today, the day has finally come. I have ranked every series of Doctor Who. Series 1, 2, 3, I can count, and I did all of the classic series as well, except that one was more of a time-lapse speed run. If I was to rank every Doctor Who episode from the classic era, it would take hours. I mean, imagine talking about Doctor Who for hours, am I right? What a loser you'd have to be to do that. But anyway, here I am back again with another tier list video. I want to do more of these, but I think we should just jump right in because I know I've kept you waiting. I'm sure there's at least one person who's waiting for this video. Hopefully. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, thank you so much for the support over the last couple of days. It's been incredible. We gained like 50 subscribers in one day. I'm probably gonna be at 1,000 subscribers soon. I just can't believe that. I genuinely thought I was gonna get 20 subscribers and just stay on that, and I would be happy, I would be satisfied. And genuinely, I am so grateful. Every time I log in and I see I've got a notification, I'm grateful every time. I read every comment. And so if you wanna join the under 1K club of DW Fan 91 content, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Thank you very much. Okay, let's just dive right in. I've got all of the specials lined up in the first 2 rows down here. I couldn't find a list which actually had every special on it, so I just went on a list that had all of the modern Doctor Who stories and then just put the specials out up top. So we should probably start with the Christmas Invasion. Now, I didn't want to make a big thing out of it, but you guys may notice there's something different with the tier list. We have a new tier. New tier, everybody. We have the E tier. S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Yes, guys, we have a new tier. Now, usually if you guys have watched, my previous videos, I've had S, A, B, C, D, and F. But no, nowadays we're switching it up, We've got to be fancy with it. So, of course, I had to just drop in the E tier. Now, I don't know if any of these episodes are actually ever going to end up in E tier. Who knows? But it's there, guys. I specially added it to the list. And I'm going to put the Christmas Invasion right there. No, I'm kidding. I'm probably going to put the Christmas Invasion solidly in A tier. Now, this episode actually gets a lot of flack. I've had a lot of people say they don't like this one, which is strange because it's a Russell T Davies episode and it's the first 10th Doctor episode who's everyone's favorite, am I right? And yet people really like to talk down on this one. I think it's because the Doctor is unconscious or regenerative trauma for most of the episode. From what I've seen in the community, most people don't like these episodes where the Doctor's suffering from the regenerative trauma, the post-regeneration state, which to me that's just a bit strange because every Doctor has had an episode like that. But I suppose most people don't like it, and I suppose most people don't like that in this one the 10th Doctor's barely in it. But I actually like that about it. I think you get to see more of the world, you get to see more of UNIT. The Sycorax are a really cool and interesting foe. The world was really well developed, and especially the first series of Russell T Davies' Doctor Who. And I think it's put to really good use here. Jackie, the whole Tyler family plus Mickey, they're good characters and they carry this story. And I find the UNIT stuff intriguing. It's not a perfect episode, but it is certainly good. I think A tier is fair enough for where this one belongs. Sadly, The Runaway Bride is not as good. Now, I was gonna be mean and put this one in C tier, but B is fair enough, right? Like, it's not an abominable episode. Some people really hate Donna in this one. I've always liked Donna. I've always thought Catherine Tate is a good actress. I've thought she's funny, and I think this episode is funny. I think there's a lot of fun stuff here. Now, is it perfect? Well, I wouldn't even say it's as good as A Christmas Invasion, so clearly not. there's a lot of things which kind of let this episode down. It is almost ridiculously silly, and that party scene where the Doctor sees that blonde girl, oh my god. Ugh. Mopey David Tennant, 10th Doctor, really lets this one down. It could have been a lot better if they didn't have that in there, but of course, you know, this is coming from the perspective of someone who was never invested in the Rose Tyler 10th Doctor relationship dynamic. Even looking back, I just can't force myself to get invested in that. But you know, I suppose it's successful for the people who do care, and it would be weird David Tennant, I mean the 10th Doctor, immediately got over all that, even if I think it would have made for a more enjoyable episode. I think B tier is where this one belongs. If anything, I'm being generous. The Voyage of the Damned, I'm going to be incredibly generous and put this one in C tier. To be honest, if I wanted to put the E tier to some good use, this episode would fit right in. It is frankly ridiculous. Now, I know a lot of people really like this episode because Kylie Minogue is in it, but it is completely ridiculous. This episode, of course, birthed my favorite Doctor Who inside joke, which is that of the double deadlock. That's fucking ridiculous. Is a regular deadlock not enough? We gotta have a double deadlock, guys. The Doctor uses a sonic screwdriver on a door. He says, "Ooh, it's double deadlock." Maybe Russell T Davies was, you know, too drunk / high while writing this one. I think there's a lot of elements which stayed with me. My name is Max. It's always funny, you know, the information. You were all going to die. The heavenly hosts, they're all very funny. The Doctor getting levitated like Jesus Christ on Christmas Day, though, I don't know. I feel like that's... I don't... Okay, yeah. Calling it an E tier episode is too mean. I enjoy this one. It's funny. And I enjoy the next Doctor as well. I'm going to put this one in C tier as well. Miss Hartigan is not a very imposing villain. If anything, I think she's a bit comical, which, given her actual backstory that is implied in the episode, it shouldn't be the case. She should be a serious villain. The episode itself is very not serious. I enjoy Jackson Lake though. He is kind of carrying this episode. You know, David Tennant is having fun as well, but it's clearly Jackson Lake's story. Up until the very end, where it then becomes the 10th Doctor's story again for no reason. Why could Jackson Lake not be the one to defeat the Cyber King? I don't get it, guys. But still, you know, there's some great stuff. I think the data pack scene, even though this, you know, this data pack stuff, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, I still think it leads to a compelling emotional scene. The Cybermen here, I mean, I guess you could say they look good in one shot. Specifically, the Cybermen are so fucking ridiculous in the Russell T Davies era. This does not do them justice. If I was to consider this as a Cyberman story and not a Christmas special that's meant to be watched probably once with the family and then instantly forgotten about, then I would probably be more critical of it. But it is meant to just be a little bit of fun. I feel like putting it in D would be too mean. But damn, Cyberman fans, you are not winning with this one. I guess you could say the Cyber Leader design is kind of cool. If Cybermen fans are so hungry for anything, I guess that's the W that they're trying to take away from this episode. Moving on to Planet of the Dead, the Easter special. Damn, the Easter special. I'm gonna put this one in D tier. Now, I actually have really good memories of watching this one. I watch this one quite a lot, and it does have the guy from Get Out, Spider-Punk. But the story, oh my days, the story is a mess. The premise is sound, you know, a wormhole takes a London bus into, you know, the sandy desert, but then the rest of the story, nothing happens, and I really dislike Lady Christina. Not really a lot happens. I guess I would say this episode is a whole lot of nothing. Now, I don't really want to be that mean to it and put it in D tier, because I have enjoyed this episode a lot in the past, but when I rewatched, it just really wasn't all that. You know what, I'm gonna be generous. Let's just say I'm being generous in this video and put all of these guys in C. Now, being real, I should probably lower every episode apart from the Christmas Invasion down a tier, if I was being real. But you know what, it's the festive season almost, so how about this? I'll be generous to every single episode. But thankfully, the next one is not one I'm gonna have to be generous to, because The Waters of Mars goes straight in S tier easily. Do I even need to explain myself? The horror element, this is probably Doctor Who's scariest episode in my opinion. The Flood are an incredibly well designed, well thought out antagonistic force. They really rack up the tension in this one. And then of course you get to that climactic finale, which is in my opinion one of the best moments in the Russell T Davies era, if not the best. It's just so awesome. When the music kicks in, you hear all the flashbacks, all the voices, you know, it feels like you've been building to something the whole time you have this character arc of the Doctor that's been kind of brewing in the background. It all finally comes to fruition. It's such a badass moment. All of the actors here do a great job. You have, of course, what's her face from Eternals, or as I know her, the tea lady from Sherlock. And it's genuinely just a really solid, well thought out episode of Doctor Who that can, I mean, it literally spawned a whole multimedia storyline. The quality of that though can be debated, but this episode is great. The end of time, it's not so great. F tier. I feel pretty comfortable putting this one in F tier. It is one of the biggest pieces of shit I've ever seen in my life.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard.
Part 1 especially is just, it's almost unwatchably bad. It's so poorly written, it's so poorly edited, it has no stakes, it is incomprehensible. There's the Doctor getting sexually harassed. It's not a good episode. And I guess you could say the cliffhanger is something. The Master becomes everyone on Earth. It's so fucking... It's like Russell T Davies, you know, he put in all this setup to make like a real grounded world. And then he threw it all away for this just ridiculous, poorly conceived, poorly thought out mess. And you have the couple in part 1 who it's heavily implied that weird stuff is going on with the father and the daughter. That's just so strange. The cult of Saxon, that's awful. The scene where the Doctor cries to Wilf about regeneration, just totally ruining the point of the whole show. Massive thumbs down from me. And keep in mind, this is only part 1. I mean, I could talk about my complaints with that episode for days. This disgusting scene of the Master just dirtily eating this chicken. Why did that have to be in there? Couldn't we have cut that one out? Dinner time. At least that one's funny. The rest is just bad. And then part 2, I would argue, is even worse. I mean, it's just Timothy Dalton's in it. That's a plus. If these episodes were separated, maybe I would be very generous and raise part 2 to E tier. Maybe. But because on this list they're counted as 1, F tier, it can't go higher than F. And then of course it has that 20-minute, 10-year-long epilogue scene of the 10th Doctor going around to everyone. Everyone's crying and they're playing that music in the background. He's like, was she happy? Fuck off, man. Verity Newman. Jesus fucking Christ. Every time I watch this episode, I'm expecting the 10th Doctor to fucking dematerialize outside Russell T Davies' house himself. Enter the room, open the door, you see Russell T Davies, he's writing away on his computer, and then boom, he turns around. Hello, Russell. Russell T Davies says, Doctor! Russell, you've done a really good job. I'm gonna miss you. You know, Russell T Davies cries, they cry and hug. Do you think we could get any more self-indulgent? This episode actively pisses me off. Christmas Carol is pretty damn good though. I'm gonna put this one in B tier. Now, it isn't as clever as some people like to make it out to be, but you know, as always, I have to give props to Stephen Moffat. He really came up with a good idea for an episode. There are certain flaws with it. It is not as perfect as some people make it out to be, but it is definitely very solid. It has everything you want from a Christmas special, I suppose. The fog shark, kind of funny, but you know, we're all allowed to have quirks in our Doctor Who episodes every now and then. I would say this one is a barrel of laughs. Do you get it? Because it's like a bunch of fish. The Doctor, Widow and the Wardrobe is also a barrel of laughs. And it's also F tier. This episode is unwatchable. It sucks. It sucks. Do I even need to say more? It sucks. It's so bad. I mean, I enjoy it because it's terrible. I should say an asterisk on me saying I enjoy it. I enjoy it sometimes. Sometimes it pisses me off because it really is just so bad. I mean, I could make a whole video on this one episode. I'm going to. But yes, F tier is where that one belongs. Now, I'm going to throw a curveball in and actually put the snowmen in A tier. I really enjoyed this episode. A lot of people really don't like this one, and I kind of get it. You know, Matt Smith is a fraud, but I have a lot of fun with this one. I have a lot of fond memories. I think Jenna Coleman is great. I actually really enjoyed this version of Clara. Yes, the ending is ridiculous, but it has a lot of great stuff in it. I think the opening is pretty damn funny. I think the idea of the TARDIS on a cloud is pretty cool. The Paternoster gang is, I mean, I've said my thoughts on them before. And the Doctor's costume is pretty cool. They have some funny gags there. You got Ian McKellen, you got Richard E. Grant. They're both doing a great job. You got the return of the Great Intelligence, which, I mean, at the time, I was just incredibly hyped for that. I love the Great Intelligence. Looking back, they didn't really do anything with it, which is strange. Can you believe the Yeti didn't come back? That's ridiculous. And it introduced a new TARDIS. this. I must say this reveal of the TARDIS's interior was hype as hell for me. I do like this TARDIS's interior. I like the Series 7B TARDIS interior, maybe even more so than Matt Smith's regular TARDIS interior. In fact, definitely more so. I think it looks pretty cool. And yes, I do understand people's critiques with the episode, but I can more or less overlook them. Now, being truthful, this episode probably deserves B tier, but as I said, Christmas spirit, I'm gonna raise it to A tier because I'm nice. Next up is the Day of the Doctor, which I'm gonna slide cleanly into S. I love this episode. It's the 50th anniversary. It's a great celebration of Doctor Who. I understand it has its problems, but if you understand the limits behind the scenes, how hard they had to work to get this one out, I find it hard to imagine a better special. With that much hype surrounding it, I think it does a good enough job to at least celebrate the modern era of the show. Now, while I do understand that a lot of people wanted more classic stuff, and you know I will always take more classic stuff. You know I love the classic series more than the new series any day of the week. I have said this before and I still stand by it. I would trade surviving footage of the Daleks master plan for the whole of modern Doctor Who being erased. I would make that trade in a heartbeat. It wouldn't even be a thought. But I think it was the right decision to focus on the modern series for Day of the Doctor. It really feels climactic, cinematic, and cool. There, I said it. Time of the Doctor is not so cool. I'm tempted to put this one in D tier. You know what? Let's do it. E tier episode. Woo! We have an episode in E tier, guys. It's bad, but it's not as bad as End of Time. This episode is completely rushed. It was clearly meant to be more than one episode, Trenzalore. It hastily wraps up a bunch of plot details, brings back a bunch of stuff that didn't really need to be brought back, and makes it just a lot more messy. The papal mainframe is weird. All of this church stuff is weird. All of the stuff with Clara is weird. I guess you would say the pro is that Handles is pretty cool, and the rest sucks. A town called Christmas, lame. The truth filled, it feels incredibly rushed and tacky. Clearly all of the resources were poured into the Day of the Doctor. Not to say this episode necessarily looks bad, I think it actually looks pretty good, but it's just a mess with some very weird parts in there that stop me from being able to enjoy it fully. Night of the Doctor, that one goes easily in S tier. More of Paul McGann would have been appreciated, is the goal. Last Christmas, I'm gonna put this one in E tier as well. Wow, we're getting a lot of use for the E tier. Last Christmas is definitely better than The End of Time and The Doctor Within the Wardrobe. It is not on that level of unwatchable, but it is definitely bad. The dancing scene is weird. The only redeeming quality about this episode is Peter Capaldi. Even Nick Frost as Santa just doesn't work. I don't like the elves. Peter Capaldi is the only one who has any funny lines, anything funny to do. Everyone else is just weird. And they had that almost interesting scene with Clara and her dream inception thing. The dreams within dreams is just so poorly thought out. It comes off as lazy. I understand he was trying to be clever. It's not clever. They tried to do some neat kind of horror aspects with the blackboards and Danny and Clara's dream. And then of course at the end, they do that fake out Clara exit for no reason. Husbands of River Song, that one goes easily in F tier. Do I even need to explain it? It's completely cheap. It's not funny. I hate it. It's bad. Return of Dr. Mysterio is actually even worse. This is the only episode that made me actively angry while watching it while airing, because it sucks and it's not funny. It's trying to be quirky with all the pop culture references. Oh, Pokemon Go reference. Kill me now. Do I really need to explain why these episodes are F tier? I feel like the highest you can have them is E tier. Any higher than that, I just can't see it. Sorry. And Twice Upon a Time. God damn, I could talk about this episode for so long. I'm actually gonna make... No, that would be too mean. I was gonna make another tier for Twice Upon a Time specifically, but no, it's not that bad. It's only F tier worthy. This episode is, yeah, I would consider this one just bottom of the barrel, worst of the worst. Contender for worst episode of Doctor Who of all time, easily. It's completely pointless. It's a needless epilogue that I don't even know what it's trying to do. I guess you could say, well, it's Chris Chibnall's fault because he said that he didn't want to start on a Christmas special, but Stephen Moffat, you could have done anything better than this. This just fucking sucks. I would have taken something even of the quality of The Return of Dr. Mysterio. I would say this episode is considerably worse than The Return of Dr. Mysterio, which is the second worst story on this list. Even Peter Capaldi can't save it. There's just nothing here. There's only things that make it bad. Okay, I just completely cut out a rant there because I could have gone way into depth. The fact I did, but I actually had to stop myself because I want to save this one specifically for a different video. Now, I have a lot of videos in the works that I'm planning for, and I know I say quite a lot that I'm working on videos, etc., but this is one that I genuinely am working on. I want to work on a video about this and about the Series 8 finale. Those are probably towards the top of my to-do list on videos. I would suppose the TLDR is episode kind of bad. Resolution is probably a B tier. It's nothing special. It is above average. It looks great. It serves as a semi-finale for Series 11. I guess some people like to call it that. I think it just works as a kind of extra add-on. The Dalek is pretty cool in this episode. I think the problem is that the concept of a war being held to fight one Dalek where it gets split up and then put across 4 parts of the Earth, I think that's just cooler than the episode we got. I think that's my biggest problem. The stuff with Ryan and his dad, that's pretty cool. Genuinely pretty well written drama. The Dalek itself is one of the most unique Dalek villains that we seem to have gotten. But if you guys know me, you know I'm a big Dalek fan, so my standards for stories like these are way higher. A lot of people either shit on this episode or they sing its praises, and I truly think it's just somewhere in the middle. The Dalek isn't incredible. I wouldn't say it's one of the best Daleks or best Dalek stories in Doctor Who or in Modern Who in general, but I would say it is definitely serviceable. Now, I remember when this episode first came out, there was a bit of a hullabaloo. Why are we getting rid of Christmas specials? Why are we doing New Year specials instead? Looking back, we probably should have stuck with Christmas specials, but I don't mind it being a New Year special. It does have some cringy moments in it, but overall, I would say it's pretty good. I would put Spyfall right next to it. Now, I've already ranked Spyfall, so I don't need to go in detail in it again, but I love the Sacha Dhawan Master. The episode could have been better, especially part 2, but there's nothing really egregious in it. It serves its purpose well as probably the only real, regular Master story in New Who, because every other Master story has either been a finale or has included Missy, and Missy isn't really the Master. I mean, put that on the Mickey Mouse checklist of videos I need to do. But if you look at the more regular, should I say, Master stories in classic Doctor Who, stuff like Colony in Space, The Claws of Axos, The King's Demons, episodes of that caliber, Spyfall really fits right in as just a regular Master scheme, and I think B tier is where this one belongs. Revolution of the Daleks, I've thought about this episode quite a lot. I have a pretty big project coming up to do with this episode. Now, this is quite low on the Mickey Mouse checklist of videos to do. This is gonna be a long time in the works. It's quite a big video, but I don't really want to fully go into it. I'm torn between B and C because there's a lot of missed opportunities in this episode. I'm gonna put it in C because I think it fits more in line with this caliber of episode. It is, I would say, average to below average, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. There are some very weird parts of the episode. There are a lot of parts of the episode that I think could have been done in a way more interesting way, in a way better way. Captain Jack especially, he just feels wasted here. Not that he didn't have a lot to do, but he doesn't get a show off like his immortality. He doesn't really get a scene where he gets to say goodbye to the Doctor, and I say that because now in retrospect, this is most likely going to be Captain Jack's last episode. There's a lot of missed potential here that kind of brings the episode way down for me, although I don't think it's that bad. Eve of the Daleks, on the other hand, I think this one is a great A tier episode. I was very satisfied with this episode. Simple premise, simple production, it just does what it needs to do. Some might say this is a very standard episode of Doctor Who. I am perfectly content with a very standard episode of Doctor Who. I enjoyed the Daleks here. It's got some funny gags. It's got the Groundhog Day element. It's even got the relationship drama. I know a lot of people didn't really like that stuff. I personally don't really care. I've never cared about, the romance in Doctor Who, etc, etc. Between the Doctor and companion, should I say. I think Doctor Who romances can work very well when it's between two characters that don't include the Doctor. But it doesn't take anything away from the episode. I was actually pleasantly surprised with this episode after Flux. I think it's a massive jump up in quality from the final episode of Flux, which gave me a full sense of hope going into The Legend of the Sea Devils, which, I really want to put it in E. I really do, because I do actually, there's some parts of this episode that I do enjoy, but it's so shit. I have to put it in F. I would be lying to say this episode is anything but F tier. It's a complete mess. It's indecipherable what was trying to happen here. It's such a shame as well. You guys know I love the Sea Devils, and I was waiting for Chris Chibnall to do his Sea Devil episode. He's been saying since like 2012 that he wants to do a Sea Devil episode. I've been waiting for so long, and it comes out and it's just a piece of shit.
And I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard.
Is there anything redeeming here? Not really. It's just all bad. Which is why I guess it's confusing when I say that I enjoyed the episode. I didn't enjoy it on rewatch, let me tell you that. But I did enjoy it on first watch, even though even then, as I was watching it, within around 2 minutes, I could tell, yeah, this episode sucks. It's way too short. It has no thought put into it whatsoever. It's just saying nothing. If someone said this is their least favorite episode of Doctor Who, I mean, I personally think Twice Upon a Time is more egregious as an episode, but that's not saying much. I'll be lying if I said F tier isn't where this one belongs. Which means we are finally onto the final special up to this point. We got 3 more coming this year and hopefully a 4th one at Christmas, you know, who knows. But until then, The Power of the Doctor is the most recent episode of Doctor Who. And I gotta be real, guys, I gotta put in S tier. I'm sorry. I've gotta be real. This episode is fucking 10 out of 10. I love it, man. I love this episode from top to bottom. I've made the analogy before that the Day of the Doctor is the 3 Doctors of Modern Who. The Power of the Doctors is the 5 Doctors of Modern Who. It feels like this episode was specifically written for me. Now, does it make a lot of sense? Not really. Similarly to the 5 Doctors, this episode's plot kind of just exists for fun stuff to happen. But overall, I am definitely in favor of fun stuff. So, thumbs up from me. You got Tegan and Ace, you got the 5th Doctor and the 7th Doctor, you got the Guardians of the Edge. The Guardians of the Edge might be the best scene in modern Doctor Who. Maybe that's a hot take. I love that scene so much. The Guardians of the Edge is one of my favorite ideas introduced in all of Doctor Who anyway. It's so good. The ending is great. It has a fun beginning. They've got that companion support group. Oh my days. I love this episode. I frequently rewatch this one. I think I've already watched it 11 times, maybe more. And I'm watching clips from it all the time as well. This is a really enjoyable episode for me. I do have my problems with it. I can complain about certain stuff. I can point out the holes, the flaws very easily, but I don't think that stops me from putting it an S because it is just so awesome. I love this episode so much. It's up there with some of my favorites of modern Doctor Who, and I really hope that the 60th anniversary can at least match it or even surpass it in some way. That would be really great for me. That would be the best case scenario. I've talked about this episode quite at length in my previous video, so I won't go into full detail here, which I guess brings me to the end of the video. That is my complete tier list. D tier is completely empty. I don't think anything really belongs in D tier. I think the E tier was a good addition because I think separating The Time of the Doctor and Last Christmas from F tier, whilst also not putting it in D tier, it doesn't quite reach D tier. I think that kind of perfectly suits those episodes. Maybe I've been a bit too generous to certain ones, like The Snowman, like The Runaway Bride, like Voyage of the Damned, but I have a lot of fun with most of these episodes. The specials are not usually the ones I go back to and watch a lot. They are fun, but usually for me, if I'm gonna choose to watch an episode, it wouldn't be, say, Last Christmas or something like that. And I mean, as you can see here, in recent years, the quality of specials has drastically decreased. But you know, still overall, I am happy we have them. I am happy we have more coming. But that's gonna be all from me. That's my tier list all wrapped up. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. Today, guys, we are doing another tier list. Yippee! Yep, I thought, you know, it's been a long time since I've done one of these. What is it, like a day? And I thought, what better else to do than a tier list of every Doctor Who series? Well, I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel this time. No, I actually think this is important. You know, I've got to document all of this, you know, put it in the archives. And I mean, it's quite standard, right? Doing a tier list of your favorite Doctor Who series. Everyone's done this, right? I'm just justifying it to myself at this point. We better start. Let's just get right into it with Series 1. Where else should Series 1 go but S tier? Well, A tier. I think that this one can fit in S tier, but right now I kind of want to keep it in A. A is a great baseline, by the way. You know, this is a brilliant series, introducing the new Doctor, the new companion, the new style of the show, the new format. It's introducing a lot of things. Actually, who am I kidding? This is S tier. There's so much great stuff here. It's not a perfect series by any measure. There are some parts of it that have aged poorly, but I really do think, you know, the world that's built here is genuinely really cool. If you've seen my other tier list for Series 1, how many episodes I've ranked in S tier in that series, I don't know though. I think the average was A. No. How about this, guys? We keep it in S tier and then later on we'll decide if comparatively it drops to A. I think this series scores all fronts. Is that a saying? I don't fucking know. It has a great finale. It has a great mid-series portion of the season. What more can you ask for? Thumbs up, S tier. Series 2 is going straight in F. Mwah, mwah. Just kidding, guys. I'm gonna put that one in D as well. I don't think this series is F tier. I just think it's very, very bad. Do I think any series is F tier? Probably not. This is up there contender for my least favorite series, which if you haven't watched my previous videos may come as quite a shock, but if you actually go back and watch a lot of the episodes in this series, you'll be surprised that quite a lot of them are shit. And by quite a lot of them, I mean basically every episode apart from the finale. The finale isn't a masterpiece by any measure, but you know, it's got Daleks vs Cybermen. That was awesome. What more can I ask from an episode? I very clearly am not invested in the 10th Doctor and Rose. I know some people, that's their whole thing, not us. And that's what the main focus of this series is on, between the romance between our two main characters. Something which I cannot stand. I don't like New Earth, I don't like Fear Her. Surprisingly, Love and Monsters, just because of how batshit it is. Actually, Love and Monsters is probably in my upper half, which is saying something. Yeah, I don't think it's F though. It's not like irredeemably terrible. As I mentioned, the finale's pretty good. Series 3 on the other hand, boom, this goes S tier easy. I love this series. I mentioned this in a previous video and I don't know if I stand by it, but Series 3 may be my favorite Russell T Davies series. This is a really good series. Of course, it introduced Martha. You guys know I love Martha. And the quality of episodes, especially that last stretch of 5 or so episodes, is just banger after banger after banger. And I think the series visually also heavily upgrades from Series 2. If anything, I think the jump in quality between Series 2 and Series 3 may be one of, if not the most drastic in Doctor Who history, rivaled only by season 24 and 25. And Series 4, I kind of wanted to be mean and put this one in A tier. It's S tier though, come on. A solid 80% of the episodes in this series are bangers. I don't think it can be lower than A tier at the lowest. There are cons, of course. The story arc in this series is heavily lacking. If you include the specials, that drastically lowers the average of the series. But you know, you've got Donna, you've got episodes like Turn Left. God damn, what a masterpiece. You got The Stolen Earth, which is just like the epitome of hype. Everything I, as a Dalek fan, have been asking for. Is Journey's End a bit crap? Yeah, but I still like it. I'm a Doctor Who fan. I can like things which are a bit crap because it was awesome. As I mentioned before, The Darkness is a bit lame, but I don't think lame enough to drag it down. I don't think it takes away from anything. I just think that it doesn't add stuff which the previous seasons added in terms of their story arcs, like Bad Wolf and Vote Saxon. I think both of those vastly outclass Series 4 in terms of story arc. Series 5, damn, it's almost like I'm a fan of Doctor Who, because I'm going to put this one in S tier as well. Now, me and Matt Smith, we go way back. Some would say I'm the reverse, but still, this series is a banger. I really enjoy more than 75% of the episodes in this series. Is there even an episode that I dislike in this series? Maybe there is. Maybe I'm forgetting one. I need to go back and rewatch my old videos. Haha. Why is no one laughing? This one again has a much superior story arc than Series 4. It's a very thought out series. It comes to a climax at the very end with the big bang. Series 6 breaks the streak of S tiers, but I'm actually going to put in A tier. A lot of people say this is one of their least favorite series, or lesser favorite series, should I say. I still really enjoy this one. There are definite stinkers lurking. There are certain aspects which I'm not really a fan of. The story arc is crazy, let's just say that, but it also has some bangers. The Impossible Astronaut and Day of the Moon will always stand out to me. Those are incredible episodes, and the dynamics between the characters are just inherently enjoyable. Stephen Moffat did a really good job with that. Series 7 is not as good. I'm actually gonna be kind to it and put it in B tier. It isn't, well, I was gonna say it isn't terrible, but I know a lot of people do think it's terrible, and if you want to think it's terrible, that's fine. That's totally your opinion. I enjoy it. I think it's more bad than good, which is maybe why putting it in B tier is wrong, and the story arc is terrible. Both sides. I mean, the first half doesn't have a story arc. There are theories that originally it was meant to, and it was cut, and then the Series 7B storyline just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But I guess it just has to be nostalgia. I have a really nice warm feeling coming back to certain number of episodes. I was gonna say most of these, but nah, it's not. Frankly, most of these episodes I actually don't like. And of course, it has both Asylum of the Daleks and Nightmare in Silver, which is just both crap. So maybe B is too high. Maybe I'm being too generous. As I said, I'm gonna re-look over the list as a finishing touch at the very end of the video. And here we are with Series 8, which I'm tempted to put in F tier, but no, I'm not gonna be awfully mean to this series. D tier is where it goes. This is probably my least favorite series of the modern era. I think I dislike this more than Series 2. It's just not fun to sit through. I think Clara's character actually takes a nosedive. Some people say in Series 7, or should I say Series 7B, Clara isn't much of a character. In Series 8, I think Clara is a character. I just think she's an unlikable one, which is a shame because I think Jenna Coleman is an incredible actress. I just think that they intentionally make her unlikable. The stuff with Danny, all of that. I mean, it's not like I'm a big fan of Danny either. I think the series starts promising and then it gets worse and worse. And then of course you have Flatline, which is a banger. It may overall, like on average, be the difference that puts Series 8 over Series 2, but then you realize the lows that Series 8 goes to, you know, in the Forest of the Night, and then of course the worst finale in Doctor Who history at the very end there. Poor Peter Capaldi, I don't really know what they were thinking. This one feels like a miss to me. I know there are some people out there who really defend this one. They say they really enjoy it. I tried. I genuinely did. I've rewatched all these episodes quite a number of times. They're just unpleasant to me. Series 9 is one which I fully came around on. Not to say that I like it, I just don't dislike it as much as I used to. Before, this was my least favorite series, more so than Series 8, which is crazy because while it was airing, I went into it thinking it was going to address my criticisms of Series 8. Maybe that's why I was so burned on it. And there are so many aspects of this series which I dislike, frankly. I think I'm still gonna put it in D tier, but it's a higher D than both Series 2 and Series 8 because I've come round to what Stephen Moffat was thinking while he was doing it, whereas before I was baffled by episodes like The Witch is Familiar and The Magician's Apprentice, just awful pieces of shit. I also think this series looks better than both Series 8 and Series 10, especially Series 10. It does have a nice visual style, this series. There are certain episodes, Sleep No More, which look incredibly ugly, and it's not the most visually appealing series, or even in Stephen Moffat's era. I would probably say that I prefer the look of Series 5 and 6 over it, but it does have a unique visual style rather than the greys of Series 8, the oppressive greys. Is Clara better here than she is in Series 8? Maybe. I still think she's pretty bad, and she redoes the exact same character arc that she had in Series 8, except this time it has a worse ending. I don't hate Hellbent as much as some people do. I also don't love Heaven Sent as much as some people do. When you put them together and see them as the two-parter that they're intended to be, they're okay, they're above average, they're fun, they're good, average 7.5, 8 out of 10. Hellbent is probably a 6, Heaven Sent is probably an 8, so yeah, they probably balance out to a 7. I know some people are obsessed with Heaven Sent and they swear it's the best episode of all time, but you've got to consider it as the full story. I would say that Heaven Sent as an episode gets better if you consider it as a standalone, but it isn't a standalone, so you know that kind of drags it down. And yeah, there are so many stinkers throughout this series. I also think Peter Capaldi is a little worse. This is the series where he has his worst characterization with the Dr. Disco stuff. I also don't like the hoodie. I know that's a bit of a nitpick, but is what it is. Series 10 I think is an upgrade. Do I put Series 10 in A tier? You guys are gonna hate me. So when Series 10 first came out, I loved it. Genuinely, I did. After Series 9, Series 10 felt like such a breath of fresh air. It felt like we were finally going back to something we should have gone back to a long time ago. It had simple stories, a good finale, a concise story arc that wasn't overbearing and needlessly confusing, and it had a nice solid TARDIS team that weren't obnoxious. Everything that you could want. But on my subsequent rewatches, especially recent rewatches, my opinion of the series has drastically gone down. Number one, it looks terrible. This is the worst looking Peter Capaldi series and potentially the worst looking Stephen Moffat series. Now I know that's kind of a budgeting thing, but still I've got to say it is very noticeable. There are only certain episodes, like I would say Knock Knock looks pretty cool. It's way too brightly lit. Bill as a character really ranges from schizophrenic weirdo to pretty cool, and she does come round by the end. I think some people may be convinced that Bill is just a consistently great character because she is good in the finale, and that's all they remember. But in episodes like Lie of the Land, where they really rely on Bill, like Lie of the Land is Bill's story, it's all centered around Bill. She really doesn't pull through. And I think the Monk trilogy in general kind of highlights where series 10 flops, because that trilogy is just a flop. Like, I love Extremis. I said in my video I liked Extremis, but the other two, I don't know what they were cooking with those. And the average quality of the episodes, it's middling. They're generic stories. They're not really saying a lot. The Eaters of Light, that may just be the most mid story ever. Like, that may just be the middest Doctor Who episode of all time. The 12th Doctor's characterization is probably at its best here, I would say, in series 10, but I don't know if that's enough to save it. I don't want to put it in C tier. I'm going to put it in B. A nice solid B. I do enjoy the series, I just don't enjoy it as I once did, and probably overall, this looks and sounds weird considering the two placements on the tier list and what I've said about it. I would probably say that series 9 is the more definitive 12th Doctor series. I feel like to showcase the 12th Doctor and his era, series 9 would be the best of that. Does that make sense? I hope so. Boy, oh boy, time for the controversial one. Series 11, that shit goes straight in S tier. I know you guys are disliking my video already. I know it. I can feel it. The comment section is going to be like, what? I feel like I've talked about this enough. This series is underrated as fuck. It is an underrated gem, legitimately. Number one, it looks incredible. This is the best looking Doctor Who series to this day, visually. And I think people who shit on it don't really remember it. I genuinely think that. I would say that the finale is pretty bad and it lets it down, and that's the last impression that people get of this series, which I'm not going to say that the finale is the worst episode of Doctor Who of all time, but I'm definitely not going to say it is good. It's a first draft. We know Chris Chibnall said it's a first draft. I think it's well put together, but the script really lets it down. It's kind of a mess, and it has all those telltale signs of the stereotypical Chibnall messy script. But the rest, oh my days, you guys are really sleeping on some of these stories. Rosa, Demons of the Punjab, It Takes You Away. These are all solid S tier bangers. There's so many bad criticisms floating around for this series. I understand that some people can dislike it for legitimate reasons, but I would say that the majority of people who have the consensus that this is the worst series of Doctor Who, and I would say that is probably the fan consensus overall, I think that is unequivocally false. And I think most people are basing that off nothing but maybe vibes. The Woman Who Fell to Earth is a great opener. It looks visually great. Even a story like Arachnids in the UK, which I will be the first to admit, when the episode first aired, I shout on it massively. But looking back, it has some really good stuff in there. Yeah, we didn't need that Stormzy spider scene, one of the worst scenes in Doctor Who, still stand by it. But the stuff with Graham in the house and that final scene of, you know, everyone coming together, oh my days, that is really good. Even in the worst episodes, I would say there are still some really good moments. And due to the lowered episode count, the average is high. I also rewatched this series quite a lot. This is probably one of, if not my most rewatched modern series of Doctor Who. So that is up there. And yeah, overall, I think S tier is where this belongs. You guys can call me biased. You can call me a Chibnall defender all you want. I think he's the GOAT personally, but you know, I think all of them are the GOATs. However, I must say, I don't think of Series 12 as highly. I'm actually going to put that one in C tier. It is definitely above all of the series that are in D tier by a mile, but it's also a deeply flawed series, to say the least. I think it starts strong enough with Spyfall 1 and 2, but there is a noticeable step down in quality. This feels like Chibnall abandoning his own vision to fall back on a more safe option. It feels like Chibnall trying to do a Russell T Davies series. There's a lot of Russell T Davies isms in these episodes. I think the structure of having 5 fillers and 5 story-based episodes is destined to fail, and I've already given my thoughts in detail about The Timeless Child, so I don't need to go into all that. I do think The Haunting of Villa Diodati is a great episode and the standout of not just this series but the era, but I don't think that's enough to put it on the same level as Series 7 or Series 10, even though I think I enjoy watching it more than Series 10, so maybe it does deserve B tier. I was incredibly generous to Series 7 and Series 10, especially Series 7, which has just some really god-awful episodes in it. Worse than anything in either series 10 or 12. Yeah, I probably should raise this to B. You know what? You guys are going to call me a Chimnel Defender again? Yeah, I'm going to put it in B. A lot of the filler episodes are looked down upon because they are exactly that, but they're still enjoyable. I think Praxeus isn't a god-awful episode. In fact, I thought it was pretty good. The one I really didn't like was Can You Hear Me? That one definitely didn't need to be there, or if it did, you could have made it into something interesting instead of half-baked. And so here we are on the final series, series 13, aka Flux, one which have I hidden this well? I don't think I've hidden this well. I love this series. Is it good? Not really. It's kind of a mess. It's kind of dog shit, to be honest. Like, to be perfectly honest, like, if I was being objective here, this series kind of sucks. And yet I love it. It's so good, but it's so bad. But I love it way more than I dislike it. The finale especially is just so messy. Like, there's just so many kind of laughable bits, and yet I still enjoy it so much. I've rewatched Flux a lot. I've watched this series a lot already. It feels like my own special part of Doctor Who because no one ever talks about it or watches it or says they like it. It's only me. So it's like I have a little portion of Doctor Who all to myself. That's what Flux is. I have a big project concerning Flux coming up, and by coming up I mean to be released in the next year. That's a long-term project. Don't expect that soon. But I really delved deep into Flux. I read all of the scripts multiple times. I read them all multiple times over. So I haven't just watched the episodes, I've read all the scripts. And I've gone on all the wikis and I've delved deep into that. And I guess for that sake, I have to raise it to at least a C. Now, to be honest, I want to put in S. But C is where this one belongs. You know what? I'm gonna make a whole new tier above S called Flux. Do I write Flux Goat? Do I write Flux Goat? Do I write that? I'm to not give people the wrong impression, I'm gonna put it below F tier and write Flux. But I'm also gonna write 10 out of 10 in brackets. How about that? Well, I think that works as a list. Yeah, I've looked over it. I've decided I'm going to keep Series 1 in S tier. I was going to be mean initially and leave it in A. I don't want to be. I love Doctor Who. I love Series 1. I love Christopher Eccleston. And yeah, maybe if I really wanted to be trying to be different, making sure I don't fit in, I'd put Series 4 in A tier if I really wanted to be controversial. But like, do I really? Nah. I want to be real. And so yeah, I think that is my overall complete list. Do you guys agree? Do you guys disagree? Leave a comment below on your thoughts, question mark. I don't know. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. It's finally here. Long overdue. I know you guys have been waiting for this one. I'm sorry it took so long, but it is finally here. My 1,000 subscribers special. What? We're already past 1,000? We hit 2,000? But the video. I was gonna do a whole thing. What should I say now? Make something up? Okay, I got you. Thank you for 2,000 subscribers. Editing me here. Whoops. Make that 3. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is crazy. And so I think we should do a special video. People still do that, right? I hope so, because today we are talking about the Sarah Jane Adventures. Now, originally this video was going to be a tier list, but this is a momentous occasion, so I thought, you know what, screw it. Let's have some fun. A few days ago, I made a community post asking you guys what your favorite Doctor Who spin-off was. And as a few of you have caught on, this was not random. Yes, I'm going to be doing a video on each of these. One for each spin-off. Today is the Sarah Jane Adventures, next is Torchwood, and then I want to give all of these a real fair shot, a definitive look into all they have to offer. I'm going to go season by season and lay out all my thoughts, my feelings, ideas, pros, cons, etc. And you know what? After that, I'm going to be including all my episode rankings as well, because you know I have to. But before that, I have a huge announcement, and that is that we are officially monetized. Let's go. Yes, I am now partnered with YouTube. I have a YouTube partnership, which means that I've been given the channel member feature on my channel. You should be able to see it at the bottom there next to the subscribe button. It says join. Now you can be a channel member for any YouTube channel that has monetization on, but I thought it would be cool if for my channel I made it special. I want to add like real benefits to being a member. So if any of you ever feel generous enough to join, here are the list of membership perks. Special videos made exclusive for members, special channel emotes, permanent access to my Discord server. You can get a look into the behind the scenes process. You get to vote on special polls like what videos I do next, what topics I choose. You get special sneak peeks and videos early. And not just that, you will be included in all of the future videos. Of course, there is no pressure for anyone to join if they don't want to, but I thought as YouTube has given me this feature, I may as well use it and it could be fun. But with that all being said, I think we should get on with the video. Let's start the Sarah Jane Adventures Season 1. This shit kinda ass, not gonna lie to you guys. Okay, that is way too mean. I need to lay out some ground rules real quick. First of all, this is a kid's show. Sarah Jane Adventures aired on CBBC, which means that if you're like me, you have a lot of nostalgia for this one. For many people, many kids around my age, this was Doctor Who. This was what you watched. This was the show on TV. And I will definitely still stand by that. Compared to its CBBC competition, the Sarah Jane Adventures stands at the pinnacle. It is far and away the best the channel has to offer, not even close. However, we need to decide if we're judging this show as a kids show or as an actual show, because you have some people saying out here that this is the best Doctor Who spin-off, or even in some rare cases that it rivals the show itself. So I think I'm gonna judge this in comparison to the rest of the Doctor Who universe, which means there is gonna be higher standards. Now the reason I'm doing this will become clear later. Spoiler alert, some of the seasons in the future are actually pretty good, but I think while it would be unfair to completely forget that it's a kids show, it would also be unfair to the other shows that I have to tackle if I gave this one unnecessary leeway. We all on the same page? Do you get what I mean? I'm going to be judging the Sarah Jane Adventures as a show. And as a show, Season 1 is pretty damn bad. The Invasion of the Bane is the pilot for the show and immediately highlights the incredible special effects and production values. Okay, this one I will be a little bit more generous too. The show being low budget, even more so than classic Doctor Who, cannot be helped. That is just how it is. Also, this is a pilot. They haven't fully figured everything out yet. They're still seeing what works, and actually, maybe I judged you too harshly. Okay, let me go over the pros. This looks pretty neat, I guess. Sarah Jane is perfect, and I mean truly incredible. As you guys know, actually, have I said this before? Either way, Sarah Jane is my favorite Doctor Who companion. She always has been, and for the time being, looks to remain that way. I love Sarah Jane, and she is so good in this show. I'm saying all this now because otherwise I'd have to repeat it every time, and I probably still will, so that's saying something. But she really is an incredible central character and can carry the whole show by herself mostly. But Maria also does well for a good audience surrogate. Now, back in the day, I will admit, I always preferred Rani to Maria. This is because Rani, of course, has more episodes and she's in the better episodes. But coming back to the series, Maria is actually pretty damn good. She is more or less the main character for this series, and I think she's great. Her connection with Sarah Jane and Luke is nice. But in this pilot episode, there is a very clear gap missing in the cast, and one that is not filled with Kelsey. My big problems with the episode would consist of the story, the pacing, the writing, and the villains, which would consist of pretty much all of it. The Bane are an interesting idea. I'm giving them too much credit. Mrs. Wormwood and this guy, what's his deal? What is his deal? Just a bit creepy in this one, to be honest, and not in the intended way, I don't think. They're just very stilted. Either way, I don't really enjoy watching it, and I don't like the bubble shock stuff. But I think maybe I'm being too harsh. Where the episode needs to work, it works, and that's all that matters. Introduces Sarah Jane, introduces Maria, introduces Luke, introduces the Sonic lipstick, and it does that all well. So let's just be very generous and give it a 4 out of 10. Very generous. Sheesh, maybe I should lower that one. Okay, I'm not going to be spending all that time on the rest of these episodes, so let's just go through the rest of Series 1. Once Clyde is introduced, the ball really gets rolling. He's my favorite character, by the way. A lot of the time, Clyde is given some really shitty lines, but Daniel Anthony, I love this guy. He really sells it nonetheless. He is always good. I would say he is the MVP of this show. I do like that the Slovene come back. It ties in nicely with Doctor Who, especially considering that they come back twice. Revenge isn't a particularly engaging story, to be honest, but I like the setting, and the Slovene's inclusion makes it at least somewhat fun. Eye of the Gorgon just stinks though. Warriors of Cudluck has what's his face from Andor, and I actually do like this villain design. It has potential, but nah. Something you will notice about Sarah Jane Adventures is that while the main theme is awesome, we all love that, the music for this show sucks. Now I know music is subjective, but that's just my opinion, and it is truly distracting while watching these episodes. Boy finishes the season and genuinely has a pretty good premise and first part, but part 2 lets it down massively. Also, Mr. Smith being evil would be pretty damn cool if it was ever mentioned again. But I saved the best for last. Or should I say the most interesting for last. The Trickster is far and away the best villain in the Sarah Jane Adventures. A truly fascinating foe and design. I'm planning on making a whole separate video on this villain, but I can still talk about the episode. It's not perfect. In fact, I would say that it's probably the worst Trickster episode in the Sarah Jane Adventures, but it has good moments and really challenges Sarah Jane as a character. Overall, thumbs up from me. And here is my ranking for each episode of Season 1. Overall, it's a bit of a mess, but it succeeds where it needed to and was successful enough for a second season. How does that one fare? Better, but not by much. Rani, as I mentioned, is a great character. She fits in really well with the dynamic, and the season itself is an improvement, but still fails in certain areas. The Last Sontaran is one I'm very nostalgic for, and of course, it has a Sontaran. Now, for me as a kid who watched the Time Warrior first, I got very excited when Sarah Jane saw a Sontaran ship again, and even though I know it's to just save money, this effect of taking off the helmet was always kind of badass to me. I don't know, I think that's quite cool. I like the setting of the forest and think Clyde is, as always, funny. My problems come in with the strange anti-video game messaging, the lackluster Maria subplot and ending, and the Sontaran himself, Karg. They all feel pretty underwhelming. Day of the Clown is interesting with this creepy clown and Spellman played by, oh my days, is that Graham? Secret of the Stars though? Nah. Apparently this one was gonna have the Mandragora Helix in it. That would have been far more interesting than whatever the hell this was. Mark of the Berserker, however, is actually something interesting. Now, it's not the best thing ever, but I would actually genuinely call it good. And of course, it's about who else but Clyde. Now, I do find it strange that this episode marks the 4th time in a row this season, where there's mind control as the main plot device. But here it actually works because the writers are aware how fucked up it is. Clyde and his relationship with his dad are done very well, and it's a personal story. I like it. If it weren't for the fact that this particular gimmick had been well worn by this point, and part 1 being not as good as part 2, I'll be giving this one a higher rating. The Temptation of Sarah Jane Smith is another personal story, this time for Sarah Jane, and that aspect of it is great. The rest, not so much. Just a bit too big for its boots, sadly. The same with Enemy of the Bane, which has the Brigadier, my favorite, genuinely. Like, no jokes. Pause the video, pull everything down. Serious public service announcement. The Brigadier, genuinely my favorite character in all of Doctor Who. Every part with him on screen is amazing. And everything else sucks. The story sucks, the ending sucks, the Bane sucks. At least Mrs. Wormwood isn't as stilted here, but still. As much as I hate to say it, I don't think this one works. But I still love it because of the Brigadier. Here are my rankings for this season and on to season 3. Hey, this is where it actually gets good. Prisoner of the Jadoon isn't that good, but it's a definite improvement. This marks the show's new default in terms of quality, and I think it is far and away better than season 1. Androvax is pretty cool, and the Jadoon, while looking cheap, has some nice bits. That's a problem though, it is just a little bit cheap in it. The Mad Woman in the Attic is a good episode though, I really like this one. The Eternity Trap is probably the most forgettable episode of the whole show, but nice location, I guess. Mona Lisa's revenge is a complete pantomime and very silly, but Clyde gets a chance to shine. I think this one is on the same level of quality as Prisoner of the Jadoon. But The Gift? I don't really like this one. The only interesting thing is probably the racweed's effect on Luke, because that is genuinely gross. You know, it looks good. Other than that, not for me. This concept was done way better in Class anyway. But here is the main event. Not just the season, but arguably the whole show. The wedding of Sarah Jane Smith. Part 1 son. The Doctor and the Trickster appear for the very end of Part 1. I think it's pretty cool. The rest is boring. Part 2 is pretty cool though. As a kid, I remember the idea of the venue being taken totally out of space scared the hell out of me. This was probably the most scared I was of the Sarah Jane adventures, and I don't know why, freaked me the hell out. Those are my rankings. On to Series 4. This series is really hit or miss. You've got stuff like The Vault of Secrets, Lost in Time, and The Empty Planet Part 2, but then you got Goodbye Sarah Jane and The Empty Planet Part 1. Goodbye Sarah Jane Smith is genuinely effective, and when the plot twist hits that it's this horrible basement monster that's behind Sarah Jane's memory lapses, you're actually pleased. I think this one works entirely as intended and is by far the best series finale of the show. The Empty Planet is a great concept that gets ruined in Part 2, and Death of the Doctor was my shit as a kid. Looking back on it now though, I'm gonna say the unforgivable. Mid. Now this is the only episode where Russell T Davies writes the 11th Doctor, and I've got to say, he actually did a pretty good job. Usually I would be saying something along the lines of, he's a menace to the entire city. You're a fraud, Spider-Man. You're a fraud, Spider-Man. But being real, I think I'd probably prefer this one to The Wedding of Sarah Jane. I also like how they're tied together. Jo Grant is also in this one, and she is amazing. One of my other favourite Doctor Who companions. I am so happy that they were able to meet. This is fantastic. And all the clip shows of classic Doctor Who, that's all I ever wanted. 10 out of 10, but not really. Because this unit lady's plan, and the Shan sheath, and all of that, it's just bleh. Also, I know a lot of people are down for this, but I could do without the Doctor companion angst. We can skip all that. Why can't we all be friends, you know? Wait a second, I know that guy. Iron Fist. But I saved the best till last. The Nightmare Man. This one, they kind of cooked. Now, Part 2 is a bit of a letdown. It's not terrible, but Part 1, this Part 1 is great. Similarly to the Trickster, I want to make a video all on this guy alone, but damn, when you compare episodes like Eye of the Gorgon to this, it's night and day. Now, it's not perfect, because no episode of this show is, but even with its flaws, I think it stands out as a good episode of Doctor Who television. And with that, let's move on to the final season. Sadly, Series 5 had to be cut down, due to the tragic passing of Elizabeth Sladen, something which makes me sad to this day. And so, because of that, I think it would be unfair to judge episodes like Sky and The Man Who Never Was, as they tie into a plotline which was never able to fully come into fruition. I will say that Sky as a character is actually pretty good. I like her inclusion and she fits in well. The dynamic between characters as always is good, but her introductory episode is by far the weakest of the season, which is why the next episode, The Curse of Clyde Langer, is such a shock to me, because this episode is incredible. I've always really liked this episode, and on this particular rewatch that remains the case. Clyde is the MVP, and the performance here is just jaw-dropping. I love this episode. Yeah, the CGI on the totem pole is a bit iffy. I don't even care. The rest is great. This is my favorite episode of the show. Why I didn't really want to judge this one as a kid's show and just as an actual show, because this is genuinely good. And these are my final ratings for every series. It is a real shame that the storyline was never able to be finished. I have read all the plans for the Battle of Bannerman Road, and it sounded epic, and I really think I would have loved it. This show holds a special place in my heart, and although I may have sounded like I was being harsh to it, I do really like it. I have a lot of nostalgia for it, and not only that, I love Doctor Who, so I'm just gonna automatically like all of Doctor Who adjacent stuff. A lot of you guys may think I treated this one too harshly. I think think I treated it realistically. You guys know me, you guys know I try and be real. I don't want to sugarcoat it, I don't want to lie. Yeah, I think a lot of the ratings of these episodes may be low, but I think it would be more disrespectful to hold this one to a lower standard when I know that it can reach those high bars. And especially when you see some of the other stuff I'm gonna have to be dealing with in future videos, I think you're gonna get it more so. Overall, I think series 1 is a messy, overlit, over-ambitious, but charming start to the series, with enough interesting ideas and links to Doctor Who to set it out from its competition, but also tie it in to the expanded Doctor Who universe. It also has this kind of unique feel. I think it is from the visual style of the show, and also the fact that all of the actors are just way younger looking than even in the series right after. That sets it apart from the whole rest of the show in my mind. Maybe it's also because there's Maria there and not Rani. It has novelty, although I would probably still put this one as the lowest, my least favorite series of the show. Season 2 is a definite improvement. As I mentioned, there is an upgrade in the visual style, but the status quo remains the same. There is a kind of repetition in the plots that I don't know if it was intentional, I don't think so, and it still overall just isn't very high quality. However, as I mentioned, I do love the Brigadier. Did I mention that? I love the Brigadier. Did I mention that? Series 3 is even better than Series 2, and I think really where the show starts to become actually half decent. As I said before, it is quite hit or miss, but I do think that when it hits, and it's definitely more easily watchable than those two previous seasons. The character work is also very fun. I think it improves with each season, to be honest. I really like all of the central characters in this show. And if I remember correctly, this is when K9 actually becomes more relevant in the show. Yes, I haven't mentioned him at all in the video so far because you will be surprised with how little he actually shows up. But I love K9. K9, my beloved. And don't worry, we're going to be talking a lot more about K9. Oh boy, yeah. Don't worry, there'll be more than enough K9 to talk about later. But Series 3 is where he more so comes in, you know, he has that rapport with Mr. Smith, that's all funny. Even if Mr. Smith is a bit silly. Unlike K9, of course K9 isn't silly, because he's from the classic show. And nothing from the classic show is silly, it's all serious. I love K9. Series 4 is definitely the pinnacle of the show. It's my favorite part. I think it has the best consistent quality, even if it isn't the most consistent. And as I mentioned before, the Nightmare Man is a real standout, even if the visuals for this series kind of remained a bit stagnant, as opposed to the drastic leaps in quality from series 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. And series 5 sadly just is incomplete. I can't really judge it. I will say that I think it would have been the best series if it was completed, and that it is a real tragedy that we lost Elizabeth Sladen when we did, not just because of her relation to Doctor Who, but also because she was a wonderful person. As I mentioned before, it really is a somber way to end the show, and to end the video. But I guess we just have to. Is that abrupt? It feels abrupt. Poignant. But that's just me. What are your guys' thoughts on it? You like any specific episodes, moments? Leave a comment below. I try and read them all. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video. And welcome back to my super epic Doctor Who spin-off, Spectacular. We are going through every single Doctor Who spin-off and reviewing them all. If you didn't see my last video on the Sarah Jane Adventures, this is going to be a similar format, except of course, today we're talking about Torchwood, the more mature and adult alternative to the pussy kids show that is Doctor Who. Imagine liking this. Losers, we are Torchwood only over here. The show for real men and women. You know that because it has drugs and sex. We have Gwen, the Welsh lady, who is from Wales, and she takes us into a world we never knew. The world the Doctor is too afraid to show us. The world of Torchwood. Appreciate it. Spoiler alert for Torchwood. If you haven't watched any of this show and feel like you might want to in the future, go and watch it, man. Might as well. Today, we're going to be talking about it all. The characters, the story, every season, and plot twist. All in detail. So, if you've not seen it and care for spoilers, turn back now. Okay, but now that's all said, let's talk some Torchwood. As I said, this video is going to be very similar to my previous video on the Sarah Jane Adventures. I'm not going to be going into detail into every episode, but I will go in depth in certain ones. I will talk talk about each season as a whole, its progression, character journeys, and quality. Of course, quality is subjective, and I do care what the great community has to say. I did a poll on my community tab, which I do daily by the way, so don't forget to vote. And according to you guys, Torchwood is the greatest Doctor Who spin-off, and by a large margin too. And so today we're going to be seeing if that is correct, judging all 4 seasons of Torchwood from its humble origins to, well, we'll get into that. If you really want to get involved in the community, you can click the join button below and become a member to get special channel perks, such as access to the Discord server, special emotes, special videos, sneak peeks, behind the scenes content, and an inclusion in every video. Of course, as always, there is no pressure, but if you ever want to support the channel, I would be eternally grateful. Now with that all out of the way, we need to finally start Torchwood. Now, it's no secret that Torchwood maybe takes itself a little bit too seriously. I even made fun of it in the intro. Torchwood is an overly edgy, self-aggrandizing, kinda shoddy mess of a show. Still like it though. Starting in October of 2006, Torchwood changes everything. With its season 1 opener pilot, everything changes. Actually not too bad episode all things considered, but I do think that from the start, a lot of the issues for the show, and there are a lot, make themselves pretty evident. Number 1 is trying too hard. Now looking back, this is actually rather charming, especially in this episode, but the novelty wears off a little fast. It is aggressive in how it is, and it actually makes the whole atmosphere of the show rather unpleasant. The slow motion ridiculousness of the early 2000s, the epic disco music, it gets a little too much. Let's just say that. And the camera jittering sucks. Oh my days, it is so distracting. The frame rate, the weird, I know it isn't glitching, it's smoothing, I think. If you know what this is, leave in the comments below, but it pisses me off. The main theme is badass as hell, but similarly to the Sarah Jane Adventures, the rest of the music isn't breathtaking. Now it is a better soundtrack than the Sarah Jane Adventures, but it really makes you appreciate what we've got in Doctor Who, because some of these tracks are not it. The first episode introduces Gwen Cooper, who is our main protagonist for this episode, and also Welsh. She's Welsh, everyone. In case you missed it, she's Welsh. And in season 1, she maybe has a thing with Jack and Owen, but she also has a fiance. Ooh, the drama. Everything changes for her when she finds a weevil, which, to be fair, looks rather impressive. And then she finds Torchwood with a pterodactyl, which looks less impressive. She has her memory erased, but is smart enough to rediscover it and find their special secret base hidden in Cardiff. You know, that place where they filmed Doctor Who. We're introduced to the whole group and Susie, who dies. But she shoots Captain Jack, and we find out, gasp, shock, horror, he is immortal. That's basically the premise of the show. Secret special task force who deal with aliens, led by Captain Jack, and Gwen is the new girl who brings us into this special world. To be fair, could have been worse. And you know how I know that? Because this next episode is fucking awful. Day 1 is about sex. We're so gritty, we're so edgy, we're so cool, we're so trendy. This episode is weird, not fun, not good. Thumbs down. A lot of these episodes in season 1 are just weird. I don't know if it's because the premise for the show is faulty, or if they were struggling to find their footing, or if they didn't really know what they were doing, but it tackles basically all of its subject matter just so poorly. One of the main characters basically drugs and rapes people and is never called out for it. Just a little strange. Maybe. I don't know though. The Torchwood crew is introduced. Captain Jack as the leader and the one from the show we watched. He's John Barrowman, being a cool super spy and man of action. Owen is an asshole. He's a dick. That's about it. Oh, and he was in The Dark Knight Rises. Yanto is a pussy. Basically, all their character traits can be summarized as annoying, dull and annoying, camp and annoying, and Welsh. However, there is one outlier. One character who is actually nice. The character everyone loves, Tosh, who also featured in Aliens in London as that one random scientist. You remember her. Best character in the show. Oh, and also Captain Jack likes to hang out on the roof. He's gonna do that a lot. Season 1 continues on with Cyberwoman, an infamous episode, and for good reason. Yanto keeps his dead girlfriend from the series 2 finale Doomsday secretly underground and is basically being a massive bitch. This sucks. The design is ridiculous and shameless. You see what I mean about trying too hard? Yanto in this season is so fucking bad, and this episode just secures it. Now, it by itself is not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it definitely ain't good. Also, yeah, the special effects in this show are awful, but as I mentioned in my last video, I'm not gonna rag on that too hard, except when the show clearly bites off more than it can chew and it's embarrassing. Cough cough foreshadowing. However, a lot of the episodes in this series aren't all garbage. Now, there are some that are generic and boring, so I will skip over those, but the one I want to talk about is Countryside, because this is one where the fandom is split. Season 1 overall is one which I think most people nowadays generally look back on and dislike, but opinion is divided when it comes to this episode specifically, and I kind of get it, because those are my thoughts as well. I am unsure about this episode. On one hand, I think it's actually pretty good, but on the other, it is deeply unpleasant to watch. I don't enjoy this episode at all, and it does have problems, like basically every episode this season, but I think it's actually well done. It's tense, it has emotions, it shows the sick and twisted side of the villain successfully, and the setting is great for what it's going for. This maybe is the standout of the season, but I still don't enjoy it. It's more good than bad, at least in my opinion. I'm sure you guys will say what you thought about it in the comment section below, so I'll leave it at that. They Keep Killing Susie is another unique one. A good way to tie in the pilot and Susie back into the plot in a way I personally didn't see coming at the time. The ending especially is a bit lackluster, but it's definitely one of the better episodes this season. Out of Time is also interesting. Maybe another contender for best in the series, although, as I think I've made pretty clear, not a high bar. Episode 12, titled Captain Jack Harkness, is one that a lot of people seem to love. It's definitely one of the better ones, but I personally never found it all that. It is above average though, and has some interesting elements. The finale, on the other hand, remember what I said about biting off more than you can chew? Well, there was an attempt. Never let him cook again. The season ends with a cliffhanger, and the Doctor's hand begins bubbling, and we hear the off-screen sound of the TARDIS. Ties in directly with Utopia. The episodes go right into one another, and when you watch it like that, it does make you appreciate it more, because that is awesome. The episode itself is pretty mid though. This season wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, it's bad, but some of the episodes are actually pretty decent. It is definitely better than the first season of Sarah Jane. Yeah, it looks like shit and some of the episodes are shit, but the overall series storyline, story arc, pretty cool and well done. There are character arcs for all the characters, even if Yanto is still a pussy by the end of it. Owen, however, does get somewhat of a redemption after his suicide attempt. Tosh's own episode just to herself was disappointing and not what she deserved, but still, she's great throughout, and Captain Jack got a lot of chances to show off, as he will continue to get throughout the whole series. As much as Gwen was the audience surrogate in the pilot, Captain Jack is pretty clearly the show's main character, and everything revolves around him, and he's pretty funny. He carries the show enough, let's just say that. However, I would overall still call season 1 a bit of a dud. It has a lot of rough edges, and as I said, it can all be simply summarized as trying too hard. Season 2, on the other hand, is a massive improvement. Not visually, mind you, it pretty much looks exactly the same, but on vibes alone, I much prefer this series. The show is a lot more self-aware, a lot more willing to poke fun at itself, which ironically makes me take it more seriously. I think this series is everything series 1 was trying to be, and more. The character arcs are much better and more pronounced, the characters as a whole I think are better, and the overall quality of episode makes a drastic increase. Now, there are still a few duds, and a few that I simply don't like, but there is an improvement, and I will say hats off to them. The biggest improvement is probably the character of Owen, who goes from someone who I straight up don't like to someone who I actually do. That's the magic of character growth, people. Owen did have a few good moments towards the end of series 1, but his character arc here is one of the standouts. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang introduces Captain John, who I don't know how I feel about, but just because of the choice of actor alone, I'm gonna go thumbs up. Reese and Gwen's relationship is also better here, I feel. There's some funny stuff, man. There's also meat, which is disgusting. And Martha! Martha's here, everybody, and you guys know I love Martha. W. Torchwood. The episode still sucks though, but it's fun, and we love fun, right? Cough cough foreshadowing. But the true MVP episode of the season is Adam. A truly great premise that I think is expanded upon pretty well. There's a new guy on the team, Adam, except he's not new. He's always been here, and he can change people's memories with a touch of the hand. And here we get more of that spicy backstory with Captain Jack. It's a good episode, truly, although it does have problems, mostly with the Anto stuff. But aside from that, all good from me. Dead Man Walking is also pretty good. This whole second stretch of season 2 is very easily watchable, and I enjoyed it, even if it isn't perfect. The season's storyline with Gray is passable, maybe. It's kind of boring and I don't really care for it, but the interconnectivity between episodes is appreciated in making the season as seamless as it can be. The finale though, Exit Wounds, is where we take things up to 11. I would say this one is my personal favorite so far, simply because of the emotion of it. Tosh and Owen both exit the show in this one, and fair to say, I am wounded. Good one. The final scene of both of them together is genuinely heartbreaking. Like, it is so sad, it's crazy. I don't think a show like Torchwood could elicit that emotion from me, but it can. And for that, I honestly have to rate it. It's good, it's a good episode. And damn, that ending is a gut punch. Goodbye Tosh, my beloved. Oh, and goodbye Owen too. These are my rankings for the season, and let's go on to the main event. Season 3, Children of Earth. Okay, now I'm not going to be around the bush here. I'm going to say what we're all thinking. They cooked. Now there are a few people, a small group of misguided lost souls who want to be different, making sure I don't fit in, who say that this season is bad because children are in danger and the Doctor would always save children. Sorry guys, that is just too corny. That is some Moffat Series 8, Series 9 Christmas special type sentimental bullshit. And children will hear your name. Pretentious poppycock. Now, I understand when some people argue that maybe a Doctor Who episode goes too far in its subject matter. Most of the time, I'm all there for pushing the boundaries, but sometimes I can agree. It is fair to call them out if they go a little too far. But this isn't Doctor Who, this is Torchwood. And with the premise of a mature show tackling hardcore themes in the Doctor Who universe, yes, it's uncomfortable, yes, it's hard to watch, but by God, am I all for it. I feel like this show exists for stories like this, and to say that it pushed the boundaries while not being incorrect, in my opinion, is not a slight. I think the key here is the execution. The tone is much more mature, far more measured than Torchwood has ever been in the past. The camera work is tighter and actually looks like a real show this time. And gone are those little zoom-ins that, to be fair, I actually got quite attached to. There is a more consistent and grounded visual style, with my only complaints being Gwen's shooting scenes, because Eve Miles doesn't look that cool while doing them. But that is a nitpick. Visually, sound-wise, scale-wise, writing-wise, it is all a major improvement. The concept is well thought out, very well thought out. That's something I really want to emphasize. Ross T. Davies came back to the show to write this, and you can tell he put his heart and soul into it. The emotion is here, the drama is here, the tension in those final few episodes is palpable. All very well done stuff. Now, I don't want to shit on Chibnall because, as you guys know, I actually quite like Chibnall. I think he's a nice guy. I don't think he's Saiyan. I actually think he's the GOAT because he saved Doctor Who, and also I think all the Doctor Who showrunners are the GOAT. But I must be honest, Ross T. Davies does upstage him massively here. Now, it's almost unfair because these are basically two different shows, even if they share 3 of the main characters. The structure is different, the story is far different, the tone and mission statements are unrecognizable from each other, and to be honest, I wouldn't completely hate on someone who preferred maybe the more casual, easygoing original style. Never thought I'd be calling Countryside easygoing, but here we are, I guess. This is the fun stuff. This is the sad stuff. Or should I say, this is the shit stuff, this is the fun stuff, and this is the devastating stuff. But I will say, with all that being said, Series 3 is my personal favourite of the show, and genuinely stands alone as being an incredible season of not just television in general, but also in the Doctor Who universe. Now, even if I do rate a lot of these episodes highly, and the average of the season may be high, I don't think I prefer this season to any season, even my least favourite of modern Children Who. I just love Doctor Who, all of it. Too much to put it below any spin-off season. Even this one, which is very good. Let's get into it. Episode 1, or Day 1, kind of puts you in this false sense of security. I mean, you have no idea what's going on, and this stuff with the children is insanely creepy, but things seem to be going smoothly, all up until Captain Jack is betrayed, and Torchwood is fucking blown up. Damn! Frobisher, played by Peter Capaldi, is here, and holy fuck, what an actor. What a performance, my goat. I love Peter Capaldi. His character goes to the fucking ringer this season. You got this smug ass bitch ass Prime Minister dickhead. Hate this guy. The politics of this season are handled expertly, as always. Love him or hate him, Wesley Davies can always handle this stuff well. Now, I personally wasn't crazy for years and years, and especially not for It's a Sin, but I will give those shows both the compliments of saying that its commentary was well handled. And also, It's a Sin has a Doctor Who reference, so W. Getting off topic because I know someone will ask, I just think these shows are generally flawed pieces of work. It's not like I hate them or anything, I just think they're not particularly standout or good or anything like that. Anyway, back to Torchwood. Day 3 is when I think Children of Earth really kicks into high gear, because goddamn, how else do I say it but they cooked. The 4, 5, 6 are one of Doctor Who's most terrifying villains. Yeah, I said it. They're horrific and honestly the most evil thing that's ever happened to Doctor Who. The storyline is so personal, and even when the stakes are high, the script is still witty, although there are very few brief moments of levity in between crushing sadness. The 456 are an entity that I want to make a whole video on, to be honest, but the brief version of it is that these fuckers are space junkies who use children as drugs. Holy fuck. Yes, this is incredibly dark. Honestly, one of the darkest concepts in the whole of the Doctor Who universe. Just gets more fucked up as we learn about the tragic backstory of this guy Clem and his connection to Captain Jack. By the way, I will say, as a criticism, this scene of Clem and his smelling thing is weird and I don't like it. But as an emotional core to the story, Clem works spectacularly, as does Captain Jack's daughter and grandson. I think this actress does an incredible job. And that ending. Whew, what a gut punch. Genuinely heartbreaking. But before we talk about that fully, the 456, man. Damn, that voice is skin crawling. The concept is so good that you don't even need to see them to be terrified. They could be bluffing about the mothership. We don't even know. It could just be this one guy who held all of Earth to ransom. Now, I personally subscribe to the theory that they were telling the truth and that they really are just here for more space drugs because they realize they can, which is just awful, by the way. And that final episode where all the children are rounded up is petrifying, doesn't even cover it. The government's slimy, horrific antics are so painfully accurate, and the disgusting lie told to all the parents of the inoculation, and the scenes of the parents watching as their kids are taken away. Oh my days, it is so affecting. When there's that small burst of rebellion, it is so cathartic. Eventually they do figure out a solution, but it is just as devastating. By the way, I see no problem with the vaccine lie stuff, and if you do, I think you don't understand the complexities of what was written. I'm just gonna say it like that. What a comeback for Yanto. Real MVP of the season, from my least favorite character to one of the GOATs. They really did a full 180. Truly, I think Yanto's death is one of the most emotional. You can tell Russell T Davies really cared about this character specifically. He is really good this season. Captain Jack's grandson is sacrificed at the altar in one of, if not the, most heartbreaking scenes in Doctor Who. Now, this is hard to watch. And that ending, man. Whew, we won. But at what cost? The scenes with Frobisher killing his family, and then himself, and then given the context that they would have been fine. Damn! The Prime Minister gets exposed, but doesn't feel too great when you realize that someone just as bad, if not worse, is gonna take his place. Wow, we are really fucked. Some people would call this ending bittersweet. I would just call it bitter. It ends with Captain Jack running away. And to be honest, buddy, I'm right there with you. This would have been a wonderfully fitting end to the entire show. But it isn't. Torchwood was renewed for a 4th season, this time on Starz. But anyway, here are my ratings for Children of Earth as a whole, and so let's dive right into the next one. Torchwood Miracle Day. it's not as good as Children of Earth. Torchwood Season 4 is a massive departure from everything that makes Torchwood, Torchwood. Yes, Gwen is here, and so is Reese, but where's Cardiff, you guys? Now, I wasn't keeping track, but I don't see any weevils in there either. No buildings? What is this? It's not Torchwood, and for that reason, it was widely panned by both UK and American audiences. But I'm here to say the unforgivable. It ain't that bad. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, it's not very good. It has very obvious, very clear problems. But it's not as awful as everyone says it is. Hell, I would argue that it's better than Series 1. But still, I'm gonna dunk on this one hard. I'm gonna cuss the shit out of it. Number 1. What the fuck? So if you don't know, the concept of Miracle Day is that everyone on Earth cannot die. Except Captain Jack can die, which is crazy. Like, crazy. That is a crazy concept for a season. Especially Torchwood just gave us this expertly thought through epic. And this one is double the length, which means double the time to establish character, setting, story, etc. Surely it must be good, right? But let's just say this season isn't as well thought out as Children of Earth. In fact, kind of just makes random developments. The Miracle Day itself lasts a long ass time, both in universe and out. This season is maybe a little bit too long. This is canon. This happened after the Series 5 Universal reset. So did this happen in the Doctor Who universe? Like the current one? My headcanon has always been that because the Doctor has so many misadventures, he travels around so much he makes tiny little changes every time, everywhere he goes. And sometimes those tiny little changes can affect these massive events that change the status quo, explaining why companions in contemporary times in recent series still don't know that aliens exist. But that's just me though. What the fuck is this? But it's actually very fun to watch. Comparatively to Season 3 and probably even 1 and 2, this is light, which is concerning because it shouldn't be, given the subject matter and the topics that they try to tackle. This tonal whiplash can be very jarring, but also provides an incredible viewing experience. Rex is the new character for the season and he's alright. Hey, you know what? I like him. The 3 familiars as a villain are not the most compelling, but I do like this flashback stuff with Captain Jack and find the eventual explanation for the Miracle Day satisfying enough. Don't go in with high expectations and you'll probably enjoy yourself. What I am completely torn on, however, is this weird pedophile subplot because, like, what? I don't even know. How do I say this? I think it's actually well done. I think for the most part, it's well written, well handled. I get what they were going for, I think. It's very subtle and complex. Maybe too complex. It definitely doesn't fit in with the rest of the show. And I think it's actually not bad. But I still don't like it. It's just not very pleasant to watch, which is at odds with the rest of the season, which I actually find quite bingeable after you get past the somewhat disappointing first 2 episodes. Maybe those episodes I don't like because I'm just remembering that, oh yeah, this is what the show is now. But this Gwen stuff with a house and that rocket, that's just ridiculous. My biggest problem with the ending though is that it doesn't have one. Yes, Miracle Day ends on a cliffhanger, which was never resolved. You got Jay Garrick over here saying that it's only phase 1, and then it ends with the reveal that Rex is immortal like Captain Jack, and then it just ends there? Come on, man. It gets resolved in Big Finish. Ain't nobody care. Get that shit out of here, man. Save it for the brief explanation of the EU, bucko. This season ends on a real flop now. I'm sorry, I have to say it. In short, it juggles too much, it can't handle any of its complex subject matter, it shares barely any similarities with its previous seasons, it's far too American, it has an unsatisfying ending, an overly stretched out mid-portion, and a middling start. And it doesn't even get fully resolved. Yeah, but it is charming, and that has to count for something. Well, that's a real abrupt ending, but I guess that's it, huh? Time to wrap up the video. Here are my final rankings for Torchwood. And I guess we're all done here. Season 1 is a hot mess which looks like crap and aged like it too. Season 2 is a definite improvement and overall quite enjoyable actually. Season 3 makes the rest look awful by comparison and is genuinely great as a standalone piece of media. And Season 4, we don't talk about Season 4. I kind of like it though. I hope you enjoyed the video. I certainly did. Sadly, up next we're gonna have to talk about something a whole lot less fun. But, you know, it is what it is. Okay, on a show of hands, no jokes, be real for a second. How many of you have actually watched this show? Class was a Doctor Who spin-off released in 2016 from the mind of Patrick Ness, and I have thoughts on this show. In the context of the actual Doctor Who, 2016 was a rough year. In terms of show, we have no show. We had one episode, The Return of Dr. Mysterio. Let's just say, things were looking dire. Being perfectly honest, I thought the show was gonna get cancelled. People don't talk about it now, but this was probably the most unsure things have been behind the scenes in the modern era of Doctor Who. Behind maybe the start of production on Flux and the COVID times, which I could do a whole separate video on, to be honest, because Chris Chibnall, the legend, came in clutch and legit saved Doctor Who multiple times. Part of the reason I love Flux so much. But I remember that when this came out, basically the whole talk of the town was Doctor Who ain't cutting it no more. It fell off plus ratio. Now I didn't think this. As you guys know, I have always loved Doctor Who, and even though I wasn't the warmest on Series 9, I did still like it, as I do like all of Doctor Who. And unlike most of the community, I didn't hate or even dislike Hellbent, so I wasn't left on such a sour impression as everyone else. This episode sucks though. And imagine being me, waiting all year and the year before just for this. And that shitty ass Pokemon Go joke. Wow, so timely. Fuck off, man. But all hope was not lost, because there was class. Yeah, all hope was lost. No one cared about this show. Now, I've heard rumors that there was like a class section of the Doctor Who fan show, when that was still a thing, that got severe hate messages about class that really demotivated them. I was there, and I did go back and retroactively check. That was not the case. There was not hate per se, more so indifference. This show flopped. I think that's what truly demotivated a lot of these guys. I mean, trust me, it sucks when you put something out and you see just no one cares. Trust me, it's basically what happens every time I upload. And what I imagine happened is that one of the only like 11 comments that they would get would be like a negative one, and that would just really stick with them. And I get it, like it's fair to feel that way. That sucks. But the truth is, there wasn't an avalanche of hate. Most people didn't even know that it existed. But why did it flop? Well, I think it can be traced all the way back to the concept. What is Class? Class is a British coming-of-age story set in Coal Hill Academy, not school, centered around the sixth formers who go there and their alien connections. It's meant to be a more mature show, so we're talking more Torchwood than Sarah Jane, but it isn't as playful as Torchwood. This show is gritty and takes itself completely seriously 100% of the time. Tonally, it is nothing like Doctor Who. This show is completely different, which leads some people to theorize that this show was originally something else, an original work that was then brought into the Doctor Who world. According to some people, it went something like this. Hi, I'm Patrick Ness, a writer who makes British coming-of-age stories. I want to make a new show, but with sci-fi elements. Hey, we're the BBC. We're not gonna make this new show, because there's not enough interest. Oh no! Hey, Doctor Who, do you mind if I borrow your IP so I can make this? Sure thing, boss. And they all lived happily ever after. Truthfully, I don't think this happened. Number one, I don't think Stephen Moffat would be that haphazard with the brand. Now, I know this show wasn't a success, but I just don't think he'd be so careless, knowing what I do about him from decades worth of interviews. I think Patrick Ness came up to him with an idea for a Doctor Who spin-off, and they just made it. I don't think that there's any of this extra background stuff of it originally not meant to be connected to Doctor Who. The problem being, it's not connected enough to Doctor Who. The glaring and most obvious flaw is the fact that this is Coal Hill Academy and not school. Despite there being a clear shift and focus put on Coal Hill School in Series 8 after the 50th anniversary special established Clara as a teacher there. Setting all this up for none of it to matter or carry over to the show is a baffling decision. Also, and I feel comfortable saying this because I mentioned it in a previous video, I despise the focus put on Coal Hill School in Series 8. I hated it, all of it. It's incredibly unappealing to me. I don't like it and I didn't like watching it. Yes, this is a personal thing to me, but I have to mention it because it's a major factor. So for the element I hated probably the most in the whole 2010s of Doctor Who being the core focus of a spin-off and it not even being connected enough fully to the show to justify it, safe to say I was not on board. From the get-go, I hate this concept for personal taste and also because it's just boring. Who cares? Torchwood and the Sarah Jane Adventures are incredibly smart in that they are branches off from characters that people actually care about into a demand that people actually have. Doctor Who as a family show has a split audience between adults and kids, so it makes sense to have a show aimed at adults and another show aimed at kids. Class seems to be aimed at in between. And I don't know why. A lot of people say they would have rather had a spin-off about the Paternoster gang, and while I guess it would have been a more interesting concept than this, these guys just would never work for a spin-off. The limits on potential storytelling are massive, it would be too expensive, there's not enough demand, and as I explained, there isn't a clear audience demographic for it. This is just a really strange time to make a Doctor Who spin-off. Now, Doctor Who is intrinsically linked to this show and its premise, but we have no reason to care because there is no crossover, apart from one which we will get onto later in the video. The bodies that come for them are a result of the Doctor and his time travelling, and for some reason or another, he is not dealing with them himself. This premise is shaky, and I must give props to Torchwood especially, whose main gimmick of the Rift provided an effortless explanation to all of the shenanigans going on and why the group is necessary in the first place. Unlike Class. Now, Class is only 1 season long and 8 episodes in total, so compared to all of the other spin-offs we have talked about, it's truly not that much. But believe me when I say, there actually is a surprising amount in each episode. First, I suppose I should talk about the characters. Charlie is more or less the main character, and he's an alien posing as a human student. Okay, seems about standard. He is the Prince of the Rhodians and the last of his species. Oh. He was rescued by the Doctor because all of his kind were killed by the Shadow King. By the Shadow Kin, who are the main villains of the series. Immediately, too much. Having an alien kid slash fish out of water is standard and pretty great, no problems there. This prince stuff, however, is too much. It's kind of ridiculous as well. I think it would be more interesting if he was just a random citizen who escaped, or if there was anything interesting there with his dynamic with the Doctor. For the record, we don't see the Doctor saving him, but it is implied heavily and confirmed later on. The character is also stiff and boring. When compared to Luke Smith, who I would think is the closest equivalent, it is no contest. He isn't very endearing like Luke is, and he doesn't really have much of a personality either. No hate to the actor, of course. I actually think he's pretty good. Ram is the next character, and probably the best out of the bunch. He's like Clyde, except not funny. But I don't know, I just kind of like him. April is a character in this show. Tanya Adiola is a child prodigy genius who is younger than the rest, although she doesn't look it. Similarly to every character in the show, they don't make an effort to make her likable in the slightest.
My dad tried to kill me when I was 8. But you've got your mum up walking again? Typical white person happy ending.
You're kind of just supposed to latch onto her because of her backstory, but I don't find child geniuses very inherently endearing, and the actress's performance is one of the only ones in the show I actively don't like. Probably least favourite character, to be honest. Or at least she would be, if not for Mrs. Quill. She's a teacher, except she's secretly an alien, and also the last of her species called a Quill, who are the enemies of the Rhodians. You understand? She is insufferable. And clearly meant to be the best part of the show. Apparently, some people actually like this character, but keep in mind, those are people who watched Class. So, do they really count? I really don't like her. And the show expects you to love her, which makes it even worse. Now, I know a lot of people who watch my channel don't live in the UK, but I think I should explain this because otherwise you may be a little lost. You may have noticed that I keep calling this show a British coming-of-age story because, well, that's what it is. This show is most definitely made for a British audience, and if you were watching TV around this time, this was basically what the program list was flooded with. This style isn't quite what it's like elsewhere in the world, where, you know, TV is actually entertaining. Now, I'm a big fan of a regular coming-of-age story because, you know, usually they're sweet and fun and enjoyable. But a British coming-of-age story is the complete opposite of that. In British movies, and especially television, there is an obsessive adherence to realism. Way more than other parts of the world. It's kind of like the British style, and it's boring. Very boring. Not fun. Not fun to watch. Instead of making the show sensationalized with heightened emotions, everything needs to be drab and gritty. which means all the mentions to sex have to be incredibly gross and unpleasant. The violence isn't fun nor exciting, it's simply gruesome and sad. The atmosphere of the show in general is just unappealing to me, although I know to a lot of British people that probably isn't the case. I have no idea why though, but they wouldn't make it if people didn't like it, right? I think what it really comes down to is if you like that style. If you do, you'll probably actually like this show. If you don't, you'll be like me. Now, I don't want to be shitting on the show. It does have its pros. Its production values far surpass Torchwood and the Sarah Jane Adventures, and dare I say, the writing is superior to the first season of their respective shows as well. I think we should finally dive into it with the first episode of Class, For Tonight We Might Die. This episode is all about getting everyone in place, but there are some shocking moments, like when Ram gets his leg chopped off. From here on out, Ram is pretty sad. But guess who else shows up? It's none other than Doctor Who. The 12th Doctor, played by Peter Capaldi, appears in the first episode of Class, and only the first episode. It goes to show how much I love Doctor Who, that even in this episode, when all this crazy shit is happening, even then, it is still cool for me to see the Doctor turn up and do Doctor things. But I definitely think the Doctor is majorly out of character here. Number one, he will not task people to do anything, especially not children. He also acts kind of dickish to these clearly traumatized sixth formers, and in general is maybe a bit too rough around the edges, especially for the Doctor of this time, which should be way after Series 8. He doesn't share a good rapport with any of these characters, and it is kind of sad to see him here only for him to be wasted so thoroughly. I just wish he showed up more. I feel it's tradition to be generous to the first episode of each of these spin-offs, and even though I could care less about the Shadowkin in concept and design, I will rate this episode a 6 out of 10. Maybe only for Peter Capaldi's inclusion. My goat. Episode 2 is not as good, and maybe the least interesting episode of the season. It's the only one which feels a bit freak of the week, and when the rest of the series is so tightly serialized, it falls a bit flat. This episode is pivotal in the series arc, but by comparison... Night Visiting, on the other hand, is actually quite unique. Kind of reminds me of one of those low-budget horror films you see pop up from time to time. You ever see that one about the family that gets locked in at Christmas and surrounded by sentient cassette tapes? What was that movie called again? Whatever it is, it reminds me of that. These alien vines wrap around all of East London and show ghostly apparitions to people in order to lure them out. It is successfully unpleasant to watch, but still my brain struggles with the logistics of this. So although the premise is interesting and sound, I still don't like it. The next two episodes are a two-parter, and I actually really like this. Throughout all of the first part, you see these petals begin to multiply and gradually grow throughout the episode, until the end where it's revealed that these plants actually eat people. Until the end where it's revealed that these plants actually eat people. Now that is cool. It's like that Sarah Jane Adventures episode, The Gift, but better. That is mostly saved for part 2, however. Part 1 is mostly focused on April, struggling with her connection to the King of the Shadowkin, otherwise known as the Shadow King, something which I could not give a shit about. I couldn't even force myself. They flopped this aspect hard because it's a key part of the season and it is just so lame. Execution wise, it is probably better than it is in idea form, which is the worst compliment I can give it, because it means if they were actually given something good, maybe this could have been a pleasant experience. Episode 6, however, is the highlight of the season. Now, what I'm about to say might surprise you, but I think this show justifies its whole existence with this one episode. It's actually pretty good. Detained features all of the characters actually together for a change in detention. They're then taken to an unknown location by this small meteor that compels whoever touches it to give forth their deepest and darkest secrets. When you have a cast of characters all holding information back, you can imagine that this is actually quite an interesting premise. The actors really get to show their stuff here, especially Charlie. See, I told you the actor was pretty good. And for the first time in the season, I feel the actual emotion in the same way as the characters. Let's fucking go! Now, I want to make it clear that I don't think this episode is perfect. But by Class's standards, this is pretty damn great. And honestly, if you compare it to anything from the first season of Torchwood or Sarah Jane, it almost blows it all out of the water. But should I say it? You know what? I will. This episode's fire. The next one is not as good. That's not to say it's bad, although I think it is. The Metaphysical Engine, or What Quill Did, is a bold episode. It is trying a lot. This episode is a flashback and takes place concurrently to the previous episode and explains the cliffhanger of Mrs. Quill at the end of said previous episode. Now, as I said, Mrs. Quill is my least favorite part about this show, and this whole episode is focused around her and only her. So I think you can guess what my opinions on this episode are. But I do think it's important to note that this episode isn't all bad. In fact, I think the concepts presented in this one are good. I think there's a lot here that's actually pretty good. Ironically, unlike before, it's the opposite, where I think it's the execution that lets it down. They were way too overambitious with this one, and to be honest, I can see how some people could like it, but I don't. I wouldn't say it's a letdown per se. Instead, I think this as a follow-up is simply not my cup of tea. And guess what? We're already at the finale. Episode 8 is called The Lost, and it's a flop. Again, they bite off more than they can chew here, and the conclusion is just underwhelming. And this isn't even mentioning that the show ends on not one, but 2 unresolved cliffhangers, with April switching bodies with the Shadow King, and the governors setting up an event called The Arrival involving the Weeping Angels. Dun dun dun! It amounted to nothing! It amounted to nothing. Why didn't you do this earlier? Why didn't you do this in the actual show? Why wait to season 2? Just do this shit now. We have like little to no connections to Doctor Who outside of brief lines in basically in all of these episodes. You couldn't have snuck a Weeping Angel in there? That would have been fucking awesome. Instead, all we get is this tease. Did I mention I don't care about the Shadowkin? This cliffhanger is ridiculous and laughable. And what is with every Doctor Who spin-off ending on a cliffhanger? How many times can I repeat the abrupt ending joke? Class is surprisingly good. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that. I have been shitting on this show non-stop. And that's because, well, I don't like it. It's not my thing. It just isn't. But that doesn't make it bad. In fact, I think this is actually quite a rather well-made show. But it doesn't fit in Doctor Who. There isn't any whimsy or playfulness that a lot of these episodes' concepts need. And it certainly isn't as mature as Torchwood Children of Earth. There aren't enough links back to the canon, the concept itself is uninspired and drab. There is infinite potential in the words Doctor Who spin-off, and you chose this. The punchlines write themselves. Literally, Class is the punching bag of Doctor Who because it is such an easy reach. Anyone who knows this thing existed knows how to make fun of it, even if they hadn't watched it, because it's that easy, including me, apart from the not watching it part. This show is so easy to dunk on. A lot of the warning signs were so blatantly obvious from early on, but watching it as it progresses, and especially as it progresses into something actually interesting, I can't help but find it tragic. Not to say that I would have really cared for a season 2. There is interesting stuff here. Maybe not my cup of tea, but interesting nonetheless. Looking at Patrick Ness's other stuff, I can tell it's not really my thing, and I think that's what Class was destined to be as well. It's a well-made, not awful piece of crap, and I would ask what your thoughts on it were below, but I know none of you have ever watched this. I hope you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Sorry this video took so long to come out, it was a bit of a doozy. If you want to help support the channel, you can click the join button below to become a channel member and gain access to a multitude of special perks and benefits. K9. What's up everybody, welcome back to another video. The K9 series made me want to drown myself. If you guys are unaware, I am currently going through every single Doctor Who spin-off and reviewing them all. And yes, that includes this one. Oh goody. K9, otherwise known as K9 Adventures, is an Australian children's sci-fi television show that aired on Disney XD. And yes, this counts. Sadly. Now, this isn't my first rodeo. I have actually watched all of these episodes before, but I thought to do it justice, I would put myself through them again, just to prepare myself for the video. These are awful. There is no punchline. There is no joke. Only sadness. And the K9 television series. Now, unlike the actual show itself, the backstory behind K9 is interesting and worth talking about. Bob Baker, K9's co-creator, has always sought to make a K9 TV series, and in 1997 announced in Doctor Who magazine that he was finally making one. Despite the large claims, nothing came of this until 2006, when it was announced that there would be a 26-part series called K9 Adventures, which would be set in space. Not only that, but this announcement would just so happen to coincide with K9's return to the screen in the episode School Reunion in Series 2. However, this premise of being set in space would be quickly abandoned as K9 began production in Australia. The real premise of K9 is that in the future of London, K9 sacrifices himself to beat some aliens and is then rebuilt into this unique let's say, new design. There he teams up with the main character Starkey, Georgie, the Professor Griffin, who I just know I'm gonna keep calling Griffith, so there's just no point stopping myself, and Darius. Why everyone in London is Australian and why it looks nothing like London is never explained, and to be honest, I don't care. All of these characters are awful, as are the performances given by everyone apart from maybe Georgie. If I wanted to be really kind, then even then it still kind of sucks. Starkey, particularly as the main character, is so weak. And I think it's time we finally talk about it, the redesign. I remember when I first saw this, I hated it for the abomination that it is. The original K9 design is perfect. I love K9, I do. I've said on the channel before that I think every episode of classic Doctor Who is good up until The Invisible Enemy, and specifically The Invisible Enemy Part 2, which just so happens to be where K9 shows up. But that has nothing to do with K9. In fact, I love K9. I truly do. I love the voice. I even like the David Brady voice. That one's shit. No, I love John Leeson. I love the design. The idea is so charming. This is not charming. I personally think the design sucks. I hate it, frankly. But this is where we add some nuance in. You guys know me. I'm not a blind hater. Compared to everything else in this show, it is probably my favorite part. Yep, that's it. You heard me. This is my favorite part because at least it looks somewhat premium compared to the complete wall of shit surrounding it. The K9 prop stands out as the only visually interesting thing on screen. And John Leeson's voice also stands out in the soundscape as being the only good thing, because the first thing you will notice if you watch one of these episodes is that the sound is awful. But enough of that, let's get on to the episodes because there are a surprising number of them. The premiere, Regeneration, aired on the 3rd of April 2010. Fun fact, the same day as the 11th hour. This episode is not as good as the 11th hour. Being perfectly honest, I think this may be the best episode in the series, and I'd still rate it a 2 out of 10. That's not good. There is 26 episodes of this show, by the way. Glass had 8. Then again, you know, give it a compliment. At least this TV show has a better title sequence than Class. The title sequence still sucks, but at least it's better than Class. In episode 2, we are introduced to one of the more interesting, baffling elements of the show, being Georgie's mum. For context, the villains of the show would be this shadowy government called the Department. Now, how all-encompassing the Department is, or who they really are, or what the hell is going on, I don't know. I have no idea what the world looks like for this show, and it doesn't help that there's very little actual location footage. They play stock footage, which doesn't count. But anyway, it turns out Georgie's mum works for the Department, which could maybe be interesting, but it's not. There's a theme throughout the series of K9 having memory loss and having to remember stuff he's forgotten. Most of the time, the series is just giving excuses for him to not do stuff, which is frankly unpleasant to watch. Episode 6, Fear Itself, is maybe one of the more interesting ones. In comparison, I mean. This show is just weak. And I mean weak. I'm saying even the worst of the Sarah Jane Adventures dwarfs this. No comparison. It is like night and day in terms of quality, truly. And as you guys know, I have been plenty critical of certain Sarah Jane Adventures episodes. But that is just so infinitely far and away better than anything this show has to offer. It is genuinely unfunny. You guys will be surprised how little there is to talk about. Maybe I should just show every episode and its ranking on screen and then just skip and talk about the finale. So they try and do something big with spectacle, and as expected, it completely falls flat. It ends with a fake out K9 death, and then they try and set up another season. Thankfully, there is no more. And overall, I have lost the will to live. But luckily, there is another K9 show. Something which lasted a lot shorter, but is much more my speed. Something like K9 and Company. Now this is what I'm talking about. Real ones know. I had this shit on VHS. I have talked enough about this show. Time to talk about something I actually care about. Overall, 1.4 out of 10. W. K9 and Company was a failed spin-off from Doctor Who's 20th anniversary that features the titular K9 and Sarah Jane Smith. There is only one episode of this show, its pilot, A Girl's Best Friend, and I must say, yeah, it kinda sucks, but I have a real soft spot for this one. If you've ever watched like Dark Shadows, it kinda gives me those same vibes. I like the location, the setting, the premise is sound, and the biggest problem that stands out to me is the Brendan character. Brandon? I don't like him. I actually think the actor is pretty good. The characterization for him is just a bit grating. Now, yell at me all you want, this is just my opinion, but I think if this show was given time, it truly could become something special. This episode suffers from being kind of boring, to be honest, but as I mentioned, there is a lot of stuff I do really like here. I'm surprised there haven't been any big finished box sets of it yet. It is also a little poorly put together, the title sequence being an easy to point to example of this, with them reusing the same shots over and over again. But maybe it's my nostalgia talking, but I actually quite like the theme and find the visuals endearing, even if, given the context of this being a failed pilot, I can see how one could view this as a little embarrassing. For me though, the most noticeable issue is the editing, especially this cult sacrifice malarkey. The pacing and stuff around this is all very weird, but as I said, I do love the location filming. I always will. Maybe I was so burned from watching the K9 series that anything would have been a blessing after that, but I actually found this one quite a pleasant watch. It's a shame nothing really came of it, or even that it was so unpopular that even the EU hasn't wanted to continue on from it. Hey, Big Finish, my emails are open. I'd do it for you. I'm sure I could come up with an idea of how to do it. In fact, I'd actually scratch that. That could actually be a good video. I'll write that down for later. But Big Finish, my emails are still open. Hit up my line, let's see what we can do. I'd overall rate K9 and Company as B tier, a guilty pleasure, and much better than the other K9 series. I hope you enjoyed the video. Could I have gone more in depth about the true K9 Adventure series? Yes. Do I want to? Now, truthfully, these sections would just become repetitive because the problems are the same across every episode. Uninspired and overambitious storyline, boring and uninteresting characters, horrific visual style, and overall unenjoyable atmosphere. The sound also sucks. Not even just the soundtrack, which definitely sucks. Not even a good opening this time, just bad all round. But the sound in general is weird and bad. I don't know how they even fucked that up. Characters' voices frequently don't sync with their mouths. It's embarrassing. But here, I gave my rankings for every episode, my rankings for the show overall, and would definitely have to put this at the bottom of the barrel of Doctor Who spin-offs that I have seen. Actually, maybe it's better than Autumn. Don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. I've been trying to release a whole load of content recently, so if you've been enjoying and want to support the channel, considering clicking the join button below to become a member and gain access to a multitude of special channel perks. What's up everybody, welcome back to another video and welcome back to another tier list. Let's just jump right in. I know you guys love the tier lists, I love the tier lists, you love the tier lists. We be ranking shit and shit, you know how it is. I'm starting the intro fast because the rest of the video is gonna be quite slow. Today we're gonna be talking about and ranking every single Doctor Who, all of them. Okay, maybe I should take it back a notch. Some of you may be a little bit behind, so allow me to catch you up. Doctor Who is a hit sci-fi TV show currently celebrating its 60th anniversary. Yes, 60. That's a long time. 60 years to be exact, which means there are 60 years of content and miscellaneous misadventures. Haha, you with me? And throughout them all has been one solitary through line. That being the main character, Doctor Who. There he is. Doctor Who, otherwise known as the Doctor, has gone through many variations, versions, or as we like to call them, incarnations, and I've watched them all and also consumed a lot of supplementary EU material. Enough to make my own tier list where I go in detail through every single one of them, from the 1st to the 13th, and all the finicky ones in between, and rank them all. Okay, back to the video. You know I got the S, A, B, C, D, E, E, F tier list. You know I've got every single one of them. Is there going to be a Doctor in every tier? No. I love Doctor Who. I feel like I should say that now. I really like every Doctor Who, basically. It's one of those things where once a new actor is cast, I kind of can't see them as anything else but Doctor Who. I've said this before in a video, but it's almost instantaneous. As soon as that actor is given the title of Doctor Who, they don't have to earn it. There is no moment where X became the Doctor. For me, they are just the Doctor, and they always will be. I don't think there has been a bad casting for the Doctor. I don't think there has been a bad incarnation of the Doctor. I love Doctor Who. Spoiler alert. I like all the Doctors. I like all of them. Except for one. Maybe. Let's start with the start. Mr. William Hartnell, aka First Doctor. Dang. Do I just want to put him in S? Kinda. Yeah. You go in S for now. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm adding in the Z tier. The illustrious... Is that it? Illustrious? Elusive? I'm adding in Z tier, the tier above all tiers, because I do have favorites. I do have a favorite Doctor Who or Doctor Who's, and they are above. They do deserve to be above the rest because they are my favorites. I have done many Doctor Who rankings over the years. I've saved screenshots of them. I do a new one just for myself, not a YouTube video, just for myself. Every few months or so, I do another Doctor Who ranking because I watch so much Doctor Who. I'm always going back and forth between every single era, every single Doctor, watching a new episode, multiple episodes every day actually. And so my opinions on who I prefer and who I like and all of that, they fluctuate and change around rapidly, basically all the time. But my favorite has been set in stone for quite a while now, just because they have my favorite episodes, they have my favorite personality, etc, etc. And William Hartnell was definitely one which sat in A tier up until around 3 or 4 years ago now, where I really went back and just heavily enjoyed those episodes. Of course, William Hartnell has a bunch of episodes that I really love, including my favorite episode of all time. But I also just really like his personality. Episodes like The Romans, they really show his funny side. He's a very unique Doctor because he's a lot different to the character, should I say, that we see in the rest of them for the rest of the show. He's a lot more human, but also, you know, very intelligent. He's very funny. People really underplay that aspect of him. He's a hilarious Doctor Who. And he brings the grandfatherly aspect to the character that just seems to have been dropped and abandoned. I think a lot of people don't really remember just how core the grandfather aspect of the character was. If you look at all of the annuals and comics and all of that, even if they didn't have Susan, they did have Doctor Who's grandchildren. The grandfather, grandchild or granddaughter aspect was really core to the show, so much so that even when Susan left, both Vicky and to a lesser extent Dodo kind of fall in that granddaughter, how do I say it, archetype, I would suppose. And so it really was daring when Ben and Polly came into the mix. And I mean, they only spent 2 episodes with the First Doctor, but that grandfather aspect was lost. He's just such a good character with a great character arc in the first season of Doctor Who, and is just a warm mentor figure. I'm surprised David Bradley isn't on this ranking. Patrick Troughton. Now, god damn, I just did a video talking about season 6B, so of course, I've been kind of reacquainted with a lot of Patrick Troughton era content, comics, but also, of course, episodes. I rewatched some Fury of the Deep, Abominable Snowmen, as well as, of course, the War Games. And I just love the second Doctor. Patrick Troughton is so good in the role. It's hard for me to pick a favourite between the first and second Doctor, but I lean to the second. So many of his episodes are so high quality, and he as a character is just so funny, but also so witty and sneaky, and he's got that really serious side to him as well, but he's also so funny in all of his appearances, even in the anniversary specials where he returns. He brings a unique air to the Doctor that a lot of people try to imitate or replicate, and they can't. The actor who played him in An Adventure in Space and Time, no hate to the actor, of course, but it's impossible to recreate Patrick Troughton. Fraser Hines does a decent enough job in audio format. Even then, it's not quite the same. He is such a unique presence on the screen, and that's not even going in and mentioning the abundant hits that he has. The Web of Fear, The Invasion, The War Games, The Faceless Ones, Evil of the Daleks, Power of the Daleks. There's so many just incredible standard smashing episodes of Doctor Who with the Second Doctor, and his era in general has just a really great style, like both visually, writing wise. I can very easily fall in love with seasons 4, 5 and 6, and I hope that with the rumoured return of the Space Pirates, not saying anything about it, maybe some more people can come round to that story as well. I've personally never hated it. I will admit it's one of the more boring stories, but that's because there's no visuals. The novelization to it is actually pretty damn great. I read that one relatively recently, actually. I've read quite a few of the novelizations over the years. There are a few that I still need to get round to. This Doctor has very great rivalry with the Daleks. They are only in his first season, but those 2 episodes are just incredible, man. And of course, the Cybermen. Have they ever been better than when they were with the Second Doctor? Which says more about the Cybermen than the Second Doctor, actually. But still, massive thumbs up. And something which I want to touch on, and I actually want to make a whole video about this at some point, is the tragedy of the Second Doctor's era. The War Games ends on such a down, sour, sad note. And that's not the only episode in the Second Doctor's era to end on that note. And that's not even talking about the out of universe, as in like real life tragedy of a lot of these episodes being missing. But Victoria's exit, I mean, a lot of stuff with Victoria actually is quite somber, and I just love it. The Second Doctor is definitely up there as one of my favorites, but he is not the favorite, because that would of course have to be John Pertwee, Doctor Who number 3. He's the best, objectively. He comes in from scene 1 and steals the show. I mean, the style, the facial expressions, the wit, the charm, the Venusian Aikido, Bessie, the unique relationship he has with the Earth, the Brigadier and unit. It just builds off everything I like from the 60s and takes us in a bold new direction, a whole new era, something entirely new, and something which I can just watch forever. I frequently rotate through series 7, 8, especially season 8. Season 8 is the one which I can just watch forever. I can literally just watch that season on loop forever and ever, and I'll be satisfied. And he's around for so long. He's one of the longest running Doctors. Because he's right next to Tom Baker, some people forget just how many episodes he has, and they're all bangers. And of course, the Third Doctor's era introduces the Master, and not only that, the best version of the Master and the best rivalry between the Doctor and the Master. So many unique and new, interesting threats and villains: the Silurians, Auton, Sea Devils, the Master, but also the Daleks return, and they're great every time. I have a real soft spot for Frontier in Space. I actually think that's a sleeper hit, underrated gem, contender for maybe best episode of all time. But Day of the Daleks is so good. People hate on that one. I don't see it. Personally, think it's incredible. And Planet of the Daleks, another one which people give a bad rap, but is so good and so funny. And then of course it ends with season 11, which is probably the least popular John Pertwee series, which is crazy because it introduces Sarah Jane and it is consistently incredible throughout. The Sontarans, another new threat introduced in this era, and the Time Warrior is so good. It's such a good story. It looks beautiful. The on-location filming throughout this whole era is great. So many unique and fun and funny and awesome stories, just back to back to back to back. One of the highest consistent quality ceilings the show has ever risen to. In fact, maybe the highest. And capped off with Planet of the Spiders, which is an emotional and hilarious ending with everything I love about the era compacted into 6 parts. And you know it's good because every time Unit shows up, they keep trying to copy this, and it is never as good. They struck gold, and they struck it again with the 4th Doctor, who, you know, you're gonna call me basic. I don't care. He's the top dog for a reason. Tom Baker is a beast when it comes to being Doctor Who. And I personally think, even though I just gave all my praises to the 3rd Doctor, and I do think that the 3rd Doctor is still my favourite, the Hinchcliffe-Holmes era of Doctor Who is probably the best. It's so good. Every single one of these is a banger. Some people take issue with Planet of Evil. I personally think it's still pretty great. Those sequences shot on film, the enjoyment. Sarah Jane's really good in that one as well. The idea is also pretty fun. And Revenge of the Cybermen is probably like the weakest episode out of all of the first 3 seasons of the 4th Doctor, but I don't care. I still love it. I actually responded to a comment about someone who was mad at me for putting the episode in S tier. Sorry, buddy. I don't make the rules. I love that episode. Seasons 12, 13 and 14 are just the pinnacle of quality in Doctor Who. Season 14 is probably my favourite out of the three of them, which is the unpopular opinion. Season 13 is the one which most people go to. But season 14 for me, oh my goodness. To me, it feels like the definitive fourth Doctor season because it has Sarah Jane, but it also has Leela and it also has the Deadly Assassin. And every episode is just such high quality and iconic. It's crazy how stacked that stretch of episodes is. And his era as a whole is so all-encompassing that it has like 3 mini eras inside it, like contained within it. The Hinchcliffe Holmes era, the Graham Williams era, and the last JNT season, season 18. Season 18 for me is another banger. It is so good. It's got this kind of somberly tone, like a funeral. It's all gothic and drab. You have episodes like State of Decay, Legopolis, Keeper of Traken. Yes, you also have a few stinkers in there like The Leisure Hive. But I love Warrior's Gate, Full Circle as well. I can really enjoy that episode. And Legopolis for me it's always been one of my favorites. I had that on VHS since I was a kid. I mean, you saw my watcher video. That came from a place of love because Legopolis is one of my most watched episodes ever. This isn't even mentioning the hits like Genesis of the Daleks, which a lot of people say is their favorite episode of all time, which I'm not going to dispute. I think it's incredible. Davros is such a good character. Terry Nation came back with a vengeance, and this is coming from someone who actually likes Death to the Daleks. I mean, you know, when you have Douglas Adams coming in, the era is going to be a banger. And ironically, I think season 17 is one of the weakest seasons for the Fourth Doctor. It isn't bad per se, season 17, but you know, it is a bit weird. Also, I can't be too harsh in it because there are production issues behind the scenes, and it does have City of Death, which is awesome. And I love Destiny of the Daleks, even though that one is less awesome. It is still fun though. The Fourth Doctor does reach some of, if not the heights of Doctor Who in general, and Tom Baker's performance is all-star worthy. Whenever I watch a Tom Baker episode with someone else, something they always notice is just how big his mouth is. He has so many teeth. His smile is so contagious. The silhouette, the scarf, the harpo marks, comedic timing, the hat, all of it is so iconic even to this day. And he just gets some of, if not the funniest lines.
That's very odd.
The Fourth Doctor era is a whole show onto itself, and for that I think it does deserve Z tier. The Fifth Doctor, see, I do love myself some Peter Davison. I did just receive the season 20 box set, and I have watched it all. I've watched all of season 20 already. It's been a week. And I love Peter Davison. I'm going to have to put him in S tier. Yesterday, I also did watch Time Crash because I wanted to. And he is so good. It's kind of crazy, though, for me, because all of these first 4 Doctors are all so good. I mean, all of the first 4 could just fit in Z tier and Peter Davison in S tier because I can't put him in A. I can't put him any lower than S. He is the nicest Doctor so far. Some would say he's the plainest. They might be right. He's also the most pleasant, and I just love his character. I love his temperament. I love how he talks. I love how he acts. He swaggers onto the scene, and he's not there for a long time, but he is there for a good time. I love his dynamic with all of the companions, and I do love his era. Season 20 is one of those seasons which initially on first glance looks to be kind of weak, and even Peter Davison said that it was his least favorite, but I've kind of come round to it. It's kind of enjoyable. I like to put myself in the mindset of being a kid in 1983 and watching these episodes week by week when they came out, and there must have been so many just incredibly exciting moments. I can imagine watching Terminus, which is otherwise quite a standard episode, and getting to that point in episode 3 where you realize, hang on, Terminus is in the center of the universe, and then, oh my god, it's revealed that it's actually the cause of the Big Bang. I can imagine watching that in 1983 and just having your mind blown. Same with the Omega reveal in Arc of Infinity. Mordrin Undead is genuinely an episode I really like. And the Enlightenment is probably my favorite episode of the season. And this is me just talking about season 20. I think season 19 is great. It has episodes like Earthshock and The Visitation. It has a few stinkers in there as well, but we don't talk about those. And season 21, despite opening with Warriors of the Deep, which is one of my favorite episodes because it is the funniest piece of shit I've ever seen in my life, also has Resurrection of the Daleks and the Caves of Androzani, which, I mean, Resurrection of the Daleks probably has my favourite opener to any Doctor Who story ever, and Caves of Androzani shows the Doctor at his most heroic. Overall, character-wise, I think he's amazing, and quality-wise, I think he is too, which leads me to the 6th Doctor, who I'm gonna have to put in S tier, and yes, I think I'm gonna have to do it, because although I just sung his praises, he is not on the same level as these 3 Titans. I'm going to put Peter Davison in S tier. Actually, I'm going to call this S tier, and I'm going to put William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton, and Colin Baker in S+. If you guys know me, one of the first things that I said in one of my earliest videos is that I love season 22. It is so underrated. I see why people don't like it. It is the Marmite of Doctor Who, but I personally adore it. There's so much depth and intention in this season. Even Colin Baker's costume alone. And now a lot of people, rightly so, will think it looks awful and ugly. And even later on, I think Colin Baker said that, oh, I wish I'd had a different costume. And I think that's fair. And you know, if they had gone with a different costume, it's not like I would have hated it. But this costume works so perfectly for season 22, which is that it's so ugly and colorful and bright, but also it contrasts and works so well with the ugly side of season 22, where the Doctor is scrounging around in the sewers or on Varos or in the catacombs of Revelation of the Daleks. These bright clashing colors just blend so well with the theme of that season. And Colin Baker's performance is so good. He is so funny. A lot of the comedy, I think, went over some people's heads. Yes, sometimes his dynamic with Perry can be a little bit too much. But for me, I see the comedy in it, and I see how outlandish this series can be. It was really trying a lot of new stuff. Season 22 is a very experimental season, but is also incredibly lore heavy, which is something I can appreciate, even if I think it was maybe to the detriment of the show. Every single episode of season 22 has a reference to the past, which is similar to season 20, which is also the case. But season 22 just takes it up a notch, with Attack of the Cybermen being frankly just indecipherable. Unless you're in deep with the show, which at that point would mean watching episodes which were literally lost, keeping up with David Banks' The Cyberman timeline, all of the books and expanded media, and I just appreciate the balls on that. Attack of the Cybermen and Revelation of the Daleks and the 2 Doctors are all just really brave and really enjoyable episodes. I like how the 6th Doctor did manage to battle off in one season against all 4 of Doctor Who's biggest villains. It's really quite noticeable when you see the cover of the season 22 box set, and you notice that it has the Master of the Daleks, the Cybermen, and the Sontarans on it, and another Doctor. Basically everything you could literally fit into a season of Doctor Who, they fit into this season. Season 23, on the other hand, does kind of suck. It's a little terrible, actually. It's kind of awful. And the beginning of the end. I can't really say a lot of nice things about this series other than that opening cinematic is great. Colin Baker is incredible throughout, and I do like the evolution in the relationship between Perry and the 6th Doctor. My problem is that the show is just so immensely worse, and it's a real shame. And also the 6th Doctor's objectively worst costume for this series is it doesn't work here. It doesn't fit with the theme of the season or the vision of the season. It's just bad, sadly. And I'm going to put Sylvester McCoy in A tier, which might be heresy because he is probably the or second most popular classic series incarnation of the Doctor. And I see why. Don't get me wrong, I love Sylvester McCoy. In fact, I may raise him up to S tier based on what happens with the modern series Doctors. The problem is that season 24 just sucks, right? And Season 25 and 6 are a massive upgrade, but they're not outstanding. I wouldn't put them in the upper echelons of classic Doctor Who seasons. In fact, I would put them below season 20. Sylvester McCoy is great throughout, even in season 24, but the quality of a lot of episodes and some of the inconsistent characterization, especially early on, is too hard to ignore. But he is so incredible, and if you do want to include a lot of the EU stuff, he is one of the longest running Doctors, and he does have a full character arc. I'm not particularly a fan of a lot of the stuff that goes on in the EU, and a lot of people who are kind of hypocritically call out the Timeless Child stuff. But I do really like this dark side to this Doctor. Maybe if they'd gotten another season, I would have liked it. I do love Remembrance of the Daleks, but I'm just not crazy about his era. Paul McGann, of course, I'm gonna have to put an S. In fact, you know what? Sorry, Sylvester McCoy, for ever even doubting. You're an S as well. But Paul McGann, he's incredible in the TV movie. He's incredible in Night of the Doctor. He's incredible in The Power of the Doctor. And he's incredible in Big Finish. He's just consistently great throughout. And I love his costume and I love his TARDIS. And even though the TV movie has some questionable parts in it, I love that too. Despite having such little screen time, he has a real definitive personality. One which I just find myself gravitating towards so often. He is so effortlessly Doctor Who, it's actually insane. Oh yeah, the Valeyard. You don't count. I'm going to put you in D because you're not Doctor Who. Christopher Eccleston. Here we are. We're finally in the new Doctor Who. And I'm going to put him in S tier. You don't see it as much right now, but before there was definitely a clear movement to the skip 9, go directly to 10 crowd. Christopher Eccleston, despite not really and still not being a fan of the show, really treated this role with respect and is a world-class actor. And it shows in this incarnation of the Doctor, who has some of the most consistent character writing out of any of them. Of course, he only has one series, which is a shame, but at the same time, it does work to also introduce the audience to the concept of regeneration early. And it also helps a lot of fans who come back and rewatch his series and gain an appreciation for it. Although, if you are like me, you were right from the beginning and you always had an appreciation for him. I've always loved Christopher Eccleston. I've always loved Series 1. It is a little rough around the edges, and on subsequent rewatches, I came to be a bit more critical to the first 3 episodes or so of the series. But then it totally comes around by the end. Like, you can't be doubting Series 1 when it comes to the ending. And it does have Dalek, which is one of my favorite Doctor Who episodes of all time, modern Doctor Who episodes of all time, I should add that caveat. And a lot of that is due to Rob Shearman's expert writing, Nicholas Briggs' insane performance, but as I'm clearly leading on to, is also Christopher Eccleston's insane characterization of the Doctor, which is so good and so well performed and acted. I frequently rewatch those scenes, re-listen to those soundtracks. A lot of those lines and deliveries are just burned into my brain. And then we get to Bad Wolf and Parting of the Ways, which is another contender, if not my second favorite modern Doctor Who story. I like the Daleks, could you guess? And Christopher Eccleston is just on fire. It's his reaction when Rose gets vaporized, his reaction in the finale, you know, no. I think you need a Doctor is a very corny line, but his final scene where he regenerates is so good. Have a wonderful life. So good. I am not one for Doctor companion romances, but I do think that Christopher Eccleston and Rose is better than 10th Doctor and Rose, which is also a bit weird because there's a noticeable age gap there, which does make it more weird for me. I know some people don't care about that, but you can't help what you help. But simply the writing and performances elevate it above that for me. Also, Rose is just a better character in Series 1. The 10th Doctor is great. He is incredible, and I don't want to shit on anyone who has him at their number 1, because it's just your opinion, man. That being said, he's not my favorite. I still definitely love him though. You know, a lot of Doctor Who fans, they go through a phase, you know, where they're being an edgelord and they're like, I hate the 10th Doctor. He's so overrated, and he is overrated. But he's still pretty damn great. David Tennant is a lifelong fan. He brings a clear passion to the role, one which he has still managed to keep all these years later, which is a feat to say the least, because being the Doctor is a big workload, and he is so effortlessly Doctor Who. Yes, I do think Series 2 kind of sucks, and yes, I don't like the 10th Doctor's relationship with Rose, but that isn't necessarily a criticism of the 10th Doctor as a character, even if I think his moping in The Runaway Bride and Series 3 is very unlikable, especially as someone who really likes Martha, but that isn't really a problem to me because I see it for what it is and why it was necessary for the writing audience, for everything. I see it from every perspective why it was necessary. And his energy is very infectious. The enthusiasm, the smiles, but also the sadness, the grief, the rage. He plays it all so well and is the modern equivalent to Tom Baker. There's no arguing against that. I'm surprised the 14th Doctor isn't on this list, but of course he only has one scene on screen so far, so you know, it wouldn't be fair to judge. I would probably put him in C tier because he's just an inferior version of the 10th Doctor. But to you 10th Doctor haters, I will ask you this. Are there not scenes of the 10th Doctor where he is just on fire? You know, where he swaggers in and he just owns the place and he owns the role and is just incredible. An example of this would be, you know, the image which is on screen right now, the image icon for the 10th Doctor in Doomsday, where he walks in and confronts the Cult of Skara. Just a badass moment. The Family of Blood, the ending to that story, and even just the recorded message of the 10th Doctor on screen to Martha. His confrontation with General Stahl in the Sontaran Stratagem and in the Poison Sky actually, but also especially in the Sontaran Stratagem, is, as someone who doesn't even like that episode, that is just an incredible scene, and it really is like, oh my goodness, the Doctor is doing Doctor things and he's being really cool, and it's really fast and sharp and witty. It's all good stuff. And then of course you've got the Waters of Mars, which is then followed up with The End of Time, which does a lot to make me dislike the 10th Doctor actually. You know, him throwing a tantrum and him being so self-indulgent and crying and blah blah blah. And vain in Journey's End as well, which I hate that it counts as regeneration. That is so stupid. Someone please retcon that. Retcon it immediately. But David Tennant as Doctor Who is definitely consistently good, and even though I do think he is a little overrated, I will still say he is great. Double thumbs up. Which leads us to this fraud. What is he doing here? Who does he think he is? The fuck are you doing on my list? You're not the Doctor. You're a fraud! Peter Capaldi is an incredible actor to play the Doctor. He is so good in everything. He was great in The Fires of Pompeii, even if that episode is a little wonky, and incredible in Tortured Children of Earth as Frobisher, and he just effortlessly steals the show as Doctor Who every time, every episode, every scene, almost. The 12th Doctor suffers from the most inconsistent characterization of any Doctor Who, and also is just dealt a really unfair hand. And it is such a shame, because when he shines, he shines. The ending of Flatline is a masterclass in how to make the Doctor be badass. But then you have episodes like In the Forest of the Night. God, Kill the Moon, where he just fucks off at the end. And I know it's unfair to bring in EU material, but I did just watch it, and in like stuff like Class, where the Doctor shows up and just leaves these clearly traumatized children. One of them literally has his leg chopped off, right? He just became an amputee right in front of Doctor Who. And he does nothing. And especially when this Doctor, you know, he always is going on in those long rambling speeches about children, and children will scream your name. So pretentious. Even though he is the one who the most children have been put in danger under his watch. See, Thin Ice. I do plan to do a video on Peter Capaldi's era, and specifically series 8 and 9. In fact, I have a video in the works for Death in Heaven, and the Series 8 finale, and Missy as a whole, which I've been kind of working towards since my Series 8 tier list, which was over a month ago now. I teased in that video that I'm working on Death in Heaven video, and I still am. So hopefully that should be coming out at some point, because I have a lot of thoughts there, and it really adds a lot to Peter Capaldi's era, feeling like just a kind of worse version of Matt Smith's, which is a shame. More watered down. They are trying new things, especially in Series 9. They're trying new things, even if it's also semi-recycling Matt Smith series arcs. But it just is kind of a fumble, and I see why some people really like it. I can see why some people think this is reminiscent of the classic era, even though it just very clearly is not. If anything, I think the 12th Doctor's era is the furthest from the classic Doctor Who that we get, which isn't necessarily a criticism, but it is a counter to the common argument I see, which is that the 12th Doctor is the most like the classic Doctors. He's not, okay? He's really very different. And it definitely doesn't help that the 12th Doctor, I feel maybe it's damage control, but to be generous, I will say that maybe it was an intentional plan. He goes through massive changes in characters off screen between seasons, and people go on and on and on about the character growth and character arc of the 12th Doctor, but it all happens off screen. The Doctor changes dramatically between Series 8 and Series 9, and again between Series 9 and Series 10. They're massive shifts in personality and tone in everything. And I suppose you can brush away or wave away some parts of it, but it is still crazy to me, especially when some people just go on and on about, oh, the character growth, the character arc is so noticeable. It all happens off screen. It all happens off screen. The Doctor comes back a totally different character in even Last Christmas than in The Magician's Apprentice. They're like just two totally different. In fact, it's made a point that the Doctor has dramatically changed since the Series 8 finale, where he specifically talks about how he hates hugging, and then the first episode of Series 9 starts with him hugging Clara, and that's the first thing that he does, implying that a lot has happened off screen. And then do I even need to talk about Series 9 and Series 10? He's basically a totally different character between series, which I think is why a lot of people warmed to him in Series 10. He is dramatically different to how he is in earlier series, and I kind of wish they stick to their original vision, their original guns, even though I probably would say my preferred characterization of the 12th Doctor is more so when he's more mellowed out in Series 10 than when he's so harsh in Series 8, but it would have been cool to see them fully commit to it, you know? And by God, does he have some stinkers, but he does have some highlights as well. I'm going to put him in A tier. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, he was so incredible in Heaven Sent, best episode of Doctor Who ever. I mean, it's pretty good. I think a lot of people really need to reevaluate their opinions on Heaven Sent, especially if you are someone who really doesn't like Hellbent. I see this copy and pasted bot comment all the time. Heaven Sent is the best episode ever. Hellbent sucks. If you think part 1 is like the best episode ever, but part 2 is one of the worst, you've got to really reevaluate the story. You've got to actually look back and see if you understand Heaven Sent, or if you understand Hellbent, if you get what these episodes are trying to say, if you understand the story being told. These episodes are not disconnected. They only work with the context given by the other, which is why, as I have said now in a billion other videos, my opinion on them is kind of mellowed, whereas I don't think Hellbent is the worst piece of shit ever, but I don't think Heaven Sent is the greatest either. It's also a shame that he had to end on such a sour note with Twice Upon a Time, and one of the lamest regeneration speeches ever. So drawn out, so pretentious, so self-indulgent, and frankly nonsensical. What a sad episode. Now, before we get on to classic number 13, Jodie Whittaker, everyone's favourite Doctor Who, let's do John Hurt and The Fugitive Doctor. Now, I'm going to just put both of these in C tier, and I'm going to talk about them together because they're both one-offs. I know that technically John Hurt has a cameo in Night of the Doctor and at the very end of Name of the Doctor, but those aren't real appearances, as are The Fugitive Doctor's other appearances outside of Fugitive of the Jadoon. Even Flux Part 3, I would consider only half of an appearance, and of course The Timeless Children is a hologram, and Power of the Doctor is also a hologram. I think these guys are okay, they service their plot relevance well. Obviously John Hurt, no hate to Joe Martin, but John Hurt is another caliber of actor, and of course he got a lot of his Big Finish stuff, which Joe Martin is yet to have. John Hurt's performance is incredible in Day of the Doctor, and as you guys know, even though I have my criticisms of it, I do love Day of the Doctor for what it is, which is an incredibly enjoyable journey and retrospective of the modern era of Doctor Who. And Joe Martin is cool. What more do I need to say? They're not really doctors, these are more gimmick doctors. And so here we are on the final Doctor Who. Wow, I've rambled on for a long ass time, haven't I? Hopefully this video isn't too long. Whoops. I just have a lot to say, okay, people? And so here we are again, Jodie Whittaker, who I would say is definitely the fan consensus least favourite Doctor. If you know me, you know that I am a defender of the Chibnall era. I actually really like Series 11. I stand by it. I always will. I've rewatched it a lot. It's one of my most rewatched modern series of Doctor Who. Episodes like Rosa, Demons of the Punjab, It Takes You Away, even The Woman Who Fell to Earth, are all bangers. And I think Jodie Whittaker is incredibly endearing in all of them. However, with all that being said, I'm gonna put her in B tier. I'm gonna say she's my least favourite incarnation of the Doctor, which I think puts me in the bad books of everyone, because I like her era, but she's also my least favourite Doctor, which means that I can't really fit in either camp. But I have to be real. I don't sugarcoat my opinions, I give my real thoughts on everything, and I don't think Jodie Whittaker's Doctor is on the same level as any of the others. Not to say that she's bad, in fact I think she's pretty great. I think the experiment, could a female Doctor work? Yeah, I think it was a success. My thoughts has always been, don't cast people based on their skin color or gender, just literally cast people who are the best. And that ideology is why we got people like Peter Capaldi playing Doctor Who, which I'm eternally grateful for. And I do think Jodie Whittaker was an incredible casting for Doctor Who. I don't really want to talk about, you know, the gendered aspect of it. I don't think that really affects anything. I don't think that really affects anything about my judgment of the character. A lot of people like to portray this incarnation of the Doctor as being evil or morally bad or morally grey or just poorly thought out, poorly conceived, blah, 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 blah. I disagree. I just don't think she has that same edge as all of the other Doctors. There are certain scenes where Doctors are tested, Doctor Who actors are tested. Sometimes they fail, sometimes they succeed. And more often than not, I feel like Jodie Whittaker kind of fails these tests. Not to say that she's bad. I do love every Doctor. I opened the video up with that. Don't get mad at me. And also don't get mad at me for not shitting on her, because I don't want to. I think she is great in Series 11, as I said, and she's incredible in basically all of the specials. Even Legends of the Sea Devils, which is a terrible episode. I think Jodie Whittaker is good in that one and has the only good scene in the episode. It does say something though when she's struggling to keep up with the gimmick Dr. Joe Martin in certain scenes of Fugitive of the Jadoon, which is another one of those kind of test moments for a Doctor. But at the same time, I think she's got the Doctor Who silhouette down. She does have that swagger where she just comes in and owns the place entirely. I do really enjoy the character of the 13th Doctor. I find her incredibly pleasant to watch. She's got so many funny lines which people don't remember because they haven't actually watched her episodes and they just blindly hate on her. But she also doesn't have those insane excelling moments, you know what I mean? I would say the closest is probably her talk with the Solitract in It Takes You Away. A lot of that is just kind of conceptual and on the page, and Jodie Whittaker just brings it to life effortlessly in a scene where she acts against herself, and I still feel the emotion. And it's also a case of she has such few episodes, and I know I put Christopher Eccleston higher than everyone in A tier, and he has less episodes than all of them, but he is a world-class actor who brings a lot of unique elements to the table, which, I mean, love or hate 13, she does not. She is more or less an amalgamation of a lot of previous Doctors, especially the 10th Doctor. There's a lot of scenes where Jodie Whittaker's 13 could just be David Tennant's 10, and in some scenes, this may sound very mean, I think maybe David Tennant's 10 would have been better. But this sounds like I'm being overly negative. I do really like Jodie Whittaker, and I do really like the 13th Doctor. I really like every Doctor, but there has to be a number 1 in John Pertwee, and there has to be a number 13 in Jodie Whittaker. How do I even end this video? I'm kind of at the end here, and I feel like there's more to say, but I can't really think of it right now. I'm going to end it by saying I really like Series 11. I think Jodie Whittaker's really good in that. I think she's still really good in Series 12, but Series 12 is slightly worse than Series 11. And, well, you know how Flux is. I love Doctor Who. This is my complete list of every single Doctor Who. I've rambled on. This recording is over an hour long, so hopefully I can condense and cut it down into something enjoyable. These gimmicks at the bottom don't really count, but I include them anyway. I hope you enjoyed the video. That's my basic finished list. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video, and welcome back to the final question mark tier list in Doctor Who. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what more I can do after this. I have ranked every episode. I have ranked every special. I have ranked every spin-off. I've ranked every Doctor. What more is there to rank? Well, how about everything else? I have a list of tier lists that I've assembled that pretty much encapsulate all of the basic stuff and maybe not so basic stuff, which I have not ranked yet, including Big Finish stories, companions, title sequences, intros, logos, master, quite a lot of stuff. And I'm gonna wrap it all up. I'm gonna put a bow on this era of ranking. This will be the final one. Till the next one. You know how it is. We always come back. And I think there's no better time to start than now. Let's start with, what is your favorite Doctor Who companion? Now, I think you might be noticing immediately from the tier list, some of these selection of characters, well, you may not recognize a few of them, but some of them are not companions. I actually forgot this guy's name, whoopsie. He's with the 8th Doctor in Divergent Universe saga. I forget his name though. I'm not going to be ranking all of the Big Finish companions. I'll be ranking some of them, and I've also got multiple lists of companions. In fact, I'm gonna start with this one, then I'm gonna do it multiple times just so I get them all, because it was actually kind of difficult to find a list which had every companion on it. So I just found these 3 and we're like, you know what, surely every companion will be on at least one of these lists, you know what I mean? And so let's start with Adam. This guy goes in E. Who the fuck likes Adam? This guy's a bitch. Not much more needs to be said. Who likes Adric? Just kidding, I like Adric. I'm gonna put Adric in B, even though he does start out kind of awful, kind of really annoying, actually. One of the first actions he does is snap at everyone around him who's just trying to help, and he constantly goes over to the villain's side, like 3 times, I'm pretty sure. And he's also kind of just semi-annoying in certain episodes, but I actually quite like him. Unpopular opinion, I like in episodes like Logopolis, Castrovalva, Earthshock, obviously. And I like his growth. I really like Matthew Waterhouse's performance as well. He saves a character which isn't actually that good from being pretty enjoyable. By the way, I have just realized that this tier list selection is alphabet order, and that makes it make a whole lot more sense. Ace, I'm actually going to put right next to Adric in B tier. I really enjoy Ace, actually. Yes, her first episode is a little bad, but she quickly redeems herself and she gets a lot of character growth and is very enjoyable and also beats up a Dalek. It's all very fun. Amy is a character who I really like 70% of the time, and then 30% of the time I can't stand her. Karen Gillan is an incredible performance, maybe one of the best performances out of any modern series companion. Really underrated, like performance wise. Like, she is so good. You can barely not believe that she isn't Amy Pond. You know what I mean? Like, it's so convincing. And she is so good in specific episodes and then so bad in others. And her relationship with Rory, like, I understand how it starts. And in series 5, I think there's a real growth there. But then by series 7, it is irredeemable, especially on Amy's end. And she's just terrible and frankly abusive. Series 5 Amy, I would say solidly is A tier, but because of the downgrade in character, slow downgrade over time throughout all of series 6 and then especially in series 7, I'm going to put her in B as well. Barbara, on the other hand, goes directly in S tier. What a well fleshed out, well thought out, really enjoyable character with a unique skill set that she brings to the team, but also, you know, an innate set of weaknesses, and they all cover each other's back. She's such a clever character who frequently saves Doctor Who, and she teams up with Ian just so nicely. They're just such a good duo, and Jacqueline Hill's performance is one of the best in all of Doctor Who. Ben is a character who I don't want to be too mean on, but let's be real, Ben is Ben. He's clearly overshadowed by Polly, who is the far superior character. Maybe it's because I don't like his British accent in it. Wakey wakey doctor, governor, I'm a sailor. That's terrible. Call me British, I can't even do a Ben impression. In fact, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit and I'm going to put Ian in S tier as well. It's impossible to not love these characters. They're such a good duo. They bring us, the audience, into the world of Doctor Who. They're so compelling, they're so funny, they act like the realest people in probably the whole of Doctor Who. These are the realest people. Bill is a character who is saved by the finale, and in the rest of series 10, she ranges from quite fun to be around to schizophrenic. I'm going to put her in C tier as well. She's not quite on the level as these guys. Maybe I'm being too nice to Adric. In fact, yes, I am. I'm going to put him in C. Bill is really good in the finale, and the way they conclude her character is really great. But in most episodes of the series, she's kind of just there. And Pearl Mackie is a good performer, but some of the stuff they make her character do is weird and bad, and they're setting her up for failure, especially after putting her right after Clara. The Brigadier goes solidly in S tier. He is the best character in all of Doctor Who. We love the Brigadier. What more can I say? I kind of want to go this at a breezy pace because we've got so many tier lists to get through, but the Brigadier is my favorite character in Doctor Who, and he has a good rapport with every single Doctor. He actually gets stuff done. He has his own conflicts which usually clash with Doctor Who. He has got incredible comedic timing, an incredible relationship with the whole cast, not just the Doctor, but especially the Doctor. Their rivalry but companionship and honourable duo, their relationship that goes across time and space is magnificent beyond words, and is a testament to how incredible the Third Doctor's era is, even though he was introduced in the Second Doctor's era. It's a marvellous sight to behold. That's what I would say this character's journey is. Captain Jack, I'm going to put him in A tier. He is Russell T Davies' character who he clearly cared the most about. He gets a real depth in Torchwood, but I also think in Doctor Who he's just incredibly pleasant to have around. He's an iconic staple, and it's a shame that he's probably never going to be coming back. But you know, you can argue about all of that and what you think about that in the comments below, because I'm not going to touch it. Mike Yates goes in A tier. A lot of people shit on Mike Yates. I understand he's probably the weakest element of the unit family, and he's still A tier. So what does that say about him? It says that he's pretty great, and he gets a really great story arc in season 11. In fact, I know a lot of people are like, what? He betrays them? Spoiler alert, by the way. I can't believe he do that, but I actually think, you know, how he recuperates from that is just so interesting. And I also think he's just really pleasant to have in episodes like the Green Death when he shows up, and also in like episodes like the Time Monster where like you're like, oh my goodness, did Mike Yates die? I really like having him around, but he gets a little bit of slack for being the weakest element of the unit family, which is out of his control. Clara, oh my goodness. Where do I put this character? So Clara is incredibly egotistical, deeply unpleasant to be around, cynical, rude, mean-spirited, mean in general, and abusive physically and emotionally to all of the people around her in her life. But she is hot though. For Jenna Coleman alone, I'm gonna put her in B. John Bishop's dance so incongruent with the actual series and specials that he is included in that it is almost baffling that he was included in the first place until you watch him and then you realize, hang on, this guy's a real lot of fun. And I love fun, so I'm gonna put him in B tier. He has a walk, he's got a great accent, he's great in every scene he's in. What's more to say? Liz Shaw is definitely A tier. She's got everything. Season 7 is an underrated sleeper, just so incredible and so different to the rest of the Third Doctor's era. In my ranking Doctor video, I barely talked about it, which is a shame, but at the same time that video is very long. Some things I had to brush over. Her relationship with the kind of proto-unit family, this was before Mike Yates and all of them came in, is so good. And while I'm not part of the people who wish that she stayed on more, because I really do love Joe Grant. So I just wish, you know, there was more of everything in the Third Doctor's era. If there were double the Third Doctor's era, I would be a very, very happy man. One of the cleverest companions in Doctor Who, and she's also, you know, very kind and very funny. She keeps up with Doctor Who and the Brigadier. All very good from me. Grace, I'm gonna have to put in D tier because she's not really much for character. I do actually think the performance is pretty good, but there's just not enough on the page. Dodo gets a lot of hate actually, but I kind of like her. I think she's quite nice. She got dealt a really bad hand by the BBC, and a lot of people really hate her exit. I kind of just like how she's phased out because she was never so important that she really deserved a massive leaving episode, not more than Vicky, who didn't get much of an exit. They weren't really much for, you know, these emotional departures in Classic Who, so I'm not really used to or expecting them. So Dodo's departure in the War Machines, which is a great episode, actually kind of boosts her up for me. Donna, where do I put Donna? Should I put her in A tier? Yes, because Series 4 is pretty good. Catherine Tate's performance is very great. It's not as one-dimensional as some people give it credit for. She really provides the emotions on all fronts. She's an incredibly talented comedian, and especially when she was on the show, she was an incredibly talented comedian. And you'll notice this as a good theme with all the companions. She keeps right up there with Doctor Who, with so many witty remarks, so many back and forths. She's just an awesome character to have around. Handles, do I put Handles in B tier just because he's nice? I mean, I did that with Dan, but that's a little unfair. I'm going to put him in C tier because he's literally ahead, but I do like him. Graham, I'm going to put in A tier, and this is my highest rated Jodie Whittaker companion, by the way. 13 era companion. Graham is an incredible character with a great character arc in Series 11. And yes, he kind of remains a bit stagnant in Series 12, which is my big problem with actually all of the 13 Doctor's companions, is that while Series 11 really tried to give them a lot of stuff to do and a lot of series arcs, Series 12 kind of just was like, well, you know, characters are done now. This is how they're going to stay. But Graham's journey is really compelling. Like one of my favorite parts of Series 11, you know, how it deals with grief, how he gets closer to his grandson, and Bradley Walsh's performance is A1. It's so good. Where's Ryan? Is Ryan not on the list? Yeah, oh, Ryan is on the list. I'm going to put him in B tier, which is going to make everyone incredibly angry, but I really like the actor, and I really like his relationship to Graham, and that kind of carries him up, even if he does have a few out-of-character moments by the end of Series 12, which is my big problem with Ryan. Where's Yaz? Poor Yaz, you get put in D tier. Even if I am a 13-era defender, I cannot defend Yaz. She's a very boring and bland character, and she stays far, far too long. She goes well past, you know, the reasonable time period or time limit of not getting character growth. She's there, and she's there a long time. She's there from episode 1 of the 13th Doctor to the final episode, and you guys know I don't particularly care about Doctor companion romances. I have to be real, I don't hate Yaz or anything, she's just kind of a nothing burger. Back to where we are. Harry Sullivan, A tier solidly. I love Harry Sullivan. A lot of people don't. I don't know why. Season 12 is incredible. The dynamic between the three in the TARDIS, even though most of the time they're not in the TARDIS, is so good. And as I mentioned with Dodo, he doesn't really get a real character exit, but I love him anyway. Jamie McCrimmon, S tier. Come on, guys. The Doctor's most loyal companion. Is there even any doubt? The friendship, the growth, the loyalty, and the bravery, of course. Jamie is an incredible character, and maybe one of Doctor Who's best, maybe top 3 best characters in Doctor Who. And it ties into what I said in one of my previous videos about the second Doctor's era being one of the best. Jenny, she's not really a companion. I'm going to put her with Adam. Nothing really to talk about there. Joe Grant, she goes in S tier. I love Joe Grant. So endearing. A lot of people like to hate on Terror of the Autons. If you hate on the episode, fuck you. It's amazing. I'm kidding, but at the same time, it is genuinely amazing. It's such a good episode, and Joe Grant is so good in it, and she only gets better throughout the rest. Even though some people say, oh, I didn't like Joe Grant at the start, but she got better later on. No, she was good all the time. I love Season 8 Joe Grant. In fact, I would say she stays just as good from her first appearance to her last. She is just a great presence on screen. K9, where else do you put K9 but S? I'm just kidding. I'm going to put him in A. Because I love him, but he isn't on the same level as this S tier of goats. Chameleon, I'm going to put you in D. Poor Chameleon, you didn't really get a chance to shine. I'm going through these guys because there's not really much to say. I mean, I can talk about K9 for a long while, but guess what? I already have in my video called The Complete Review K9. That was painful. Still love K9 though. Katarina, he gets put in D. She doesn't really get a lot to do. She's more so there for the emotional moment in my favorite episode of all time, The Daleks' Master Plan, which means I should probably put her in C, but she doesn't really do anything, so I should put her in D. Kate Stewart, F for fraud. What does Kate Stewart do apart from ride on the objectively superior character's coattails? She has no rapport, no good rapport with any doctor, and she's met 10 now, or 14, 11, 12, and 13. She's met 4 Doctor Who's. She's met 4 Doctor Who's and doesn't have a good rapport with any of them. Bland, uninteresting mess of a character who rarely does anything worth noting. I don't like her, and I don't get why other people like her. If you're a massive Kate Stewart fan, tell me why below. Leela, do I put Leela in S or do I put her in A? A is getting a little bit crowded, right? But I'm gonna put her in A because she's great. Leela's duo with the 4th Doctor contrasts perfectly. The character growth, the character arc there is so good. I think Louise Jameson and Tom Baker have a really good dynamic, even if at the start, behind the scenes, apparently it was a little frosty. You don't see any of that on screen. They immediately click, and they're just really good throughout. Madame Vastra, she doesn't count. And Martha. And now, you guys know I'm #1 in the Martha fan club, but she doesn't quite reach S. Actually, does she? You know what, I'm gonna fucking put her in. I love Martha. She's competent, she's funny, she's cool, she's sweet, she's kind, and she does too much, you know what I mean? Like, she's asked the world of her, literally. She's asked to save the world, but she's also asked, you know, look after the Doctor when he's at his most vulnerable, and she gets treated like absolute shit, and she still walks out with a smile on her face and perseveres, and it is so endearing for a character to do that. She's basically the perfect character, you know what I mean? And also, I particularly love Freema Agyeman. I think she's a really great actress. So that adds on for me. Yeah, I'm going to put her in S tier. Poor Mel. You know what, I'm going to put you in C tier. You are above D, but I mean, are you though? Season 24. So bad. I don't dislike Bonnie Langford though. A lot of people hate the Scream. The Scream can get grating and annoying, but I still like her. Mickey, he starts out a complete bitch and turns into a kind of cool guy, but then End of Time ruins him, and it kind of ruins Martha's ending as well, but I'm just going to ignore that. Do I put him in B? B for bitch? You know what? Yes, I do. Nardole, you also get put in B. You got saved by the end there. Series 10, oh my god. Miracle save on Nardole, who was just like maybe contender for worst companion ever, and then became really funny. You know, he had some really funny lines. Well, hey, we got there. That's my favorite one. Nissa, where else does she go but A? She points a gun at people, and she's awesome. Really like Nissa. Perry, she also goes in A. A lot of people shit on Perry. You guys are mean. Poor Perry. I've never identified with a companion as much as I have with Perry. Now, that isn't quite true, but I still like to say it because Perry gets put through the ringer and she still perseveres. Almost. She has a bit of a sad ending there. I think I like Perry for the same reasons I like Martha, except of course I like Martha a little bit more. Osgood, I'm going to put you in F tier as well. F for fraud. A real nothing character who I have no idea what anyone sees in. Polly, I really like Polly. I actually think she's got a lot more going for her than Ben. I'm going to put her in B. She fits right in with a bunch of people in B tier. She stands up for herself a lot. She stands up to the Cybermen in the Cybermen's first appearance. And the only complaint is kind of the fact that she's forcefully linked to Ben. Not that Ben is terrible, of course, but still. River Song, I'm going to put her in C tier. She doesn't really do anything for me. I don't really care for Doctor Companion romances, as I've said throughout all of this video, and we will get to. But I do like the gimmick of her meeting the Doctor backwards. Some people sing the praise of it a bit too much, but it is still a cool idea. My biggest problem is that she is a bit too mean to Doctor Who. I don't really buy the romance. And she's also kind of just a typical, stereotypical Moffat female character, which a lot of these characters just fall into. And when Moffat is feeling lazy, they all blend together into becoming just one analogous female, sexy, in inverted commas, character. And I just find some of her episodes unpleasant. I find a lot of her episodes actually pretty good though, so maybe I'm being too harsh. Romana 2, I'm gonna put her in B tier. I really like Romana 2, actually. No, I'm gonna put her in A. Romana 2 is very nice. She has a great dynamic with the Fourth Doctor. It's the only Doctor Who romance, and I say romance because it is a romance, but it is incredibly subtle, that I actually like, because, you know, it's between a Time Lord and a Time Lady. And it also doesn't overstay its welcome. You just have a few cute incidental moments here and there. That's all we need. That's all I want. I'm satisfied with that. I can ignore them if I'm in the mood to be a cold, heartless bastard, and if I want to enjoy them, I can. Romana 1, I prefer to Romana 2, actually, because I really like Mary Tam, and she's actually a little bit more capable, and she's also got a lot of really funny lines. She's the more underrated of the two, which is why I prefer her. I think I am always rooting for the underdog, and it's the same reasons as Romana 1. Rory, I'm going to put you in B tier because you are so intrinsically attached to Amy. It would be crazy to put you too far apart. Arthur Darvill is an incredible actor, does an incredible performance. Rory is a good character. Okay, so you're up next, but I'm just going to skip over you. Sarah Jane, you go in S tier. I've spoken in length about why Sarah Jane is my favourite companion in Doctor Who. She is the Doctor Who companion. She is her. Sarah Kingdom, I'm actually going to put in B tier, mostly because of her connection to my favourite episode of Doctor Who of all time. She's really good in it. She meets a pretty gruesome end. Sergeant Benton, S tier, my friend. What more do I say? Stephen Taylor, S tier. My favourite First Doctor companion. He is so cool. He goes through so much. He goes through the Daleks' master plan and then the massacre. And I mean, all of that character stuff is so delicious. Peter Purvis, such a good actor. All A1 from me. Susan, you go in A tier. I really like Susan, actually. A lot of people like complaining about Susan. Never saw it. She's great. Tegan, you go in B tier, actually. Tegan, you're really good as well. Thumbs up. As you can see, I'm kind of rushing through these because we've got a lot to do, and I also want to talk about Rose. Strax, you don't count. Vicky, you go in B. You're really good. Actually, you know what, Vicky, you go in A because you're really endearing. Victoria, you also go in A because you have so many great scenes. You have such a good relationship with Jamie and with the second Doctor. Turlough, one of the more complex characters in Doctor Who. I'm actually going to put him in B because he is such a prick. Wilf, rest in peace, Bernard Cribbins. Maybe you are not on the same level as all of these characters, but I really enjoy you, so there. And Zoe, I am actually going to put in S. Zoe is such an ingenious character. She ties in so well with the second Doctor and creates one of the best trios in Doctor Who history. Companion trios, that is, between the second Doctor, Jamie, and of course, Zoe. Which means we are left with only one character, Rose Tyler, who in Series 2 is kind of insufferable, and in Series 1 is genuinely a very good character. I think Billie Piper is a good actress, and she plays it well basically all the time, but the stuff she is given to work with, especially in Series 2, well, Series 2 just isn't good. And for that, I'm going to put her in B, which is middle of the road. In fact, I'm going to put her exactly in the middle of all the companions, which is crazy. And that is my companion tier list. We're going to go into the next thing now. Okay, yeah, I remembered. I should probably do this as well. Sonic screwdrivers. You know these. The Doctor's classic gadget. I'm just noticing now that these are not in order, so I'm not even gonna try. I'm just gonna be doing them in the order that they're put in. Okay, don't get mad at me. The 10th Doctor's sonic screwdriver. It's B tier. It serves its purpose well. It has a good sound effect, but when you compare it to the others, and even to is it here? Is the Series 1, the 9th Doctor's? There it is. This colouring is just way better, in my opinion. So it's kind of just a worse version of the 9th Doctor's. It's kind of just directly inferior. And I'm going to put this one in A tier. Because all of the pros of this one has, but it just has a slightly worse colouring. The sound effect is really good. Blue light stands out very well. I had a toy of this, and if you did as well, you know that there's multiple places which you can press to make it light up, which is pretty cool. But both of them are directly inferior in that respect to the 11th Doctor's, which I'm gonna put in A tier as well. I really like this design. You have the green, the extended body. It looks good in this form. It also looks good, you know, when it's all expanded out. It fits really well in the hand. I actually had a toy of this one as well. No sonic pen on the list, I'm noticing. That's a shame. But yeah, great sound, great effect. really satisfying to hold. A tier. Poor Peter Capaldi. This one never really got a chance to shine. The 12th Doctor sonic screwdriver is a cool design. It looks a bit weird in the hand because this front bit is just a tad bit too long, but it is still cool, but it just never got a focus on it in any episode. I would hedge bets that most people don't even know that the 12th Doctor got his own sonic screwdriver. If this was introduced in Series 8 and not Series 10, maybe I would be a little less harsh on it, but the fact that this stuck over to Peter Capaldi, why, by the way, brings this one down a little bit because it just didn't get any chance to shine. The 13th Doctor, I'm actually going to save that one and I'm going to skip ahead and talk about the latest one, which I'm also going to put in B tier. I've actually given my thoughts on this one in a separate video, a whole separate video. When it was revealed, I gave my full thoughts, but it's okay. It's kind of a hybrid of a bunch of other designs, which leaves it ironically lacking identity. The shape isn't really that cool. I don't know, it works fine and it has a lot of really cool Easter eggs in it, but I doubt it's gonna get a massive chance to shine. I could be wrong. Maybe when the episodes actually come out, I'll change my tune on it, which is why I'm gonna keep it here for the time being. The 2nd Doctor, you know what, I'm gonna put that one in no, it's not very good. I'm going to put it in C tier. I'm going to put this one in B tier. Very basic design. This was in the War Games and it is literally a screwdriver, but it looks cool. I kind of like the simplistic design. You see the evolution of it and it starts out looking like this, which is cool. The 3rd Doctor's easy S tier. I love the sound on this one. I love the jumping up. It has a really good showing in certain episodes. The 4th Doctor's is still good. I would say it's worse than the 3rd Doctor's, but it is still good. The 5th Doctor's, I mean, there isn't really a difference here apart from this one gets destroyed, but I'm going to put it in A tier. The 7th Doctor, do I even want to include this? I'm gonna put it in A tier. The 8th Doctor's from Big Finish. Is this the Dark Eyes one, or is that later on? Let me see. And I actually kind of like this design. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Of course, we never saw it visually, but it has a nice sound and it has a nice design. Amy's Sonic Probe. This counts. So this is from The Girl Who Waited. I think, right? It would have to be. That would be the only episode where it would make sense for Amy to have a sonic probe, and she does it to kind of like show that she's mirroring the Doctor. She has that like hand robot called Rory. I might be flashing text on screen to say that I'm wrong. This one goes in D tier. Doesn't even count. Sonic Cane, C tier. Sonic Screwdriver. Damn, I kind of want to troll and put this one in B tier. But I'm going to put it in C because it doesn't really count. But it is funny. The gag is funny. It's Sonic. Bonk, bonk. Derek Jacobi's Sonic Screwdriver. I mean, I shouldn't be putting this one that high because we've never even seen this one. But I'm going to put it in C, simply because we've never seen it. The Sonic Lance, this is from Trial of a Time Lord, right? I don't really care for it, C tier. The Laser Screwdriver, now this one is pretty damn cool. I'm going to put this one in A tier. Great sound effect, really cool. Arguably cooler than the 10th Doctor's. And of course, you know, they got that back-to-back shot with both the Master and David Tennant, both with their Sonic devices, really cool. Romana's Sonic, I'm going to put this one in C tier. And so here we are left with these 4. Now, I actually really like the 13th Doctor's Sonic Screwdriver. It's really easy to hold in your hand. It looks really natural. It's got a great sound effect and it's got a great color. The shape is really cool and really unique in that it's different to all of the rest, but actually it fits in your palm really well. Like, it's really comfortable. And it looks really cool. I love the yellow color that stands out against the green and blue. You know, yellow, I would say, is the color of Jodie Whittaker's era. And this really helps it stand out. I saw some people saying that they think the 2023 one is better. I think that's just because, you know, this is in Chibnall era bad, etc, etc. And in fact, I'm going to put this one in S tier. And maybe I'll raise the 11th Doctor's to... How about this? I would have raised this one to S tier if the 12th Doctor didn't have it as well. It's so entrenched in the 11th Doctor's identity that have the 12th Doctor have it as well. It's just weird. The Sonic Sunglasses. Well, these are reserved for gimmicks and one-offs. Apart from the Sonic Lance, which just is mid. And I know that some people hate it. And I know that I'm not the biggest fan of Series 9. And I know that the Dr. Disco aspect, especially of Series 9, is something which I'm a little critical of. However, comparatively to all of these, This is like a very low beat. Actually, no, who am I kidding? I can't put it in there. These are all real sonic screwdrivers. This doesn't count. There's not even a cool design here. The War Doctor, I'm going to put in B because, you know, it's red. That's its only pro. I like the trifecta of blue, green, and red, and also then the later edition of yellow. And I kind of wish that the 2023 one had been red. I hope that Shooty Gatwa's sonic screwdriver, which should be announced soon, right? That design should be unveiled. Hopefully that one will be red, or at least cooler than this one. I know they're designed by the same people, but the design philosophy is completely different for both of them. I read the DWM article. And here we are with River Song's sonic screwdriver, which I really like. I really like this design. It's probably in fact, fuck yeah, I'm gonna put it in S tier. There's so many hidden features to this sonic screwdriver, like it can go red, it can go green. It's got this cool like a pulley bit. It's really comfortable to hold in your hand. It's like just an objectively better version than the 10th Doctor sonic screwdriver. It's got those different flashing lights. It's just really cool. I really like this design. Let me evaluate. Yeah, and that seems about right. That's my full list. Hope you enjoyed this segment. On to the next list. Well, I thought I should do this as well because, you know, may as well get my thoughts out there on all of it. Yes, I'm going to be ranking the regeneration scene specifically. I have ranked every regeneration episode, and I think I've talked in detail about at least the modern era regeneration scenes, but that isn't most of them. I noticed that Jodie Whittaker's isn't here, so I will start with my thoughts on that. It's very unique as it is probably the most upbeat of regeneration scenes. There is a real sense of hopefulness. It isn't really a somber farewell. It's more so a look to the horizon, as Jodie Whittaker literally does. The visuals are incredible. Definitely the most outstanding visually regeneration of the new series. The location is so much more engaging and dramatic than the inside of the TARDIS, which I personally think was starting to get a little bit old. My only real problem with it is everything that happens after Jodie Whittaker leaves the screen, when it transitions over to the 14th Doctor's clothes. I mean, you guys know my thoughts on the 14th Doctor. I don't really need to go into that. I do hope they explain why the clothes change, because yeah, as we will get into, it happens with the 1st and 2nd Doctor as well, but come on, man, you gotta have an explanation for that one, surely. But with that being said, I'd probably put it in A tier as a regeneration scene. One of the better ones of New Who. I'm glad that it isn't trying to be oh so sad all the time. You know, why can't we just be happy that we had our time with this Doctor Who and now we're moving on? But then we move on to the 1st Doctor's regeneration, which, to be honest, is not that impressive. I'm gonna put it in B tier. Now, it is shocking in the context of when it happened in the 1960s. I doubt many people were expecting it to be as abrupt as it was. I think even looking back, most people who rewatched this episode don't expect the regeneration to be as abrupt as it is. At the start of episode 4, he is slightly tired and then he just falls down and then he changes. It isn't to the episode's benefit that most of the context surrounding this scene has lost. I'm glad the actual shot still survives, but such a shame that the 10th Planet Part 4 is gone. I do like the sound effects used. I do actually like I think it's a seamless transition, but it is rather basic and rather abrupt, so I can't really put it any higher than in the middle B tier. B tier is good though. Let's move on in chronological order. The 2nd Doctor's regeneration. Cleanly an S tier. One of the creepiest and, frankly to me, saddest scenes. The poor 2nd Doctor, time has caught up with him. The effects I find fittingly atmospheric and quite scary. The soundtrack, the sound effects, oh my goodness, and the screaming into the void as he spirals off. No, no, no. Oh my goodness, it's so effective. The War Games in general is one of my favorite stories. This scene is impeccable. The whole trial, but this regeneration bit particularly is iconic and timeless. I think it still stands today as one of the best regeneration scenes. It is so good. I'm actually having to hold myself back because I know this video is very long, and we've still got a lot to talk about, namely the 3rd Doctor's regeneration, which I'm going to put in A tier. Now, I know it is just a cross dissolve, but I'm kind of including the whole scene previously with the 3rd Doctor coming in. He finally calls Earth his home. It's kind of sad, actually, that the very first thing the 4th Doctor tries to do after regenerating and after the 3rd Doctor finally accepts Earth as his home, the first thing the 4th Doctor tries to do, just fuck off, and he doesn't care, because he's a different person, isn't it? That's the whole point of regeneration. He's a different guy. But that whole scene, you know, his dramatic death, where there's life, there's and then he dies. And he actually does die. Unlike most other regenerations, he does actually die here, and then he is helped by Choji to regenerate fully. I like that it's the first time the Brigadier watches it. I like that Sarah Jane's there too. The classic sound effect, oh, it's so good. But I can't put it in S tier simply because the effect itself is just a cross dissolve. And then we get on to the crazy stuff. Logopolis, oh my goodness. One of the freest S tiers I've ever seen for a regeneration scene. This might be my favorite. It is between these two, the War Games and Logopolis. These two scenes, these two sequences, so good. I love the Logopolis soundtrack, the montage of past foes, the life flashing before his eyes. It's so good. That chilling, are those wind chimes? Either way, it's so good. Tom Baker plays it so well. The dramatic conclusion to his whole story, he is finally bested. But he too, similarly to Jodie Whittaker, he accepts it. Season 18 has all been building to this moment. Behind the scenes, Tom Baker has also been building to this moment of finally letting the role go. The moment has been prepared for. The Watcher comes in, they merge, the soundtrack blares up, and then boom, oh my god, it's so good. Peter Davison hopping up in the clothes, and it's a great effect as well. I really like this effect, which takes us onto the Caves of Androzani, the 5th Doctor's regeneration. Oh my goodness, I actually rewatched this scene just today. As a climax, the Caves of Androzani Part 4 really puts the 5th Doctor through the ringer, man. Like, he gets shot at, blown up, he has to escape the fires, he's got to save his friend. The whole episode can be described as one of the Doctor's greatest challenges. And at the end of it all, he sacrifices himself, all for Perry, who, if you ignore Big Finish, he just met Perry. They barely spent any time together. And the audio sound effects, the switch to the... It feels different this time. Oh my goodness, what a great line reading. I do like how every regeneration so far, all 5, have been completely unique and separate from each other, with the 1st Doctor dying of natural causes, the 2nd Doctor being forced to regenerate, the 3rd Doctor actually dying and then helped to regenerate, and the 4th Doctor fusing with the Watcher. And the 5th Doctor, technically it is the first neutral regeneration, like he dies, as we see him do in basically every single one, apart from the 8th Doctor and the War Doctor. But he dies in battle, let's say. It's not really a battle, but you know what I mean. And he says it feels differently this time. He has to cling on to life as his enemies wish death upon him and his allies cheer him on. Or shall I say the Master wishes death upon him. It's such a great scene. Oh my goodness. And the effect, the blinding lights, and then the transition into the boom from the end of the title sequence. It's all so good. What isn't very good is this. Just get it away from me, dear lord. Even ignoring the fact that they didn't even bring Colin Baker back and they screwed him over, and that makes me mad. What an anti-climax. I know they've been trying to retroactively fix this, etc, but god damn, it sucks. It's so lame. One of my favorite Doctors ever, defeated by banging his head. Come on, man. He falls over and we see this lame effect of Sylvester McCoy in a wig. I do like the image of Sylvester McCoy in the wig, but the behind the scenes stuff and the fact it looks terrible just puts a sour taste in my mouth, and it doesn't help that Time of the Rani is an awful episode. I really like this regeneration. It's quite experimental, as everything is in the TV movie, and I really like the effect, but especially, this is what cinches it for me, Paul McGann's performance as he comes out and he screams like Frankenstein, "Who am I?" with the epic score, everything in the background. Oh my goodness, it's so good. Which I suppose leads us onto the modern era. And do I want to go in release order and do the 9th Doctors, or do I want to go in chronological order? I'm going to go in chronological order. I also rewatched Night of the Doctor today because, as you may have guessed, I'm a fan of Doctor Who and rewatch a lot of it constantly. But I just rewatched it today, and god damn, I am astounded at how great this scene is. The soundtrack flares up. Paul McGann's performance throughout the whole mini-sode is incredible, but especially when he accepts to be a warrior. He salutes to all of his Big Finish companions, and it is the only regeneration in the show which actively looks incredibly painful. Considering the 10th Doctor was the one to moan and cry and complain, "Oh, it feels like dying," Paul McGann actually went through it. Like, he bounds over in pain and like he folds in on himself and shrieks out. That's real pain right there. as he explodes into an unnatural regeneration, which, I mean, it explains why he probably views the War Doctor with such disdain, apart from, you know, the Time War aspect of it, blah, blah, blah. I mean, 9 out of 10 regenerations have been presented as traumatic, but I can imagine this is probably the most traumatic. I'm going to put it in S tier simply because of everything, the performance to the setup to the effect itself with the soundtrack in the background, all serves to be explosive, let's say that. And I suppose I should do the War Doctors, which will go in C tier because it's perfectly inoffensive. They don't really show anything there. The Christopher Eccleston PNG is a little bit of a letdown, but the War Doctor in general is only there because Christopher Eccleston couldn't be, so it makes sense. Which leads us onto the modern era fully, right? Because technically these were, but these are the real ones that most people know about. And I'm immediately going to set Christopher Eccleston's in S tier. It has a great build up. Christopher Eccleston's performance is incredible. The soundtrack is so good. There's some actually really funny parts. It really sets the scene and introduces this new audience to regeneration really well. The effect itself has kind of aged, but I don't know, I've always thought it looked pretty good. And having that kind of acceptance there, it links back to what I was saying about Jodie Whittaker's. This is still a bit of a more somber end than Jodie Whittaker's, but it also feels, you know, the conclusion to the character arc. There is a sense of hopeful optimism there that I feel is good to have present in certain regenerations. Now, I understand why it isn't there with Paul McGann and with the second Doctor. And I suppose up next it's the Journey's End regeneration. I'm glad they put this here so I can talk about how shit it is. Fuck you. I can't believe this counts. But I don't think I would care about the fact that he does the fake out regeneration. I think it serves as an incredible cliffhanger. I've always stated that I think The Stolen Earth is just an incredible episode, incredibly hype. Journey's End, not so much, but you know, I can still enjoy it. Why the hell does this count, man? And also it's just so abrupt at the start of the episode. That's probably one of my biggest problems with Journey's End, is the incredibly fast resolution to the part 1 cliffhanger, and it leads to a kind of jarring viewer experience, especially for someone like me who usually goes around episodes out of order. And when watching Journey's End, most of the time I don't watch The Stolen Earth beforehand, so that's always an experience. All that to say, this is fucking dumb. Talking of fucking dumb, fuck you. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna put it in D, right? Because these are just egregious. This is very bad though. I really hate the final line, "I don't want to go." It's really bad. The characterization for the 10th Doctor just takes a massive nosedive in End of Time, and it is so annoying to someone like me. And seeing the 10th Doctor cry and moan and complain, it's like, oh my goodness, get over yourself. But even I have to admit, the soundtrack is banging. I listen to the soundtrack for Valet de Chem quite a lot. I was gonna say all the time, but it isn't really at the top of, you know, the Doctor Who soundtracks that I listen to. I still do though, and it is very good, enough to save this scene from being a complete train wreck. Although if you do count the 50-year-long preview to this regeneration scene of the Doctor going and meeting everyone and saying, "Oh, is she happy?" Jesus Christ. Then I think that would lower it to D tier. But let's move on to Time of the Doctor and the best part of Time of the Doctor, which is the regeneration scene. I'm going to put this one cleanly in A tier. Now, thoughts on the fraud himself aside, the performance here is really good from both actors and Karen Gillan. It's a shame Rory isn't here, that's a bit weird. But conceptually, it's really great. I think the dialogue just about balances the line for it to work. The 11th Doctor taking off his bow tie is a real admission of defeat. You like sigh when he does it. You're like, no, don't do it. And I like the abrupt regeneration, the really fast, snappy one. I know that to some people, especially, you know, modern Who audiences, they're like, what? This is so sudden. I didn't get a chance to fully say goodbye. To be honest, I can see why, to, you know, a general audience perspective, may have been detrimental, and you may have wanted to give the 11th Doctor more of a chance to say goodbye. But in comparison to what I'm going to talk about in just a second, I think it works great, and I'm glad that they kept it snappy because I'm not here for all that. I like the fast regeneration, and I think the effect looks cool. I do think kidneys is a bit of a weird first line, you know, a bit quirky, haha. But I think overall the scene really does work well, and for that I'll put it in A tier. You know what scene doesn't work well? Twice Upon a Time is just a mess, and this scene, it doesn't fully show why I don't like the episode, because there's so many problems with the episode that this scene actually ends up being one of the better ones. But it is so dumb. It's too long, it's too drawn out, the lines devolve into just not making sense at the end. The soundtrack is recycled from an episode where it has a totally different meaning. Just because a song is good doesn't mean you should just spam it everywhere. It doesn't mean what it's supposed to mean. It's called The Shepherd's Boy. That doesn't make sense to be playing in this moment. That's like if Valley Dechem played at the third Doctor's regeneration. It doesn't make sense. I do like the line, "Doctor, I let you go," but it is a little on the nose, and it doesn't counteract how much I hate all of the other lines. "And never eat pears." Ha ha ha. Come on, man. "And children will know your name, and no one will know your name but children." What the hell are you even talking about anymore? Every time I rewatch this episode and it gets to here, I'm literally, it's like Monty Python. Get on with it. It's so long. How long is this scene? Is it like 3 or 4 minutes? That is too effing long. And as I mentioned before, it's just way too on the nose. I'm going to put this one in C tier as well because it doesn't really deserve to be in the depths. You know what? This one is inoffensive. So I'll put B tier as the ones that are inoffensive, C tier as the ones that are bad, and D tier are the ones that are egregious. How about that? And so that's my tier list for all the regeneration scenes. Moving on. And okay, we're moving on to the next one. I told you this video was going to be stacked for content. Here we are with the Doctor Who logos and title sequences. I'm going to be trying to mesh them into one. I'm so glad that they separated the 2005 version to the 2008 version. Oh, thank goodness. Whoever made this tier list, thank you so much. Does it say? Why doesn't it say? Okay, I looked around. It might be Will Brooks. So thanks, Will Brooks. Thank you for that. That saved me a whole load of headache. Oh my goodness. So in my incorporation of the rating system, oh, they didn't separate series 5 and series 7. Oh, whatever, man. I'm going to be including the title sequence mixed in with the logo. So I'm going to be rating them both together. And let's start with the original. It is solidly A tier. It's incredible, right? The sound is great, the theme is iconic, the visuals are awesome, but the logo itself, I mean, so I'm a little bit biased because it does work great on thumbnails, and that actually does kind of make me wanna boost it up to S tier a little, but it is also a little bland. But blandness works fine for me. This is definitely a clear recognizable logo. They used it for the 50th. And maybe they did for Twice Upon a Time. If they didn't, they should have. You know, I'm going to raise it to S tier simply because of thumbnail potential alone. I think this is a really good intro-wise, and the logo itself is really good. Okay, it's really hard for me to separate these intros from the qualities of said episodes. But the logo itself, while being one I find visually appealing, like I really like this font actually, and I really like the visuals, does not work on thumbnails. So if this logo didn't work quite as well on thumbnails, they would both be A tier. But because this one does not work on thumbnails, people don't really like this logo. This one goes down just a little bit. But in reality, I think these are both around equal in terms of quality. Both really good. The logo is great and the title sequence is great. Even the freaky title sequence that they tried in Frontier in Space, I still love it. The face in the credits, which was coming here, this is the first time that the vortex was stylized as like a whirlpool vortex, like this spiral, and the logo is so iconic. It's still used today. As I mentioned, the second Doctor is where the face first comes in, but in color you see it here. Oh, I gave him credit for splitting these up, but he didn't split this one up between the third and fourth Doctor. They are very different. I'm still going to put them both in S tier. Actually, okay, this is where it gets difficult because I would put the third Doctor's variation of this theme in A tier because the full body shot is nowhere near as iconic as the half body shot of the fourth Doctor. I'm gonna put in S tier though. The logo, right now, the logo is more recognizable for the modern version, but because the modern version is basically a direct downgrade from this logo, I'm gonna put it in S tier because I love the logo. And the Howl theme, oh my goodness, it's so good. I would say probably that the Peter Howl theme variation of the Doctor Who title sequence is my favorite, which I know is controversial, but I do not care. I listen to it so much. I listen to remixes of this song and the original. The logo itself may not be all that. I think it's still good and it's quite nostalgic for me. It's definitely better than the 6th Doctor's variation of the logo, which is actually kind of bad. This one is definitely passable, works fine, it's pretty great. The theme alone puts this one in S tier. So as I said, the logo for this one is just a kind of worse downgrade to this one. Even if I prefer the color purple, it doesn't stand out as much as the white. I like both variations on the Sixth Doctor's theme. I forget the name now. You guys, I'll put it up on screen. Magic of editing. Yeah, that variation of the theme I also really enjoy. Not as much as the Peter Howe theme, but it is great. The Seventh Doctor's one, oh my goodness, this is really difficult because I actually think it's middle of the road on theme composition. It's a unique theme composition. It's new and it does have that burst. Theme composition, I'll put it in A. The visuals of the title sequence, I'm very nostalgic for, but they have aged more so than any of the other ones. And the logo, man, the logo is so different. I said in my video that I thought it looked like a Mars bar. I still do. And my opinion on this logo frequently changes, like all the time. I actually kind of like the Doctor and would prefer like maybe a different Who. So like maybe a Who from the other 80s, or maybe this version of Who at the bottom and then this Doctor at the top. I'm going to put it in A, but keep in mind this is something I frequently change my mind on between A and B. So I'm going to be incredibly generous, and of course it has the wink. Okay, that seals it. It has the wink, definite A tier. The Paul McGann, the logo is S tier, and the theme composition is also S tier. I love the visuals, so iconic. Great theme, great variation of the theme. It's not my favorite, as I've already said my favorite, but it is still very good, which leads us directly into the modern era. And on thumbnails, the 2005 logo doesn't work quite as well, but I do love this original theme, and the logo works much better on thumbnails, so it's gonna guaranteed S tier. And also I really love the 2008 variation of the theme. Drums, guitars, all of that, they're both so good. I actually do listen to these two themes, both of them, about as much as each other and enjoy them about as much as each other, even though the logo for this one puts it above this one. Come on, man, it's too easy. The 2010 mix is awesome, and I love the visuals of the Time Vortex. In fact, I prefer the visuals immensely to the 2010 version than the 2005 and 2008 version. They're so cool, the lighting is really good, but, and this is where not splitting them up comes in, has to go down because of Series 7. I'm so sorry, everyone, but those titles suck ass. They suck mega ass. They put this shitty, awful, god-awful filter on it. The lightning doesn't even sync up anymore. The effect put on the logo at the end. Oh my god, what were they thinking? How do you ruin something that is legitimately great? How? If it wasn't for that, this would be an S tier. And then we get into the final stretch. Uh-oh. Oh no, people are gonna crucify me. Okay, I'm gonna come back to the Series 7B one in a bit, but this one goes in fucking D. Actually, you know what? No, I was gonna make an F tier. No, it's still the Doctor Who theme. It still has those intro notes, but god damn, this theme hurts my ears. And the visuals are not much better. The visuals are a direct downgrade. By the way, if you don't know, the history is that this was actually a fan-made title sequence that was then adapted by the BBC. And it looks objectively worse than the original. When you consider how much extra resources it has, of course, it looks more professional than the fan-made project. But considering how much less resources, time, etc. he had, it is better. And of course, the theme composition is ear grating. It's the only one I can't listen to. I really don't like it. It hurts my ears, hurts my brain, gives me a headache, puts me in a bad mood for what's more than likely going to be a bad episode. And also, for some reason, it doesn't have the cliffhanger sting sound. Instead, they just go vroom, to be continued, instead of going meow, dun, dun, dun. Why did they cut that? Series 9, the series of cliffhangers, has no cliffhanger stinger sound. What the fuck? This is not Stephen Moffat's fault, people. This is the editor's fault. What did they do? The TARDIS 3D model also is lit wrong and looks terrible. The eyes, I really like that they brought the face back. That's a pro. But it's a low-res image and you can clearly see the pixels, which is a con. And the TARDIS model just looks so bad, which is a shame because this gear effect and this opening shot where like it looks like that looks great. But it just quickly devolves and then the theme comes in. It's like, oh my god, my ears, I'm bleeding. And I think that should lead us back into the Series 7B titles, which I'm going to put in B. Now I know that this is probably most people's least favorite because the TARDIS 3D model looks awful. and they open the doors the wrong way. And also, people just aren't as fond of Series 7B as I am. I liked that they went the bold new direction with the title sequence. I like that they reintroduced the Doctor's face in the title sequence. In fact, I think that's the most clever part of the title sequence. I also quite like the composition. It's not as good as the previous 2010 version, but it is new and it is cool. And it wasn't around for that long, but it was around for the 50th, which means I kind of associate it with that time, which means I do have nostalgia for it. The logos for both of these ones do kind of suck though. The original is better. There are a lot of random visuals in this one as well. It's just a bit of a shame. It's just a bit of a mess, which leaves us with only one left, and the one which even people who don't like the Jodie Whittaker era have to admit it's a pretty cool title sequence, and the logo is fucking awesome. Now, I don't think this logo is as spammable as all of the ones in S tier, simply because the hate boner that people have for Chibnall era, which means that if you include that logo, there will be people crying in your comment section. Not that there aren't already, like even just me mentioning Chibnall right there, that's already spawned a comment right there. They're like mobs in Minecraft, but the logo itself is really good, and it works on the branding and marketing it's so well, and I do hope they kind of continue it, because we've seen them try and put this new logo on some of the new merch and on some of the new big finishes, and they just don't look as good. The composition itself is very unique. It's much more similar to the 1960s version, but it's also definitely something new. I like it, but it isn't standout. I would say that all of these are standout. This is standout, this is standout, and this theme is standout. I would put this theme-wise on the same level as the McCoy opening. I actually do really like both of them, and this is definitely very unique, and the visuals are very good, but I wish they'd changed it up for Flux. Oh my god, that would have been so cool. I would have loved a new theme and a new intro title sequence. If that was the case, and this was only relegated to 2 series, I would have probably put this in S tier, but I feel it was a little bit overused and overstayed its welcome just a tiny little bit, even if the logo is probably S tier. Oh yeah, I spoke for so long that I forgot that I have these other tier lists pulled up with, you know, additional characters. So I'm going to put Abigail in D, going to put Adam, actually I already rated you, and Giannotti goes straight in F. I don't know what they were thinking with that. I'm going to put you in D as well. Belle goes in D. Canton Everett Delaware the Third goes in B. He's a pretty good character. She goes in F. She sucks. You go in F, you suck. Jackie, you go in B. You're pretty good. Jericho, you go in B. You're really fun. Carvanista, you go in D. Yeah, you're not really anything. That's Kazran, isn't it? That version of Kazran. If they should have used a better image, because maybe I put him in D. Actually, I will. You know, yeah, he's better than Abigail. Abigail, you go in F. Kate Stewart, yeah. Linda, poor Linda. Yeah. Oh my goodness, he's from Sherlock. Why am I doing this? Oh yeah. Is there any I missed? Yes, there is. Clyde, you go in A. Really like you. Craig, you go in A. Like you. Danny Pink. Oh, poor Danny Pink. Face of Bo. Yep, and C. Gwen is a pretty good character. I'm going to put her in B. Where's the rest of Torchwood? Maria. Poor Maria. I'm going to put you in B, actually. You're quite nice. Callie, what the hell are you doing here? Owen, that's what I'm talking about. He got saved so hard. Ronnie. Is that Tosh? That's what I'm saying. See, this is why I went across all these lists to find the characters. You get put in A tier as well, Luke Smith. Actually, nah, you get put in B. Tosh is probably the best character here. See, this is why I go through all of these. Which leads us to our next event. I told you, we're ranking everything here. And that includes Incarnations of the Master. Now, this should be easy. A lot easier than the companion section, because a lot of these Masters, although it looks like there's a lot of them are actually from the EU, which means I don't have to go in detail, because a lot of you have watched this video, you've got no clue who these people are. You don't even know that this guy's Alex McQueen. Talking of that, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to put you in A tier. He's pretty consistently great. He's my favorite part of Dark Eyes 2, 3, and 4. I forget, was he only introduced in the final episode of Dark Eyes 2, or was he in it before? I think it was only Eyes of the Master, which was his first story. And he's really great. Mark Gatiss as the Master, well, he doesn't really count, does he? Curse of Fatal Death Master, he's funny, so C tier. Oh... He's actually pretty good though. Anthony Ainley, it's a bit weird that they use this picture of Anthony Ainley, but I'm going to put him in A tier because, you know, He's him. He is the master for the 80s at least. And he has so many funny appearances. I can see why Stephen Moffat isn't so keen on the master, considering this was the version of the master we grew up on. But I personally love him. I find him incredibly endearing, even if he is, you know, meant to be evil. And he is so camp it is funny. Talking of camp is Eric Roberts, who I'm going to put in B. He always dresses for the occasion. Very controversial initially. You know what? I don't hate it. He's funny, man. And so with that, we are left with kind of the real big boys. Of course, we have to start with the Roger Delgado master, who gets the easy put in S. He's the best of the best. Said this in my previous video and I will stand by it till the end of time. He is the best incarnation of the master. He is so good. He is the character of the master. He owns it and he always will. Right next to him though is Sacha Dhawan, and God damn, what a performance. I mean, a lot of credit is also given to the soundtrack. This master's theme is probably the best of Segun Akinola's soundtrack for Doctor Who. It is so good. I listen to this one frequently. I rewatch that scene frequently. I rewatch his episodes frequently. He is always a joy on screen. The show literally elevates every time he's on screen. It's insane. I like his character. I like that he's more strange, but he's more classic master than what we've seen before so far. Yes, he is a bit more insane. He has that insane streak in him from that is taken from the John Sim master, but he is most definitely his own unique thing, his own stamp on the character, and harkens more back to his roots when it comes to story and also when it comes to character. And as I mentioned before, the performance is staggering. It's shockingly, staggeringly goated. Similarly, Derek Jacobi, he has to be put in S. Even disregarding his appearances in the EU, the War Master is probably the best thing Big Finish has got going right now, and it's clear that is what Nicholas Briggs is most passionate about, and you can tell in these stories where they really go full evil, where the master is just so villainous. And even in this episode, even the small glimpse we get to see him with is enough for me to, you know, safely say, yep, S tier. And this is going to be probably my most controversial part, but I'm going to put the Peter Pratt master in S tier, the Decade master from The Deadly Assassin. I love his delivery. I love the mask. He looks so cool, so mysterious. The way he raises his voice and the way he speaks it softly as well. It's so perfect to me. I really love this version of the character. I'm only going to put Jeffrey Beavers in B. Now, if we're including Big Finish, which we should, because then maybe he gets raised to A. But in The Keeper of Traken, I'm not too keen on him. How about this? I'm going to raise him to A, but you guys can imagine that I put him in B because of, you know, his on-screen appearances, but because of his Big Finish appearances, he gets raised. In fact, how about let's do it the opposite way, because it's more satisfying to look at this way, you know what I'm saying? Imagine I put him in A tier. I really like John Sim as an actor. He's really good. If you haven't watched Life on Mars, check it out. Trust me, so good. And he's also good in everything, but he's great in Doctor Who as the equivalent to 10's Doctor as the Master, young, full of energy. And if you know me, you know I love the Series 3 finale. I think it's so good, even Last of the Time Lords, even with all its flaws. I personally think it makes sense. A lot of people think it's just an ass-pull Deus Ex Machina. You know what? If you want to think that, that's perfectly fair. Yeah, I'm not going to discredit that opinion. And I think he is actually really good in those episodes, especially The Sound of Drums, where he is just maniacal. I think it was the right choice for Russell T Davies to bring John Sim in as this new Master, especially when you consider the fact that to most of the audience this is the first time they witness that character, which makes sense why his plan is just so bold and evil. The Toclafane is such a geniusly evil plan, and there's so many layers to it, some which I only discovered upon delving deep down into analysing the finale, like how he is only defeated for his own hubris with the Archangel network, that unnecessary flourish to instinctually put in the 4 knocks. That was an unnecessary flourish that eventually results in his defeat, hoisted by his own petard, one might say. And although he does cry like a bitch, I still think his performance in those episodes is admirable. And I understand why some people might think he is the Joker. Oh, I'm the Joker, baby. That only really comes into frame when End of Time comes in, which really brings this master down. God damn, End of Time is fucking shit. And poor John Sim, because he's so good, but no one, and I mean no one, can make Dinner Time be anything but a complete joke. Dinner time! And so here we are, left with only one incarnation of the Master left. Missy. Oh god, everyone's gonna hate me. They're gonna despise me because I'm not gonna rank her. in detail, that is. I'm going to put a ranking on her, which is going to be C tier, but I'm not going to explain it. You're going to have to wait for its own specific video. Oh no, I hear the voices in the comments crying. Missy's so good. She makes the Master a good character. She's so great. In fact, it is that point that people say is that, oh, she saved the Master from being a bad character. That makes me kind of dislike her. Obviously, I wouldn't dislike a character solely based on fan response, but you know, when there's so many people, including Stephen Moffat himself, saying that the character of the Master is inherently bad and Missy is the solution, you can't help but sour my tastes. I won't go into it. I've got a whole video planned about my thoughts on Missy. I've been teasing it for months now, but it is coming out soon, I promise. But yeah, we've got to move. We've got to keep moving, man. The train does not slow down. That is my list of all Master incarnations. Maybe I'm being a bit too mean to Jeffrey Beavers. Poor Jeffrey Beavers. He is so good though. And we move to Doctor Who seasons. This one should be pretty easy to do because I've already ranked every single classic Doctor Who episode, but I did not do it in detail. Consider this a semi part 2 to that ranking because that was, you know, very fast. Season 1 is an incredible starting point, has some of the highlights of the 60s era. Edge of Destruction, for an episode that's only 2 parts long, is just so mind-bendingly awesome. Season 2, where is that? Season 2 improves even more than Season 1. It's just the first season again, but better. That's how good it is. It's so incredible. So many great episodes, Dalek Invasion of Earth and The Chase in one season. Season 2 is so stacked for stories. It's one of the only seasons I actually got the box set for, just because bang for your buck, there's so much content in this season and basically all of it is good. In fact, all of it is good. Spoiler alert, I've said this over and over again. I'm sounding like a broken record, but this might be your first video that you've ever watched, so I've got to say it just so everyone knows. I think every season from season 1 to season 14, in fact to the first episode of season 15, Horror Fang Rock, I think every single episode is a banger. And so it's no surprise that I think season 3 is also S tier, with the Daleks Master Plan in it, my favorite episode of all time. How can I put it anything lower? Season 4 is probably the weakest Patrick Troughton season, and it's still S tier, which goes to show you something. Power of the Daleks, 10th Planet, Evil of the Daleks, Faceless Ones, Macra Terror, all in one season. Oh my goodness. The only thing that lets it down is that the Dr. Victoria and Jamie, and especially the Dr. Jamie and Zoe, are just such better TARDIS teams than the ones in this season, and it's still that good. I'm sure you can guess by the fact that I've already let the cat out of the bag that season 5 and season 6 are better than season 4, that I put those in S tier as well. Season 5 is so stacked with the Web of Fear and even the Abominable Snowmen. I think is really great. I really like that episode. That's one of the most underrated episodes of all time, I would say. It's also one of the first novelizations I ever read. I read that when I was very young. Probably Abominable Snowmen, outside of course the Daleks Master Plan, which is unrealistic to want to return. The Abominable Snowman is my #1 pick for episode I want to see come back. It's so good. Sadly, it is also unlikely to come back as well. As I mentioned previously, Jamie, Zoe, Second Doctor, just unrivaled TARDIS team. It is so good. And you have The Invasion, which is, if you don't know, my first episode of Doctor Who ever. So I do have a little bit of nostalgia for that one, as I do for all of Doctor Who, because I love it all and I always have. And it concludes with The War Games, which is potentially the second most epic story up to this point after the Daleks Master Plan. And it leads us into season 7, which, I mean, sorry guys, sounded like a broken record. It's S tier. No, I'm just going to cut to the chase. S. What's that? It's S? No way, it's S. The Third Doctor's era is my favorite. Season 8 is my favorite series of classic Doctor Who. Tied with 14. They are both right up there for me. Every single episode of this series is infinitely replayable and highly enjoyable, and it just sets the tone for the rest of these 3 seasons. And season 7 is like, when you've watched these seasons like a billion times, you go to season 7 and it's like a palate cleanser because it's so different and so unique, but also, you know, similar enough. Season 12, come on guys. I've heard a lot of people actually come out of the woodwork and criticize this series because it is a little cheaper. The budgets were a little lower on this one. There isn't much of the TARDIS, which is also a symptom of the budget cuts, but the storytelling here is so good, and Tom Baker's performance, man, oh my god. Genesis of the Daleks, Ark in Space, Robot, I love Robot. And Revenge of the Cybermen is not that bad, guys. You guys are just mean. Season 13, oh my god, it's so good. Now, I love season 14. As I said, season 14 is tied for my favorite. But every time you go back and look at season 13, you're like, damn, this season is stacked. Brain of Morbius, android invasion, the pyramids of Mars. Holy sugar. And Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen's dynamic is at its best here, as it continues to be through season 14. The fourth Doctor and Sarah are so effortlessly good together, and that just continues on into season 14, which just has everything you want in a season. It has a break, it has two companions. It's like two miniseries with a break set on Gallifrey in between, in The Deadly Assassins, which is one of the most badass episodes ever. It starts great, it has a great middle, has a great ending. Every story is iconic and standout. Season 15, on the other hand, this is where, you know, the perfect streak kind of begins to crumble. I'm going to put this one in B tier. Now, I do actually have a soft spot for the Image of the Fendal, and the Sunmakers isn't terrible or anything. Horror of Fang Rock is great. Horror of Fang Rock is the last of the consistent S tier bangers that seasons 1 to 14 were. So it's season 1 to 14 plus Horror of Fang Rock. That's like the peak of Doctor Who. The Invisible Enemy, it actually starts off pretty good. The first two parts are pretty decent, and although I love K9, the story falls apart towards the end. And then you have stuff like Underworld. And I do love the Invasion of Time, but it is terrible. Poor Leela, that this is the season she gets after the insane high quality of season 14. I don't hate this season though. I still really enjoy it. Season 16, I'm going to put this one in B tier as well. This is probably Tom Baker's least popular season. I really enjoy it for Romana 1, the dynamic between them. As I said in the companion section to the video, I really like Romana 1, if not more than Romana 2. I really like that progression. I really like the feel of all of the episodes. I even like the Armageddon Factor, which is probably the least popular episode of the season. I enjoy it. I have a baseline enjoyment for this season, but there's no standouts, which means I can't really raise it to that S tier bar. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna actually raise this one to A tier, not S tier, but A tier, and I'm gonna put season 17 in its place, because while season 17 does have the standout that is City of Death, the other episodes are less than mid. They are bordering on bad, actually. City of Death is incredible, and I'm gonna make a whole video about it someday. Not anytime soon, but someday. But the production issues are plentiful here, so much so that we lost Sharda, which is a definite blow to the season. And Destiny of the Daleks, despite me loving it, is A, bad, and B, turned Terry Nation away from Doctor Who completely, which is a massive shame. Season 18, I'm gonna do the unthinkable and put in S tier. Yes, I really like this season. It has a dark edge to it that sets it apart from basically everything we've gotten so far. It feels like a funeral, and I actually think that Tom Baker's new coat, despite him not liking it, really adds to this feeling. I do like the burgundy coat. I like the new design, and it has some real standout episodes. Warrior's Gate, Logopolis, State of Decay. Full Circle is pretty good. Keeper of Traken is good. The problem is like the Leisure Hive. Megalos, which means that this is the first S tier season to have downright bad episodes in it. I mean, it's saying something. Should I lower it to A? No, because I think it is worthy of S tier, because I think that overall season wide it is really good, like massive thumbs up. But it shows that Doctor Who is no longer in that insane banger after banger every week, every episode, consistently incredible phase, which shouldn't make people sad, you know, it's just the reality of what it is. But season 19 is a perfectly serviceable A tier season. It has some really good episodes, it has some pretty bad episodes, and I really like the dynamics between the characters, even if the TARDIS is, truthfully, a bit crowded sometimes. I think that is a fair criticism to give this season. I really like the Fifth Doctor, especially throughout this season, and the hints at what's to come later on. It really shows how the 4th, 5th and 6th Doctor have seasons in the 80s. Of course, the 7th Doctor, but I'll get into him. And they're all clearly recognisable between each other, but they're all distinctively different. Season 18 feels like a funeral, as I said. Season 19 feels like the spark of something new, a new breath of life. And season 22, I mean, that's just a whole new thing. That feels like a deeply engrossed in itself experiment, should I say? It's really hard to label season 22 simply, but we will get there when we get there. Season 20, some people call this one a stinker. I've really grown on this one. Initially, it was one of my lesser favorite seasons because I thought it was kind of a flop how it brought back a new villain every single episode, an old villain, shall I say. Every single episode, an old villain, something from the past, so heavily lore reliant, which is clearly a response to the success of Earthshock. They overcompensate and try too hard. But I said this in my last video, I put myself in the mindset of a child in 1983 watching this, and it's so hard not to love it. It does try something new, and it is not as cohesive, consistent as I would say season 19 is. It feels like they're doing a lot of new things this season, and it's kind of sporadic and all over the place, but I still definitely do enjoy the season. And season 21, it doesn't quite do enough to break into S tier, but it does have some fucking bangers. Resurrection of the Daleks is the standout for me, and this is a season with Caves of Androzani in it, so that's saying something. I mentioned this in my last video. Season 22 is fucking incredible. But in short, it is probably the most mature season of classic Doctor Who, and edgy. So, you know, it's riding that line between being mature and being gratuitous, which is a fine line. And it also rides the same line of being inventive and coming up with new ideas and heavily relying on the past, heavy lore-based episodes. But there's just something so cool to me that there's a season of classic Doctor Who which has just every Doctor Who foe in it and a multi-Doctor series. It just is completely stacked to the brim. Season 23 is sadly not as good, and this is due to behind the scenes problems, but I can't cope and say it's anything higher than C tier at the highest. Even if I've grown a bit more fond of it in recent times, it's still a flop, and it's kind of sad to me. Season 24 is similar, except it's actually even worse. Season 24 is the only season of classic Doctor Who which I find unenjoyable. Not good adjective insert here. It's comical, laughable, childish. No one is putting in any effort. No one really has passion. No one really enjoys the show or respects the show. Apart from Sylvester McCoy, of course, but that goes without saying. But just no one has any idea what they're doing, and the episode quality is so consistently bottom of the barrel low trash. Paradise Towers is probably the best episode of the season, which says so much. And it's also a very short season, as are the rest of these 7th Doctor series. I'm going to put season 25 in... I'm going to put it in A tier. I'm going to put season 26 in B tier. Season 26 is probably better than both these seasons, but enjoyable wise, I find it around the same level as these two. Season 25 is good, okay? It has Remembrance of the Daleks, has Silver Nemesis, Greatest Show in the Galaxy, Happiness Patrol, all consistently good episodes, and Remembrance of the Daleks is a standout. Season 26 is good though. Like, even if I find it about as enjoyable as Season 17 and Season 15, it is good. I want to let that be known. And it's a shame that it ended here. If this probably wasn't the last season of Doctor Who, maybe I'd be a bit more generous to it if we saw where things were going, what happened next. God, it would have been so good if we'd gotten to Season 30. And so here we are. Oh no. I have a few tier lists here, a few stuff I want to get through. I want to do some big finishes. I want to rate them because I'm rating everything Doctor Who, so I may as well go in with this. But let's just dive in. Once I've done with all of these, I may go on to some of these, and then even still some of these. But I don't want to do doubles. Storm Warning is a solid A tier episode, and introductory. Are these in order? Actually, if I go through all of these, we're going to be here forever. God, I wish these were in order. Why? Why? God, if I commit to ranking all of these, I've got to scroll all the way down and then all the way back. Can't I just say Dark Eyes 1S, Dark Eyes 2B, Dark Eyes 3D, Dark Eyes 4D. And you put Doom Coalition, all of Doom Coalition in B, all of Ravenous in D, then all of Stranded in C. There you go. That is my complete list. Hopefully I could be bothered to edit all that. God, what a monstrous undertaking. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. When I realized that all of these were out of order, I was like, nope, I'm gonna come back another day. This video is getting long enough anyway. Do I really need to go in depth in all of my big finish rankings? That could be like a 10-hour video all in itself. Okay, I haven't even gone in depth and ranking all of the classic series episodes, right? I sped run through all of those. But that kind of concludes the tier list saga. I don't think I'm going to be milking these anytime soon again, because contrary to what you might think, these actually take quite a lot of time. I do hope you enjoyed the video. I tried to fit in as much content as I could in this one. If you want to help support the channel, you can click below. the join button below. I'm a wreck, everyone. I've been recording for like 3 hours. With all that being said, that is the end of my tier list saga. I have officially ranked all of Doctor Who. Wow. Okay, enough of that. Your regularly scheduled programming should be coming back next week. And with all that being said, I hope you enjoyed the video and I will see you in the next one. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the end of the video. I hope you enjoyed. If you are still here, I doubt anyone got to the end of this one, and I wouldn't blame you. But I thought this would be a good way to, bookend this part of my channel. I've been doing so many tier lists. It only makes sense to do an ultimate tier list, an ultimate review of Doctor Who with my thoughts and feelings on every single episode, every single part of it, literally all of it, down, archived, etc. I don't know who I'm ranting to. Let's get on to this. I wanted to kind of bookend, close it all with an epilogue of sorts where I go through all of my rankings and check over them, see if I was right, see if I was smoking something. This isn't going to be an overly long section of the video. Hopefully. I just want to do this to truly showcase how much my opinions change over the brief interval of time since when I made this list and now. Because I have rewatched a lot of these episodes. I mean, out of the ones that we see on screen, Boomtown is the one I most recently watched, but I have seen, since watching this, I have seen this episode again, 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 and that's it actually. But still, let's see, would I change anything? A lot of people really hate Aliens of London. I know that it wasn't the one that everyone's most massive on, but I don't care. I still love it. Does Rose go to A tier? Nah. And these episodes, these two are too high. Actually, End of the World is in D, and these two are fine in C. Why not? I'm not a hater. With all of these tier lists in general, I feel like I was very generous in giving my thoughts on them, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Series 2. Yeah, this is rough. Yeah, New Earth is F. Oof. A lot of D tier. Fiha is F as well. Like, what was I smoking? That's way too high. Arguably, I would say the Idiot's Lantern is F as well, but you know what? I'll put it in D. I feel like some people may yell at me for having these two in C tier, but as I explained in the video, Sarah Jane got completely butchered, and this episode is only okay. I mean, it's nothing crazy, in my opinion. Actually, I'll raise Tooth and Claw to C, why not? Boom, Series 3. Yeah, seems about right. And Series 4. Yeah, seems about right. Series 5. Dang, I put the Lodger in A tier? So lower that one down to B tier for a second. Put Beast Below in D. Series 6. This is an urgent amendment I need to make. Doctor's Wife, you go in B tier. Right now. Do it now. To be honest, I kind of want to put it in C tier. The more I see comments talking about how, oh, the TARDIS was so good, blah, 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 blah. I get like a million of those comments a day, and I hate how the TARDIS acts in this episode. It's not how I imagine it at all. Is it a unique premise though? Yes. Are there inventive parts of the episode? Yes. Are there really cool parts of the episode? Yes. And so for that reason, I'll put it in B tier. Night Terrors though, you go down to C. Maybe closing time is too low. I don't care though. Series 7. Maybe Name of the Doctor's too high. If I wanted to be really generous, I could put A Town Called Mercy in S tier. Why not? And Series 8. Okay, I've actually watched quite a lot of Series 8 recently because I've been wanting to do a video on Missy and the Peter Capaldi era in general. But I think this is about right. Maybe I'd lower The Caretaker to F tier. Maybe I'd lower Listen to F tier. Listen can't be F tier. Right, surely it's not. And I think I'd lower Robot of Sherwood to C tier. Series 9. Dang, these are high. Now these are all F tier. What the fuck was I smoking? These are all so terrible. They're so dog shit. I feel like people just didn't understand anything that was going on in these episodes. Like the blatant and terrible allegories just flew over their head and they were like, speech. They are awful. Thematically, conceptually, practically, everything about it is terrible. Even the best part, which is that speech, which I will admit, Peter Capaldi pulled that off well. But then it is immediately undercut by the fact that they've done it like 7 times already. Who thought that that was a good inclusion to make? But safe to say, that is a nitpick in an episode that already sucks mega ass. So yeah, these 3 get lowered to F. Series 10, this was another one I felt like I was too kind to. I felt like considering I wanted to be as generous to it as possible, this is probably the right ranking, but Knock Knock, you definitely have to go down to B tier. I remember I made this video like a day after rewatching Knock Knock, and it was right in my head, and I really enjoyed it that time. But let's be real here, it's not on the same level as these. It is B tier. You know, I'm tempted to raise Extremist to S tier, but that fucking Super Mario line is so funny. Series 11. What the fuck? Arachnids in the UK, you gotta go down to C tier. Battle of Ranskarav Kolos, you gotta go down to D tier. Outside of that, I still stand by these episodes all being really good. Kablam maybe could go down to C tier, but it is actually kind of good. So I do understand, I do see the vision of why I put Arachnids in B, because this is an episode that has really good moments in it. Like, there are genuinely instances in this episode that are actually pretty damn cool. Series 12, yeah, if Haunting of Villa Diodati can be S tier, then Extremist can be S tier as well. Those episodes are around on the same level. This is a definite low S tier though. Like, let's be real here. Same with Extremists. They're on the lower end when you compare them to an episode like Dalek, you know what I'm saying? This seems about right as a list. Maybe I'm putting Can You Hear Me too high. And Flux, we all know how I was with Flux. I'm nice to that series because it has a soft spot in my heart, my cold, dead black heart. Then we move on to the specials in this bizarrely low res image. What was I cooking with the screenshot, man? This seems about right. No? Maybe this is too high. Maybe both of these are too high. You know what? Let's call it even and lower Last Christmas to F tier. Series. I still think that this is an accurate ranking. Maybe Series 7 is a little bit too high. Maybe just a little bit. It does kind of suck ass. And here we are on the final tier list. My Doctor tier list. My tier list which changes with the wins, and you can tell because I'm actually going to lower Colin Baker to S tier. Yeah, this is my daily change to my Doctor Who tier list. I feel like these 4 are in the upper echelons, and even though Colin Baker, my beloved, you're probably going to get raised to S plus next video, just right now I have a feeling in my gut I feel like you're better placed in S, but I am infamously indecisive, so that is subject to change. And that about wraps it up. This should more or less be the last section of the video. I've said it quite a few times already, so I'll keep it short this time, but thank you so much to the members of the channel. You guys are the real ones. Maggie132, Abigail GP, Green Goko, Oz Baxter, Teddy Bite, and Just Tim. And with all that said, now that I've gone over everything, you can play the outro. Well, that is my, as of now, review and ranking of everything Doctor Who. Leave it in the comments below if you want me to go and give each episode of Classic Who their own individual analysis. And I hope you enjoyed the video, and I will conclude with this final teaser of a video you can expect at some point. You guys asked for it, and I have now started work on it. God save us. I'll see you in the next one.